Chapter 34. When Yen Chutian's solemn words fell, Chiu Yu's pretty face was also solemn. She lowered her head and pondered slightly. Her pretty face kept flashing with understanding. Finally, a cold light flashed in her crystal-clear eyes. She raised her head and said to Yen Chutian, "It's really them." "What do you mean?" Yen Chutian could hear the hidden meaning in Chiu Yu's words and immediately asked. Chiu Yu naturally wouldn't hide anything from Yen Chutian. She slowly but surely said, "The Divine Territory's secret actions have already been carried out. The continuous deaths of the young geniuses in the heaven realm must be related to them. Just like myself." When Chiu Yu said this, Yen Chutian's expression immediately changed. After thinking about it carefully, he naturally figured out everything. "Damn the Divine Territory!" Yen Chutian gritted his teeth and muttered. After being reminded by Chiu Yu, how could he not realize that the danger he and her had encountered back then was also the work of the Divine Territory? Chiu Yu had sacrificed herself to save him at the last moment, allowing him to escape the calamity. However, she had fallen in the midst of it. The Divine Territory is not only trying to revive the ancient corpse beasts, but also secretly killing the geniuses in the heaven realm who disobeyed their orders. This way, even if it doesn't have any effect for a while, the Divine Territory's forces will become stronger and stronger over time. However, the other forces in the heaven realm will continue to weaken, and there won't be any young forces to replenish. Chiu Yu continued, completely revealing the Divine Territory's shocking conspiracy that many forces in the heaven realm didn't know about. It made people tremble in fear. Then, the two of them reached a consensus without any word. They had to return to the heaven realm as soon as possible and reveal the Divine Territory's conspiracy to the 6 palaces. Only they could stop the Divine Territory's ambitions. As if because they knew or understood the Divine Territory's shocking conspiracy, Yen Chutian and Chiu Yu suddenly became anxious. The two of them hurried back to Kaiyuan City. Needless to say, they already had a direction in their hearts. They had to leave this place as soon as possible and find a way to return to the heaven realm, or rather, a passage. There was no time to lose. After all, the great enemy outside Kaiyuan City, the one-eyed king, had already been dealt with. Yen Chutian could entrust Uncle Chen's safety here and let Mu Feng take care of him. However, when he returned to the small courtyard in the city lord's mansion and saw the middle-aged man who was gradually recovering from his shock, he couldn't utter a single word of the words he had thought of. Even though he was not the real Yen Chu, even though he had only been with Uncle Chen for a month, he could feel the deep love and care that Uncle Chen had for him. This kind of feeling could only be felt by his master, Li Tianyun. Humans are not plants, how could they be emotionless? Therefore, how could Yen Chutian easily say the word farewell? However, Yen Chutian clearly understood that in the face of a great disaster, he could not be shackled by these feelings. Otherwise, if the heaven realm was overturned, how could the mortal realm be spared? Therefore, Yen Chutian finally said the 2 words leave. His words slowly fell, but Zhang Chen was not in a hurry to reply. He only gave him a deep look and continued to hang the clothes. After a good while, he opened his mouth. "Little Chutian, Uncle Chen cannot stop you and does not wish to stop you. As long as you believe that your choice is not wrong, then do it. Uncle Chen will always support you." "Uncle Chen." Yen Chutian's voice was choked with sobs. At the same time, Zhang Chen's eyes seemed to be filled with tears as well. However, he quickly reached out to wipe them away. Then, he fiddled with the wet clothes and quickly said, "These clothes are all yours. Uncle Chen can't help you with what you want to do, but take these clothes with you before you leave. This is the only thing Uncle Chen can do for you." Yen Chutian did not know how he left the courtyard. He only knew that when he left, his eyes were wet. Even though he did not have parents since he was young, it was enough to have a master and an Uncle Chen. It was not bad at all. Yen Chutian walked towards Mu Wan's boudoir. Now, in the eyes of everyone, He was a powerful hero. Naturally, no one would stop him from visiting Mu Wan, allowing him to smoothly enter the inner pavilion. After entering the inner pavilion, the maid left, leaving only Yan Chutian in the pavilion. Seeing that the maid had left, he immediately called for Qiu a few times. Then, he waited in the pavilion for Qiu to appear. Yan Chutian did not have to wait for long. Soon, a graceful figure appeared in the inner pavilion. Looking over, the girl's figure was graceful and graceful. However, when Yan Chutian's eyes slowly looked at the beautiful eyes on the girl's delicate face, the faint smile on his face suddenly stopped. Then, a thick sense of embarrassment appeared on his face. Mu Wan? Yan Chutian was sure that he did not see wrongly. The right purple eye of the girl in front of him disappeared. Her expression was apprehensive as she stared at him closely. However, this kind of expression, this kind of reaction definitely did not belong to his Qiu. It could only belong to Mu Wan. When she heard Yan Chutian say the two words, Mu Wan, the girl's apprehensive expression suddenly calmed down a lot. Her beautiful eyes looked at the youth in front of her with a complicated expression. She understood all the doubts in her heart. After all, she now understood her own situation. Yan Chu, or should I say Yan Chutian, no wonder your attitude towards me was so different from others. Turns out that it was because that woman was in my body. Mu Wan shook her head and smiled bitterly. When she said these words, she also did not understand what kind of mood she was in. She seemed to be a little sad and also seemed to be a little angry. There were many kinds of emotions mixed together, and she could not say anything. Hearing this, Yan Chutian's expression became even more awkward. Even if he had expected this situation, he did not know what to do. He could only lower his head and pretend to be an ostrich, not saying a word. His appearance made Mu Wan even angrier. Was this guy really so stupid? Did he not know how to comfort himself? He was clearly the victim, okay. However, even if she was angry, Mu Wan of course would not vent it out like this. She took a deep breath and then looked at Yan Chutian, who lowered his head and did not say a word. She said word by word, I can go with you. I can go with you to the heaven realm. I can go with you to expose the scheme of the divine realm. But I also want you to promise me one thing. No matter what the result of my battle with her is, you cannot interfere. This is a battle that belongs only to the two of us. This, if you don't agree, then I will definitely not go with you. Believe me, even if she can forcefully occupy my body for a while, she will not be able to occupy my body for as long as I do because I am the true owner of this body. Mu Wan held her head high. This was her pride. She did not care whether she was the reincarnation of that woman or not. In any case, this body was hers. So she was confident that no matter how strong that woman was when she was alive, she would definitely not be able to compete with her. Do you agree or not? I say it. Mu Wan shouted, not allowing him to refuse. This time, she had obtained too much information, so she knew what kind of personality this stinky guy in front of her had. He was always hesitant, and only by forcing him to quickly make a decision. Chapter 35. When she saw Yan Chutian nodding his head in agreement, Mu Wan's expression became much better. But soon, she seemed to have thought of something, and her beautiful face turned red again. She did not dare to look at Yan Chutian, and could only avoid his beautiful eyes as she mumbled, Also, whether that woman comes out or not, you can't touch me, or else I. Mu Wan's red lips parted, but she suddenly realized that she could not say anything threatening. She could imagine that if that woman came out to control her body again, her attitude towards Yan Chutian would probably be different. She would probably be eagerly pouncing on him, right? Anyway, you can't mess around, or else I'll definitely teach you a lesson. In the end, Mu Wan could only spit out this sentence that was not threatening at all, but only the heavens knew how helpless her words sounded in the ears of others. It was obvious that she had already accepted her fate in her heart, but she did not admit it verbally. Fortunately, Yen Chutian was very cooperative with her. After she symbolically threatened him, he hurriedly nodded his head, which comforted Mu Wan, who was deceiving herself. The two of them made a simple agreement, and only then did Mu Wan ask when exactly they would be leaving Kai Yuan City. The situation was urgent, and Yen Chutian understood that it was better to leave as soon as possible. But when he thought of his Uncle Chen and Mu Wan's parents, he could not say the words as soon as possible. He could only sigh and slowly say, "Get ready, we'll leave in 3 days." Only 3 days? Mu Wan's mood also fell. Even though she had planned everything, she still could not hide the disappointment in her heart when it was time to leave. She could not help but whisper softly. Yen Chutian did not reply to Mu Wan, and only turned to leave. Only 3 days, it was time for him to properly accompany his Uncle Chen. 3 days was not a short time, but in reality it was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On the last night before his departure, Yen Chutian was called to the center of the city lord's mansion by Mu Feng early in the morning. Under the moonlight, in the backyard, a middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, closely watching the backyard that belonged to Mu Wan. City Lord Mu. After waiting for a long time, seeing that Mu Feng still didn't respond, Yen Chutian could only take the initiative to speak. A moment after he finished speaking, Mu Feng, who was standing with his hands behind his back, slowly turned around. His eyes were filled with a sharp glint as they landed on Yen Chutian's body. It was as though he wanted to dissect Yen Chutian's body and see what he was thinking. However, what Mu Feng possessed was only the naked eye, and it was even more impossible for Yen Chutian to be seen through by others. Thus, in the end, he could only withdraw his gaze without gaining anything. After a few breaths of silence, he faintly spoke. Yen Chu, the only son of a rich family with the surname Yen in Iron Fur Town. However, the Yen family was persecuted by the Zhou family, and the family was destroyed, leaving only the butler and the only son to struggle at death's door. Not long after, a suspected spirit beast monster appeared near Iron Fur Town, causing countless casualties in Iron Fur Town. The town was completely destroyed, and all news of the butler and the only son of the Yen family also disappeared. If I'm not wrong, you and Zhang Chen are the butler and the only son of the Yen family. After a series of faint words, he had already investigated all of Yen Chutian's identities in this mortal world. Yen Chutian didn't feel the slightest bit strange about this. Such a mysterious guy like him suddenly appeared. If he didn't investigate him thoroughly, how could Mu Feng be at ease? Therefore, Yen Chutian didn't hesitate at all and immediately nodded heavily. Seeing Yen Chutian nod, the light in Mu Feng's eyes grew brighter, and he continued to ask. The head of the Yen family racked his brains and even fell into a trap just to help his son find the meridian opening elixir and become a cultivator. However, not only are you already a meridian opening realm cultivator, standing at the peak of the meridian opening realm, you also have the strength to fight those above your level, and can cure the poison that even the masters of the 100 Herb Valley were helpless against. Are you really Yen Chu? Yes. Yen Chutian nodded heavily again. He had already made up his mind. Not only was he Yen Chutian, he was also the original owner of this body, Yen Chu. Mu Feng stared at Yen Chutian, as if he wanted to see a trace of guilt from his face. However, this was destined to be impossible. After staring for a long time, he couldn't see anything strange. He could only retract his gaze and look forward again with his hands behind his back. I don't want to know too much. I only know that Wan'er has changed a lot because of you, and she seems to have feelings for you, so you can't let her down. Otherwise, Zhang Chen, who is in the City Lord's mansion, will be my first target. City Lord Mu, I've never been afraid of threats, but I'll tell you clearly that if anyone wants to touch Wan'er, they'll have to step over me, Yen Chu. Yen Chutian took a deep breath and said slowly but firmly. Hearing this, Mu Feng's head, which was behind his back, nodded slightly. Then, he suddenly reached out and threw a wooden tablet to the former. He said solemnly, "You are extraordinary, and the things I can give you are close to nothing. Perhaps you don't like them, so maybe only this thing with an extraordinary origin is useful to you." Yan Chutian glanced at the wooden tablet in his hand and didn't find it strange. Therefore, he didn't look at it for long and immediately put it away. After putting away the wooden tablet, he hesitated for a moment and said something that might be absurd in the eyes of others. "Uncle Mu, be careful of old man Jiang." Hearing this, Mu Feng didn't turn around. Instead, he quickly left, leaving only the last whisper drifting in the wind. "I know, but the most important thing is, please protect Wan in the future." At dawn, 2 silhouettes left Kaiyuan City without alerting anyone. However, they didn't know that after they left Kaiyuan City, several figures stood on the city wall one after another and stopped to look into the distance. After leaving Kaiyuan City, Chiao Yu's consciousness took the initiative of her body again. The girl's right purple eye was flirtatious, and her whole body was surrounded by a faint cold air. However, this cold air would always automatically disperse when facing the young man in front of her, which was particularly charming. "Idiot, I'm tired from walking, quickly carry me." After walking for a while, Chiao Yu proudly stretched out her jade arms and acted coquettishly to Yan Chutian in front of her. Hearing this, Yan Chutian couldn't help but feel a headache. He still remembered his promise with Mu Wan that he couldn't touch her casually. However, if it was her back, it wouldn't just be touching, it would be extremely intimate contact. Yan Chutian wanted to refuse, but when he felt the girl's gaze gradually turn from coquettishly to cold anger, he didn't dare to say no. He obediently walked forward, squatted down, and carried the girl's soft body on his back. After being carried by Yan Chutian, Chiao Yu smiled again. Then, her red lips were close to his ear and she exhaled, "That woman's words don't count. You're mine, you have to do what I ask you to do, understand?" "Yes, yes." Yan Chutian nodded his head repeatedly, causing the smile on Chiao Yu's face to become even wider. After that, she leaned on his back in enjoyment. Feeling extremely comfortable, she actually fell asleep. This feeling, it's really been a long time since. Chapter 36. It's just that although the idea was good, who knew how difficult it would be to actually put it into action? Even if the mortal world was not as vast as the heaven realm, it was still too big for ordinary mortals. And even if both of them were cultivators, their current cultivation was at the bottom level, it was not easy to cross such a huge distance. Even though Chiao Yu could display astonishing strength when she was in control, the price was a great consumption of Mu Wan's strength. It would take a long time for her to gradually recover. Thus, even if she mentioned that she could bring him through, Yan Chutian flatly refused. So in the end, the two of them could only advance step by step in the mountains. At first, Chiao Yu was still somewhat dissatisfied with this, but gradually, she found that she could often lean on Yan Chutian's back, and instead became extremely happy. Today, after advancing for less than half an hour, Chiao Yu rubbed her white ankle, and looked at Yan Chutian pitifully with her beautiful eyes. Her red lips were slightly pouting, making Yan Chutian feel that he had done something wrong to her. Really unable to bear that kind of gaze, Yan Chutian could only consciously walk forward and carry the former on his back again. "Humph, humph, don't be so unwilling. When we were chased in the heaven realm, you were injured and unconscious. Wasn't it me who carried you, a grown man, to escape? And you have to understand that you are pursuing me now. I am giving you a chance to show off." Okay. Yan Chutian had always been helpless towards Chiao Yu, but in fact, he knew in his heart that it was because he was unwilling to part with her. It was not easy for them to meet again after being separated by life and death. How could he bear to let her suffer any more grievances? Chiao Yu was very satisfied with Yan Chutian's reaction. She rewarded him with a light kiss on his cheek. Regarding this, Yen Chutian was still calm, but she couldn't help but blush. The dignified ice beauty actually revealed such a shy posture. If this scene was released, countless people would be shocked, and they would want to replace Yen Chutian even more. After being shy, Qiuyu laid down her small head, leaned on Yen Chutian's back, and closed her eyes to rest peacefully. But perhaps even she herself did not realize that when she was resting peacefully, another consciousness in her body was struggling, and finally took advantage of her inattention to suppress it, and took the initiative. The girl suddenly opened her eyes, and the purple in her right eye quickly dissipated, returning to normal. When she saw that she was leaning on another man's back so intimately, her face immediately turned fiery red and her delicate body heated up. She hurriedly twisted her delicate body and argued, "You! Quickly put me down." "Ah?" Yen Chutian turned his head, puzzled, and glanced at the delicate face on his back that was completely red, but the purple in her right eye had completely disappeared. Only then did he suddenly understand something, and quickly put the girl down. After being put down, Mu Wan quickly took a few steps back, and then looked at the youth in front of her with extreme anger and said angrily, Why didn't you abide by our agreement? I told you that no matter if it's her or me controlling the body, you can't mess around." Ahem, Yen Chutian could only smile awkwardly. He also wanted to abide by his agreement with Mu Wan, but he did not have the courage to refuse Qiuyu. He was extremely conflicted. She angrily glared at Yen Chutian a few times. In fact, how could Mu Wan not understand the reason? It was most likely because of the other consciousness in her body. Since she had spoken, how could the guy in front of her refuse? So after venting her anger by glaring at him a few times, Mu Wan could only helplessly put away her angry expression and said in a bad mood, "Where are you going to take me?" When Qiuyu was controlling the body, Mu Wan was sometimes awake, and sometimes in a hazy state. Thus, she did not know everything that happened around her, just like how she did not know the destination of their journey. Yen Chutian clearly understood Mu Wan's situation, so he slowly replied, "The hinterland of the mortal world, Central Plains." Central Plains? Central Plains is the center of the entire mortal world. We should be able to find some information about the heavenly realm, and even find a way to return to the heavenly realm. But we have to be careful. Since the divine realm can extend their claws to the edge of the mortal world, they can naturally extend their hands to the hinterland of Central Plains. We have to hide our true identities as much as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid that they will immediately pursue us endlessly. Yen Chutian's expression was solemn. When he was in the heavenly realm, he was naturally not afraid of this kind of pursuit, but now it was different from the past. Now, the two of them were almost at the bottom of the cultivation world. If they were discovered by the divine realm, even if they sent a small fry into the mortal world, they would not be able to bear the weight. Hearing this, Mu Wan gently nodded. Yen Chutian's words were clear and logical, so she naturally had no intention of refuting. However, she did not know much about Central Plains, so she could not help but ask again. "You know a lot about Central Plains? I've looked up some ancient books in the City Lord's mansion and heard some introductions from Uncle Mu. Although I can't say much about Central Plains, I have a lot of understanding. The forces in Central Plains are intricate and complicated, but generally speaking, there is a kind of restriction and balance. In Central Plains, the 5 great forces are the most powerful. They each occupy a large area, so they are called the 5 regions forces. Under the 5 regions forces there are still many powerful forces. Although they are not as powerful as the 5 regions forces, they are still very large. There are even some powerful forces that have the potential to replace one of the 5 regions forces." Mu Wan quietly listened to Yen Chutian's introduction. In her heart, she gradually became clear about the vast Central Plains, which was only a rumor, and had a general structure. In fact, if she really thought about it, Central Plains was very simple. It was just like the One-Eyed King and Kai Yuan City. However, the disputes in Central Plains were much more complicated and large. The forces were not singular, and there were countless forces of various sizes. Among them, even a small force could make Kai Yuan City tremble with a stomp of its foot. After roughly understanding the situation in Central Plains, the intelligent Mu Wan's beautiful eyes immediately turned. She then said, "The Central Plains is vast and complicated. Although there is a lot of information, most of it is only on the surface. Therefore, even if we go there, we may not be able to find any useful information." How could Yen Shutian not have thought of what Mu Wan said? Therefore, he continued, "When the time comes, we can only take one step at a time. If we really can't find any useful information, we can only try to sneak into some of the major forces. We should be able to find some secret information in those forces." Mu Wan nodded. It seemed like she could only follow Yen Shutian's plan for now. However, after thinking about it, Mu Wan felt that it was too early to worry about such things. They had only left Kai Yuan City for a few days, and had not even touched the borders of Central Plains. Therefore, she asked again, "How far is Central Plains from us?" "I don't know either." Yen Shutian waved his hand helplessly. The ancient books did not record this, and Mu Feng had never been to Central Plains. How could he know how far Central Plains was? "You don't know either?" Chapter 37. Mu Wan knew that it was impossible for Yen Shutian to use this kind of matter to deceive her, because such a deceit was meaningless. It could only be as he said, that even he did not know how many tens of thousands of li away the Central Plains of the mortal world was. Seeing that Mu Wan's beautiful face was devoid of expression, Yen Shutian hesitated before he spoke again. "Perhaps it is not that we do not know anything. There are some records in some books that the Central Plains is located in the center of the mortal world. It is vast and complicated, but it is not a place that can be entered just because one wants to. First of all, there is a layer of barriers surrounding the Central Plains. It is unknown whether it is man-made or innate. The barriers are either the vast sea or the desert, mysterious and dangerous. If ordinary cultivators step into it, they will lose their lives if they are not careful. There is such a barrier." Mu Wan's beautiful face changed. She originally thought that Yen Shutian would tell her some good news, but she did not expect it to be this kind of unofficial history. In that case, it would be better not to go to the Central Plains. Otherwise, it would be too pitiful to lose one's life in that barrier. Yen Shutian guessed Mu Wan's thoughts at a glance and continued, "Although there is such a barrier, the experts of the various forces in the Central Plains came up with some ideas. In the end, they spent a lot of manpower and financial resources to open up 5 safe passages between the barriers, which are jointly controlled by the 5 regions and various forces. Although generally speaking, only the people of those forces can enter and leave the passages, there will be a number of places left for ordinary cultivators and even mortals. I believe that as long as we meet an organization that distributes places, we will not be far from the Central Plains. This, all right." Mu Wan could only nod helplessly. The Central Plains was still far away, but she was sure that it would take a lot of effort to reach the Central Plains. At the same time, in the mountains, 2 figures were cautiously walking. As they walked, they looked at a tattered map in their hands, looking nervous. These 2 people were Zhou Xing and his junior brother Yang Hong, who did not find anything in Kai Yuan City. They had been waiting in Kai Yuan City for several days, but they could not find the 2 people who used their Zhou family's silver coins. They could only bring Yang Hong back to the sect. But he didn't expect that halfway through, Yang Hong would suddenly take out a tattered and decayed piece of paper. Although even Yang Hong couldn't tell what this blueprint represented, the fact that it was obtained from the tomb of a suspected Yuanying expert was already eye-catching enough. The Yuanying realm was above the elixir realm. Even in the Tu's sect, there were very few elders or even sect masters who could reach this realm. From this, one could see how powerful it was. This tattered piece of paper might have been left behind by a Yuanying expert, which meant that it might contain the legacy of a Yuanying expert. How could Zhou Xing not be excited? Senior brother Zhou, according to the map, the location marked by the Yuanying expert should be nearby. Yang Hong glanced at the blueprint in Zhou Xing's hand from time to time, looking excited. It wasn't that he didn't think of monopolizing the blueprint, but he was young and had a steady personality. He knew that his cultivation was too weak, and if he encountered danger, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. Zhou Xing had a very good relationship with him, and the chances of success were higher under his leadership. Therefore, even if he couldn't eat the meat and could only drink the soup, he still gave the blueprint to Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing held the blueprint in his hand, his expression unprecedentedly happy. It was hard not to think that a map marked by a suspected Yuanying expert could be an inheritance. If he could obtain the inheritance, wouldn't his future cultivation path be smooth? Wouldn't he be able to condense his elixir and form his elixir? The more this was so, the more he couldn't suppress the greed in his heart. He hurriedly said, "Damn it, the blueprint is missing this piece. Find it quickly, find the marked location as soon as possible." "Yes, senior brother." Night slowly fell. Yan Chutian and Mu Wan chose a simple spot in the forest. Then, Yan Chutian lit a fire in front of Mu Wan and started to roast the beast meat. At first, Mu Wan wanted to ignore it, but gradually, the golden aroma of the roasted beast meat spread, and she couldn't ignore it anymore. Her beautiful eyes subconsciously swept over the crackling meat on the fire, and she felt that the roasted meat was so tempting. Seeing Mu Wan's furtive gaze, Yan Chutian smiled but didn't say anything. He picked up a small piece of roasted beast meat and held it in front of her. He smiled faintly and said, "Eat it and see how it tastes." How could Mu Wan hold back when the roasted meat was handed to her? The fragrant aroma lingered around her, and she couldn't wait to take the roasted meat and take a bite. After a bite, Mu Wan couldn't care less about her current indecent appearance. Her glistening and oily red lips parted slightly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with joy. "This taste, how can it be so delicious? Ha ha, it's good that you like it." Yan Chutian smiled faintly and secretly put away the seasoning in his hand. This taste was Chiu Yu's favorite. He tasted it a little just now, and sure enough, Mu Wan also liked this taste. Yan Chutian thought that he hid it well, but he didn't know that after taking a few more bites of the beast meat, Mu Wan gradually came back to her senses. This smell seemed to overlap with a certain scene in his hazy memory. It was a man under the night sky, similarly handing a piece of golden roasted meat to a woman who looked almost identical to him, except for her deep purple eyes. In an instant, Mu Wan understood everything. Even though the taste of the beast meat in her mouth was the same as before, it made her feel incomparably sour, and she slammed it heavily on the ground. Yan Chutian couldn't react in time when Mu Wan suddenly turned hostile. At this moment, footsteps that sounded like walking suddenly came from the wilderness. He didn't have time to explain anything, and could only quickly extinguish the fire and use his spiritual energy to disperse the aroma of the meat and the fire. Then, he grabbed Mu Wan's wrist tightly and pulled her to the branch of a giant tree. During this time, Mu Wan didn't say anything, and let Yan Chutian do whatever he wanted. Only when they jumped onto the giant tree did she fiercely shake off his hand and bury her head in silence. "Mu Wan, no matter what, someone is here now. Put everything else aside for the time being." "Humph." Mu Wan snorted, but as long as she responded, Yan Chutian would feel relieved. Because as long as she responded, it meant that she heard his words, and with her personality, she would naturally take the overall situation into consideration. The two gradually fell silent. Not long after, two figures walked over from the other side of the low slope. Fortunately, Yan Chutian discovered them in time, or else they wouldn't have been able to escape from the perception of these two people. With the help of the mottled moonlight between the giant trees, Yan Chutian looked down and vaguely saw the faces of the two figures. After seeing them clearly, his eyes couldn't help but suddenly become cold. He didn't recognize the pale-faced young man, but he knew the taller young man very well. He was the eldest son of the Zhou family in Ironwood Town, Zhou Ting's eldest brother, Zhou Xing. Chapter 38. Zhou Xing, Yan Chutian muttered to himself. His eyes gradually narrowed, and a cold glint flashed across them. There was no possibility of reconciliation between him and Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing had destroyed his family, and he had also used the beast puppet from the god realm to kill Zhou Ting. Thus, there was only one possibility for the two of them to meet. Either one of them died. At the same time, she felt the aura of the man beside her gradually become extremely sharp, like the edge of a blade. Mu Wan subconsciously restrained her original temper. She could guess that there must be some relationship between the two of them and Yan Chutian, and this relationship was not a good one. Several breaths after the two of them left, Yan Chutian and Mu Wan jumped down from the giant tree. Feeling the sharp aura around her, Mu Wan finally could not help but ask softly, "You know those two?" Yan Chutian did not hide anything from Mu Wan. After all, she even knew his most important secret. Compared to that, what was his enmity? Thus, he nodded lightly and followed in the direction that Zhou Xing and Yang Hong had left. "Give me some time. It won't be too late to go to the Central Plains after I've dealt with them. Then, I'll go with you too." Although she was hesitant, Mu Wan hurriedly spoke up and followed Yan Chutian's footstep. The two of them followed the tracks together. Completely unaware that two spirits were secretly watching them, Zhou Xing and Yang Hong continued to search everywhere, looking for the mark on the tattered map. As if the heavens did not let down those who persevered, after searching day and night, they finally found a strange place on a slope. Zhou Xing's heart burned with passion. Looking at the slope, he hurriedly circulated the spiritual energy in his body. Spiritual light surged, and a powerful whirlwind spread out, lifting up the soil on the ground. After the soil was lifted up, a giant hole about 10 feet wide appeared before their eyes. Looking into the hole, they saw a stone staircase extending downwards, leading to an unknown darkness underground. "Senior brother Zhou Xing, we found it?" Yang Hong looked at the black hole in front of him and was pleasantly surprised. Since the markings on the map were real, there must be something hidden underneath. For a Yuanying realm cultivator to create a map to record something, it must be extremely precious to them. No matter if it was an inheritance or a lost treasure, they could be said to be priceless and comparable to the ultimate treasures of their sex. Although Zhou Xing's reaction was not as extreme as Yang Hong's, his eyes were already burning with passion. He then lit a torch and impatiently walked into the underground cave, following the stone stairs that had been silent for an unknown period of time in this dark underground cave. A few breaths after Zhou Xing and Yang Hong entered the cave, Mu Wan and Yan Chutian also appeared at the entrance of the cave. Yan Chutian first looked at the hole in the ground in confusion, and then his expression gradually became clear. Thinking about it carefully, how could he not know that Zhou Xing was most likely here to seek treasures? The tattered scroll in his hand was the best evidence. At this time, they had obviously found a treasure ground and could not wait to search for it. Looking at the darkness at the entrance of the cave, a cold smile gradually appeared on Yan Chutian's slightly immature face. "I was worried that I could not find a way to make you suffer, but you delivered the method to me. Thinking about it, when you think you are about to find treasures, I will suddenly send you from heaven to hell. You will definitely experience great pain, right?" Zhou Xing did not know how long he had been walking down the stone stairs before a ray of light finally appeared in front of him. Continuing to walk down the stone stairs and into the light, Zhou Xing found that he had stepped into a stone room, and the source of the light was a mountain of spirit crystals piled up around the stone room. Even as a sect disciple, Zhou Xing could not imagine such a huge number of spirit crystals. At least, the treasuries of the sects that he had entered before did not have such a huge number of spirit crystals. As for Zhou Xing, He had never seen so many spirit crystals, let alone Yang Hong who was beside him. At this time, Yang Hong's face was full of shock. He stared at his surroundings and only felt dizzy. So many spirit crystals was an amount that he could not imagine. Senior brother Zhou, so many spirit crystals, Yang Hong was pleasantly surprised, but when he spoke, he suddenly saw that Zhou Xing was no longer staring at the spirit crystals around him, but at a square platform in the middle. An ancient book, a qiankuan bag, and a long golden mace were quietly placed on the square platform. At this moment, even without Zhou Xing's words, 2 words immediately popped up in Yang Hong's mind: inheritance. He did not expect that the map marked was actually an inheritance. Senior brother Zhou, Yang Hong cried out involuntarily. This time, Zhou Xing's loud laughter rang out and reverberated in the stone chamber. He stared at the square platform, knowing that his opportunity to rise had arrived. After laughing for a long time, Zhou Xing slowly retracted his gaze from the square platform and turned to Yang Hong beside him. His eyes gradually narrowed as he said softly, "Junior brother, I really have to thank you for being able to find such a huge inheritance." "Senior brother Zhou, you are welcome." After all, Yang Hong replied with a flattering smile, but before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He lowered his head and saw that a gleaming white dagger had been stabbed into his abdomen, and fresh blood was flowing out. Who else could the owner of this dagger be other than Zhou Xing? Senior brother Zhou, Yang Hong's face was filled with disbelief. He could not understand why he was willing to hand over the map just to follow behind Zhou Xing and drink some soup. However, he was still killed. "Haha, junior brother, I know that you are unwilling, but the fact that I obtained the inheritance must not be leaked. So, I can only trouble you to become a dead man and keep it a secret for me." Zhou Xing's expression was cold. He increased the force in his hand and ruthlessly stabbed the dagger into Yang Hong's abdomen. He then abruptly pulled it out, causing fresh blood to spurt out. Yang Hong's mouth and nose were bleeding, and he fell to the ground in a sorry state. Before he died, he could only use the last of his strength to point at Zhou Xing and gnash his teeth in resentment. "Zhou Xing, you will die a horrible death." As soon as he finished speaking, he completely stopped breathing and became a real corpse. However, Zhou Xing did not care about the threat. He used the last of his strength to say. From Zhou Xing's point of view, he was clearly blessed with good fortune, and the powerful inheritance was right in front of him. As long as he endured for a while after obtaining the inheritance, he would definitely become a powerful cultivator in the future. It would not be a problem for him to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sect leader. At that time, the people in this area would have to respect him as the king, and he would be able to call for wind and rain whenever he wanted. Chapter 39. Seeing that the powerful inheritance was right in front of him, Zhou Xing was ecstatic. As long as he could obtain the inheritance left behind by a powerful nascent soul cultivator, no matter if it was in the sect or in the surrounding forces, who could compare to him? This was a huge opportunity bestowed upon him by the heavens. He had to grasp it well and use it to reach the peak. With that thought, Zhou Xing threw away the dagger that was dripping with blood. His greedy eyes locked onto the square platform in the center. He immediately walked out and dashed toward it. However, just as he was about to touch the square platform, a soft clicking sound suddenly echoed in the stone room. Even though the sound was very soft, it was piercing to Zhou Xing's ears. He immediately turned around and scanned his surroundings nervously. Who is it? Under his nervous and vigilant gaze, 2 figures slowly appeared from the pitch-black entrance of the stone chamber. Zhou Xing was immediately attracted by the beautiful young lady. Even the female cultivators in his sect could not compare to such a woman. The next moment, his gaze landed on the young man beside the girl. Zhou Xing was shocked. This trash from the Yan family, whom he had expected to be extremely weak and should have died long ago, appeared here? "Yan Chu! Haha, it seems that brother Zhou has not forgotten about me. Yan Chutian replied with a faint smile. Even though he said the words brother, his tone was extremely cold. His words sent chills down one's spine and made one feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Zhou Xing also felt the same way. However, he quickly regained his senses and felt even more ashamed. This trash actually dared to use such a tone to speak to him. He really did not know what was good for him. However, Zhou Xing did not immediately make a move. He still had to clarify some things. Were you the one who used my Zhou family's silver coins in Kaiyuan City? Hearing this, Yan Chutian's eyes flickered. Did this mean that Zhou Xing had appeared in Kaiyuan City a long time ago and was even investigating? It should have been after he had moved into the city lord's mansion. It seemed that his time in Kaiyuan City had been really dangerous. If he had been careless and encountered Zhou Xing, who had followed him here, he would have been in deep trouble. After all, his cultivation was too weak at that time. He even lacked the basic ability to protect himself. However, despite his thoughts, Yan Chutian didn't show it on his face. She met Zhou Xing's gaze and continued to smile faintly. It's me. I have to say that your Zhou family's money is really useful. It has helped me get through many difficulties. At this point, Zhou Xing's face was already filled with anger. Although he had no feelings for outsiders, that was not the case for his family members. Therefore, when he heard Yan Chutian's words, how could he remain calm? Then it was also you who ambushed my Zhou family's carriage outside Iron Fur Town, causing them to die on the spot? Haha, that's not me. I only saw a group of animals being bitten to death by another animal. But I have to say that it was really wonderful. You're courting death. Zhou Xing could no longer suppress the boundless fury in his heart. He clenched his teeth and glared at Yan Chutian, hating that he could not immediately cut him into 1,000 pieces. However, he had completely forgotten the attitude of the Zhou clan when they were dealing with the Yan clan. They didn't care about what the other party would do, and only cared about their own interests. Zhou Xing, the one who deserves to die today is you. Your Zhou clan schemed against my Yan clan, and caused my Yan Chu's family to be ruined. Today, I will definitely make you pay the price. Ha ha ha. So what if you know? Your Yan clan should have been my Zhou clan's stepping stone. Your father was a fool to actually believe that a good-for-nothing like you could have a future and even become a cultivator. Zhou Xing's laughter caused Yan Chutian's expression to become extremely gloomy. He didn't deny that his father was a little extreme, but this was only what he could think. No one else had the right to insult his father, much less this Zhou clan bandit in front of him. Zhou Xing, hand over your life. As he shouted loudly, Yan Chutian's figure shot out explosively. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist as he gathered all his strength and fiercely smashed it towards Zhou Xing. Yan Chutian's entire body emitted the aura of opening 99 meridians. Although this made Zhou Xing shocked that this trash had unknowingly become a cultivator and his cultivation had increased to such a degree, under his slightly shocked face, there was still a trace of dense disdain. So what if Zhou Xing had opened 99 spirit meridians? He had opened his main meridians to enter the spirit transformation realm and had even touched the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm. He believed that he would be able to reach the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm soon. This meridian opening realm cultivator before him was someone he could destroy with a flick of his finger. Trash will always be trash. Die. With a sneer, Zhou Xing formed a fist and spirit force surged out from his arm. The spirit force that leaked out was enough to make any meridian opening realm cultivator tremble in fear. They couldn't imagine how powerful this force was. However, when the fist collided, Zhou Xing's contemptuous expression changed and shock appeared on his face once more. How could the other party's punch be so powerful that he even felt a trace of pain? Looking at Zhou Xing, it was clear that Zhou Xing wasn't seriously injured. He looked a bit embarrassed as he retreated and gradually stabilized himself. If a cultivator at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm could do this, Zhou Xing wouldn't be surprised. However, Yan Chutian was clearly only at the meridian opening realm. Even if he was at the peak of the meridian opening realm, how could he do this? At the same time, Yan Chutian felt a tearing pain coming from his right arm. His anger gradually calmed down. Even though he always felt that he was very calm when dealing with people, there were always exceptions. For example, when he was a bit hot-blooded and didn't care about anything else. No matter what, Zhou Xing was still at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm and was almost touching the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm. His spirit force was much stronger than Zhao Qiu's and Jiang Qing's, so it was easy to imagine how powerful he was. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy to defeat him. While his heart gradually calmed down, Yan Chutian didn't forget to provoke Zhou Xing. He mocked, "Zhou Xing, the so-called spirit transformation realm is only SOSO. You still have the face to call me trash? I think you're the real trash." Zhou Xing was not stupid. He knew that Zhou Xing was deliberately saying this to provoke him into losing his sense of propriety. However, even if he knew, Zhou Xing had to admit that the other party's ridicule was too accurate. He really wanted to tear that dog's mouth apart. After finally suppressing some of the monstrous flames, Zhou Xing's blood-red eyes stared at Yan Chutian. His hoarse voice slowly echoed, "Yan Chu, you must die today. Not only will I kill you, but your woman won't be able to escape either. I'll enjoy her and then send her down to accompany you." Chapter 40. Yan Chutian's aura became more and more violent. Seeing this, Mu Wan was unwilling, but she felt touched because Yan Chutian's change was all for her. It was also because of this that Mu Wan felt disgust and even resentment toward Zhou Xing. At this moment, she really wished she was Li Qiuyu. That way, she would be able to use Zhou Xing's shocking power at any time and destroy him with a wave of her hand. However, she was Mu Wan. Although she was also at the peak of the meridian opening realm, she was still inferior to someone at the spirit transformation realm. Bang! Yan Chutian's spirit force collided with Zhou Xing's once more. Even though Yan Chutian's spirit force was not weak, it was still defeated by Zhou Xing's spirit force. That was why he was always at a disadvantage in a head-on confrontation. Fortunately, he had enough battle experience and was able to last until now. However, because of this, Zhou Xing's expression became arrogant and he continued to taunt Yan Chutian. Meridian opening realm cultivation is indeed not worth mentioning. Aren't you very strong? I want to see how long you can last against me. Trash from the Yan family, right now you are like a dead dog struggling in my hands. If I want, I can defeat you at any time. Zhou Xing's attacks became even more tyrannical. His cultivation was real and his talent was not fake. Otherwise, his teacher would not have brought him back to the sect from a small town. It has to be said that there was no need to look for him. Every year, countless young disciples would come to the sect just to learn. After enduring Zhou Xing's attacks again and again, Yan Chutian felt the pressure to enter the spirit transformation realm. Otherwise, he would barely be able to deal with a cultivator like Zhou Xing, let alone travel tens of thousands of kilometers to the Central Plains. He feared he would not be able to endure and would be killed halfway. Today was clearly an opportunity. Only when a cultivator was under great pressure could their potential be maximized. Perhaps by borrowing Zhou Xing's hand, he could open his main meridians and enter the spirit transformation realm. Bang! After being knocked back several feet by Zhou Xing's punch, the arrogance on Zhou Xing's face grew even stronger. He looked down at Yan Chutian with disdain. He had originally thought that this guy in front of him would have some kind of ability, but it turned out that he was not worth mentioning. He was easily beaten back by him. Zhou Xing would never have thought that although Yan Chutian was in a sorry state after being knocked back by his punch, the corners of his mouth curled up in excitement. Yan Chutian could clearly feel that a large vein running through his back was about to be unblocked. Once it completely appeared, he would enter the spirit transformation realm. Therefore, the effect that Zhou Xing had given him had already disappeared, so there was no reason for him to continue. So this time, when Yan Chutian stood up and looked at Zhou Xing again, the dark red vertical line between his eyebrows gradually glowed. Then, under the former's incredulous gaze, it slowly opened into a vertical eye. Opening his spiritual eye, Yan Chutian's aura rapidly changed. In just a few breaths of time, his entire body became sharp, like a sword that had just been unsheathed. Hee. Did you enjoy the fight just now? If you enjoyed it, I'll let you experience it for yourself. With a sneer, Yan Chutian's body suddenly shot out like an arrow toward Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing's reaction was not slow. Although he didn't know what had happened to Yan Chutian, he still clenched his teeth and shouted, "Stop pretending to be mysterious. I want to see what qualifications you have to say such words." Boom! Two fists filled with explosive power collided once more. This time, it was as if they had returned to the beginning. The two of them were evenly matched. Yan Chutian had long anticipated this scene, but to Zhou Xing, it was clearly unbelievable. Although the other party seemed to have the strength to contend with him in the beginning, but in the continuous exchange of blows just now, he was clearly being suppressed and even forced to retreat. How could he still have such powerful strength now? Could it be that Yan Chu had been faking it from the beginning? He clearly had such powerful strength, but he had been faking it? But why did he have to fake it? What reason could there be? Staring closely at Yan Chutian's body, Zhou Xing wanted to find some clues. After staring closely for a while, he finally saw something strange. It would have been better if he didn't see it, but once he saw it, he felt even more furious and humiliated. Yan Chu's entire body was emitting spirit energy, but the fluctuations were very unstable. This was a sign that he was close to breaking through. But his aura was very stable at the beginning, which meant that he was constantly close to breaking through during the fight. More specifically, he was using him as a whetstone to pressure himself and stimulate his potential to break through. Yan Chu actually dared to use him as a whetstone. This trash actually dared to humiliate him like this. He really didn't know his place. "Yan Chu, you trash, die for me!" Great Luo Seal. Without any explanation, Zhou Xing unleashed a spirit technique with a furious roar. The grade of this spirit technique was not low. It should be at least common grade stage 3. If he used this kind of technique normally, it would be like a heavenly pressure on some unorthodox spirit transformation cultivators. They would not be able to resist, let alone a mere channel opening cultivator. It was a pity that his opponent was Yan Chutian, a young genius from the heaven realm. Thus, when he used the Great Luo Seal, Yan Chutian used the Shadow Step. This Shadow Step was at common grade stage 8, so how could Zhou Xing see through it? Thus, in his line of sight, Yan Chutian seemed to have disappeared into thin air. When the latter reappeared, he was already behind him. Even if he sensed something, he could not react in time and was sent flying by a palm strike. Pu Zhou Xing spat out blood. He struggled to get up and quickly looked at Yan Chutian. This time, the result was the same as before. When he wanted to attack the latter, Yan Chutian's body mysteriously disappeared without a trace. A moment later, Zhou Xing's body was sent flying again. This time, Zhou Xing struggled to get up. His hair was disheveled and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His clothes were also stained with blood. He no longer looked like he had everything under his control. When he saw Yan Chutian's body gradually disappear, Zhou Xing's eyes were about to pop out. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Trash from the Yan clan, you only know how to use such despicable methods. Why are you hiding?" Zhou Xing was afraid. He was really afraid. He could not deal with the other party's ability to come and go without a trace. If this continued, he would only be seriously injured or even die. However, when he shouted, Even Zhou Xing himself did not believe that the other party would appear. After all, if he had such a strange ability, how could he not use it? On the contrary, he would use all his strength to suppress the other party. Winner takes all. Who would care about the process? But Zhou Xing did not expect that not long after his shout, Yan Chutian's body would actually slowly appear, appearing several feet in front of him. Chapter 41. Gradually revealing himself, Yan Chutian looked at Zhou Xing's disheveled yet surprised face. How could he not guess what Zhou Xing was thinking at this moment? Regarding this, his expression was still indifferent. How could he not see through the other party's simple provocation? Dispersing the shadow steps and revealing himself was because he was confident that he could defeat Zhou Xing even in a direct confrontation. However, Yan Chutian was not interested in explaining. In his opinion, any further explanation would be superfluous. Only when he truly displayed his strength would it be the truth. Yan Chutian did not explain, and Zhou Xing thought that Yan Chutian had fallen for his provocation. He could not help but be secretly surprised. However, he remained calm on the surface and looked at Yan Chutian with even more disdain. Then, he sneered, "If we really fight, I will definitely defeat you." Hearing this, Yan Chutian remained calm. However, Zhou Xing became even lower in his eyes. Just as Yan Chutian was indifferent, Zhou Xing, who had been secretly observing him, suddenly stomped on the ground. Vigorous spiritual energy flowed up and down his body. The spiritual energy that was emitted carried a huge pressure. Even Yan Chutian had to admit that this kind of pressure could affect him. As the spiritual energy flowed, Zhou Xing's body shot up and went straight for Yan Chutian. This time, Yan Chutian did not mysteriously disappear in his eyes. Therefore, when he was 5 feet away from Yan Chutian, an ear-piercing laughter immediately echoed. "Yan Chu, today you will pay the price for your stupidity and arrogance." Common grade rank 4 spirit art, spirit-shattering finger. Swoosh! Amidst the whistling of the wind, Zhou Xing's right palm turned into a finger. Milky white spiritual energy circled around his right finger like a pattern. The milky white spirit pattern exuded an extremely sharp aura. It was as if nothing could stop this finger, and it could only wait to be destroyed. Shattered spirit finger. Zhou Xing's face was filled with pride and joy. This was a Ling technique that he had been hiding all this time. In the past, even when he fought with his senior brothers, shattered spirit finger had shown its brilliance. Today, it was as easy as flipping his hand to deal with a meridian opening Xiuzhe. The shattering spirit finger was about to touch Yan Chutian's body in the blink of an eye. At this moment, even Mu Wan, who knew Yan Chutian's true identity, couldn't help but reveal a worried expression. She was worried for Yan Chutian. At this moment, the purple light in her right eye throbbed again. Vaguely, the suppressed Qiu Yu's consciousness was struggling to wake up and take control of her body. However, in that instant, Yan Chutian gently extended his hand. When he extended his hand, his entire right hand became incomparably pale, as if it was the hand of a dead person. Common grade rank 8 spirit art, Jade spirit hand. Dong. His right palm lightly slammed down. When the pale palm came into contact with the shattered spirit finger, an extremely shocking shockwave suddenly erupted. Under the violent collision of powers, the originally arrogant expression of Zhou Xing suddenly changed. He could not believe that a mere meridian opening Xiuzhe could erupt with such a powerful force. Moreover, what did he just say? Common grade rank 8 spirit art? A meridian opening Xiuzhe could actually use a spirit art? How was this possible? Boom. Zhou Xing's heart was filled with fantasies. However, the terrifying power that came from the other party's pale right hand was not fake. What else could such a power be other than a spirit art? At this moment, Zhou Xing felt that it was extremely absurd. Was this still the trash from the Yan family that couldn't cultivate? Not only had his cultivation reached the peak of the meridian opening stage, but he was also able to use a spirit art that could only be used at the spirit transformation stage. If such a person was trash, then what was he? Boom. The violent power continued to spread and finally, Zhou Xing could no longer hold on. He let out a muffled groan under the impact of the power, and his body spasmed as he flew back several feet. He coincidentally landed next to Yang Hong's body that had died with his eyes wide open. Zhou Xing miserably smashed into the ground. Looking at the resentful face, Zhou Xing suddenly thought of the curse that Yang Hong had left on him before he died. He had cursed him to die a horrible death. Could it be that the curse had come true so quickly? No. It's not like this. I still want to receive the inheritance. I still want to reach the peak. How can I die here? It can't be. Zhou Xing crazily muttered to himself as he crawled toward the square platform. Seeing this, Yan Chutian's expression did not change, and he did not feel pity for Zhou Xing. A pitiful person must have a hateful side. Zhou Xing was like this when he was about to die. If he was feeling proud, he would have a completely different face. Since you want this inheritance so much, then you can die with your inheritance. Just as Zhou Xing's crawling body was about to touch the square platform, Yan Chutian sent a stone-shattering palm through the air, shattering the other party's skull, causing him to die in front of the inheritance that he wanted to touch even before his death. After killing Zhou Xing with one palm, Yan Chutian's body began to sway. Seeing this, Mu Wan naturally rushed up to support him. Looking at his pale face, she worriedly asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I just need to trouble you to protect me. I'm going to break through to the spirit transformation realm." "You're going to break through to the spirit transformation realm now? But your situation. This opportunity can't be missed, it won't come again." Yan Chutian's words were firm. He ignored Mu Wan's reaction and sat down on the ground. He waved his hand and a ray of spirit force appeared before his knees. It turned into a small iron plate. It was the spirit gathering disc. Even though the surroundings were filled with spirit crystals that were suitable for cultivation, Yan Chutian understood that the spirit qi transformed by the spirit gathering plate was the most suitable. Even if he had to spend a little more effort, he would not hesitate to do so. Under the effect of the spirit gathering disc, the spirit force from the surrounding spirit crystals was pulled over. After being refined by the spirit gathering disc, it turned into a pillar of spirit force that was sucked into Yan Chutian's mouth and into his dantian. At this moment, the 99 spirit veins in his dantian had already been opened, and only the main vein was left. Yan Chutian had roughly figured out the main vein during the previous battle. Now that he had used the spirit force to open it, it was almost a natural process. After several hours, the main spiritual vein that connected the spine of the human body had finally taken form. When the main spiritual vein appeared, an indescribable fluctuation that was completely different from the channel opening stage was constantly emitted from Yan Chutian's body. At the same time, he instinctively raised his right hand and a wisp of faint white-colored qi emerged from his palm. This white aura came from the same source as spirit force, but it was more condensed and sharp. What else could this aura be other than spirit force? When spirit force appeared in his palm, Yan Chutian's eyes, which had been closed for several hours, finally opened. He stared at the white spirit force in his palm with a burning gaze. After so many days, he finally grasped this most familiar and most fundamental power, spiritual power. From now on, he was a genuine spirit transformation realm cultivator. Chapter 42. Her right eye was a deep and seductive dark purple color. Aside from Qiu Yu's consciousness taking over, what else could it be? Seeing Yan Chutian's gaze, Qiu Yu revealed a faint smile and lazily stretched. Her curvaceous body was extremely alluring. "Idiot, this life is much worse than your previous life. Just now, we both opened 99 meridians, but I only stepped into the spirit transformation realm for half an hour. You spent nearly 5 times as much time as me." Qiu Yu mercilessly revealed the truth, causing Yan Chutian's face to darken. In truth, Yen Chutian already knew this. Even though he was lucky enough to be reborn, this body had no physique, so his cultivation speed was naturally much slower. Although Chiu Yu's situation was similar to his, Mu Wan's physique was much more suitable for cultivation than his, which was why Chiu Yu had laughed earlier. Seeing Yen Chutian's face darken, Chiu Yu couldn't help but laugh. She gently walked forward and gently patted his head like a big sister. She continued to smile with her beautiful eyes. But this is also good. You can't compare to me, so I can protect you. Let's see where you can run to. Cough cough, Yen Chutian's expression was awkward. When he first met Chiu Yu in the Heaven Realm, he really did want to get rid of this woman who kept pestering him. It wasn't until later that he gradually accepted her as his companion. He didn't expect her to still hold a grudge and not forget to mention it. Xiao Yu, let's first take care of that old thing in case he suddenly starts a riot. Okay. Chiu Yu obediently nodded. Her beautiful eyes then looked toward the square platform in the center of the spirit crystal room. On the square platform there was an ancient book, a qiankuan bag, and a long golden mace. Their gazes swept over the items before locking onto the ordinary-looking qiankuan bag. Perhaps ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to see it, but with their true identities, how could they not notice it? There was an old thing hidden in this qiankuan bag. Almost at the same time their gazes locked onto each other, both of them swiftly and violently attacked. Spiritual energies surged within their palms as they formed hand seals and threw them towards the cosmos sac without caring about anything else. From the looks of it, they wanted to shatter the cosmos sac. However, just as the two people's palms were about to reach the cosmos sac, the originally ordinary cosmos sac suddenly blossomed with a brilliant light. It was a kind of dark green light. The light burst out and actually propped up a screen of light, blocking the two people's attacks. At the same time, a green fog-like thing slowly rose up from the light screen. The front of the fog was constantly transforming before finally forming a malevolent and terrifying old man's face. His eyes were filled with resentment as they locked onto the attacking Yen Chutian and Li Qiyu. Up until now, how could he not have imagined that these two little brats had noticed his existence since long ago, but they'd kept silent until he'd completed his breakthrough before suddenly launching an attack, causing him to miss a superb opportunity to launch a surprise attack. You two little brats are really sinister and cunning. No matter how sinister we are, how could we be as vicious as a Yuanying expert like you? Hiding in the cosmos sac as a Yuanying and pretending to be an inheritor, those who didn't know the situation would immediately be possessed by you as soon as they opened the cosmos sac. They wouldn't even know how they died. Looking at the old man's face in the screen of light, Yen Chutian sneered. Fortunately, they'd understood this. Otherwise, if they suddenly opened the cosmos sac, even they wouldn't have been able to escape. Now it was different. Both of them had entered the spirit transformation realm and had spirit force protecting their bodies. If they were prepared, the other party wouldn't be able to easily possess them. Instead, it would be easier for them to kill them. Moreover, right now Chiu Yu's consciousness was in control. Even though Chiu Yu's strength was less than 1/10 of what it was before, it wasn't a problem for her to deal with a Yuanying that had been struggling at death's door for countless years. The two of them knew this, and so did the old man's Yuanying. He could feel the threat from Chiu Yu's body. He didn't understand why this woman, who had just entered the spirit transformation realm, had suddenly become a different person. However, she likely had the ability to deal with him. After staring at the two of them with hatred for a long time, he could only reluctantly say, "You two can leave. I won't do anything to you. You two spent a lot of spirit crystals to enter the spirit transformation realm, so our grudge can be considered written off." As soon as he finished speaking, he thought the two of them would leave, but unexpectedly, the two of them stood there without moving at all. This caused the old man to have a bad feeling in his heart. "What are you two doing?" Even though I am only a nascent soul cultivator now, I was a genuine nascent soul cultivator when I was alive. Don't seek your own deaths. Only the heavens knew what the old man was feeling. He was clearly the one who had ambushed them, so why did he have a bad feeling and even fear? Naturally, I know you were a powerful yuanying expert, or else you wouldn't have been able to keep this yuanying. However, instead of letting you stay here to take over other people's bodies, I'll just take you in today. Yan Chutian continued to speak. His words would definitely make the old man's yuanying extremely angry. This little brat actually said he would take him in. Did he think he was easy to bully just because he only had yuanying left? Did he think a spirit transformation cultivator like him could just take him in? Ridiculous. Even if this old man only has yuanying left, I can still kill you all if I have to pay the price. However, the old man realized that the other party didn't have any scruples at all after he shouted. That woman kept making hand seals, and a mysterious and vast wave of energy gradually spread out. Then, a small square cage appeared in the woman's hand. That was Spirit Imprisoning Cage. Yan Chutian took the small square cage and quickly said to the pale-faced Chiou, "Quickly use the spirit crystals here to recover. Don't let your body exhaust too much." Hearing this, Chiou bitterly nodded. She secretly helplessly looked at her body. She still had a bit of her strength left, but it was too hard to use it. Even if she tried to use it, her body would not be able to withstand it. Even if she tried to use it, it would consume a lot of her strength. At the same time, Yan Chutian, who had taken over the spirit imprisoning cage, immediately aimed it at the old man's nascent soul. Under the injection of her spiritual power, a turbulent suction force erupted from the small square cage. Even if the old man wanted to escape, he was still slowly pulled towards the cage. At this moment, the old man's heart was filled with fear. He never would have thought that the other side would use a method like the spirit imprisoning cage. This kind of ability was specially used to deal with yuanying. Even he had never grasped it, so how could this woman do it? But no matter what, this was the truth. Even if the old man's yuanying was filled with unwillingness and anger, he was still sucked into the spirit imprisoning cage. Yan Chutian placed the small cage in his palm and looked at the old man's face that was filled with resentment. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with capturing the other side. Chapter 43. The old man yuanying did not know what Yan Chutian was thinking. Being trapped by the spirit imprisoning cage, he thought that he was done for, so after his face was filled with resentment, a trace of sadness appeared on his face. He never thought that a yuanying expert like him would fall into the hands of a spirit transformation cultivator and even die at his hands. This was truly a great shame. He did not dare look down on the other woman sitting there recovering. The other side could condense a spirit imprisoning cage to trap him. This already represented a kind of strength. Therefore, compared to her, he was more willing to die at the hands of Li Chiou. Humph. You're just relying on that woman's strength. If it was just you, this old man would be able to crush you to death with one hand with just yuanying. If you want to kill me, it's not up to you. Let that woman do it. The old man yuanying said. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well die with a backbone. But how could Yan Chutian not understand the old man's thoughts? He did not point it out and went along with the old man's thoughts. Of course I don't have the qualifications to decide your life or death. She is my senior apprentice sister and is one of the top figures in our Heaven's Pride sect. Her cultivation has already reached a high realm and she is very strong. She even obtained the sect's ancestors' inheritance. So it's like this. The old man yuanying's expression became clear. No wonder this woman's condition was a bit strange, and she could even use the spirit imprisoning cage. This was a technique that only existed in legends to deal with yuanying. So she was a sex genius and had obtained the sect's ancestors' inheritance. At the same time, it seemed like their sect was not simple. At least they could make a young girl this strong. Even the geniuses of the Central Plains could not compare to her. Moreover, he had to admit that the young man in front of him was also very strong. After all, he was the weak one and had won against the young man, which was shocking. What made him a little speechless was that the Heaven's favorite sect was a little too flamboyant. It seems like your Heaven's Pride sect is also a large force, to be able to cultivate a genius like your senior apprentice sister. Hee, that's right. Yan Chutian continued to smile, but he couldn't help but snicker in his heart. This old man was obviously not a smart person, and he was actually fooled by him with just a few words. It seemed that with a little bit of coaxing, he should be able to make him willingly provide assistance. Yan Chutian and the old man Yuanying continued to talk. The more they talked, the more excited they became. The onlookers couldn't help but rub their eyes. Was this really the relationship between a prisoner and his captor? Why did the two of them feel as if they regretted not having met earlier? So you want to enter the Central Plains to train? Yuanying slowly said the old man in the spirit imprisoning cage. Now there was no longer any resentment in his eyes. Instead, his expression became more and more understanding. At the same time, he didn't have any doubts about Yan Chutian's words, because many of the things Yan Chutian said were true. After all, Yan Chutian's experience in the heaven realm were all present. When he described the appearance of a force, it was clear and logical. Just now, Yan Chutian and the old man Yuanying made up the origins of him and Qiuyu. The two of them were from the Heaven's Pride sect and wanted to enter the Central Plains to train, but they couldn't find the door. This was because even if they were extremely powerful, they had always been hidden in the mountains and didn't involve themselves in the secular world. Therefore, they knew very little about the Central Plains, almost nothing. Hearing this, the old man's eyes flashed. He was from the Central Plains, and now was a good opportunity. Perhaps he could make a deal with them and return to the Central Plains alive. At this point, the old man Yuanying didn't hesitate anymore and continued, I know where the Central Plains is, and I can lead the way for you, but in exchange you have to let me go. Before the old man finished speaking, Yan Chutian was pleasantly surprised. Sure enough, a Yuanying-level expert knew about the Central Plains. It seemed that he didn't waste his breath in vain. He really didn't find the wrong helper. Of course, that's good. However, the one who makes the decision is not me, but my senior sister. Therefore, I have to ask her for her opinion. Okay. The old man nodded. In fact, even if Yan Chutian didn't say anything, he would have asked him to find his senior sister and explain everything. He didn't believe that a weak cultivator could make such a decision. Yan Chutian put down the spirit imprisoning cage, turned around and walked back to Qiuyu, who was sitting cross-legged. When she saw him approaching, Qiuyu naturally stopped her cultivation. Her beautiful eyes looked at him with slight confusion. When Yan Chutian quietly whispered everything to Qiuyu, her beautiful eyes moved slightly. Then, she followed Yan Chutian to the old man who was waiting in the spirit imprisoning cage. The old man was also a little nervous. She slowly said, I can agree to your exchange, but we can't trust you completely. You can only be trapped in the spirit imprisoning cage until we enter the Central Plains. The old man Yuanying immediately nodded in agreement. He was a smart person and naturally didn't expect them to let him go as soon as they agreed. Moreover, if they brought him into the Central Plains, it would save him a lot of effort. At most, he could continue in Yuanying mode. After all, it wouldn't take him a day or two. After deceiving the old man Yuanying into helping him, Yan Chutian put away the ancient book, the Qiankuan bag, and the golden truncheon under the old man's watchful eyes. The old man didn't care about the ancient book and the Qiankuan bag. The ancient book was one of his spirit technique. His Qiankuan bag was already empty. Only the golden truncheon made him reluctant to part with it. After all, it was a weapon that had accompanied him for many years. Seeing it become someone else's weapon naturally made him feel very uncomfortable. Yan Chutian saw the old man's expression and whispered, "If you can really bring us into the Central Plains, not only will we let you go, but we will also return these things." "Really?" The old man's voice trembled slightly. It was clear that the golden truncheon meant a lot to him. "Of course. The disciples of the Heaven's Pride sect mean what they say." The Heaven's Pride sect, the old man Yuanying muttered to himself. At this moment, the image of the Heaven's Pride sect in his heart suddenly grew. In his opinion, even if such a sect had always been hidden, if they were to appear in the world, their reputation would definitely not be much worse than those forces in the Central Plains' 5 regions. The two of them continued on their journey. Along the way, the old man Yuanying confessed some of his identity to them. It turned out that his name was Han Chen, and he was an elder of a force in the Central Plains. However, after he left the Central Plains, he was ambushed and fled with heavy injuries. The situation after that was almost the same as what Yan Chutian had imagined. Han Chen, who was unwilling to die, made many marked blueprints before he died and scattered them everywhere. They all pointed to this place, and he wanted to sneak attack and find a successor to possess and be reborn. However, after so many years, no one had ever found this place. Zhou Xing and the old man were the first bat. Later on, the two of them naturally asked how far away the Central Plains was, and they finally got a definite answer from Han Chen. It turned out that the records in the unofficial history were all true, but some were not complete. For example, there were many forces stationed outside the natural barrier in the Central Plains. Some were small forces that couldn't be compared to the forces in the Central Plains, while others were branches of the forces in the Central Plains in name. If one wanted to use the 5 safe passages to enter the Central Plains, they would have to compete with them. They would have to fight for the few remaining places that were mostly occupied by the major forces in the Central Plains. Chapter 44. The Stairway to Heaven? Yan Chutian exclaimed in surprise. His eyes were filled with joy. He did not expect to hear such important news before he reached the Central Plains. The Stairway to Heaven. Was the Stairway to Heaven the passage from the mortal world? In the spirit imprisoning cage in Yan Chutian's hand, Han Chen's expression was calm, but there was also a hint of arrogance. He said, "Not everyone knows about the Stairway to Heaven. Only the top forces in the Central Plains and those with high positions are qualified to know about it. However, even the major forces do not know much about the Stairway to Heaven. The mysterious Stairway to Heaven is full of fog. Although it points to the sky, no one knows where it leads to. Moreover, there were forces from the 5 regions who stepped on it, but the result was that all of their life tokens were shattered. No one was spared." Hearing this, Yan Chutian nodded secretly. Actually, this was in line with his imagination. It also made him believe that this was the passage back to heaven. Otherwise, if anyone could use the Stairway to Heaven, that would be strange. The heavens should have spread the news of this passage long ago. Now, it seemed that if they wanted to use the Stairway to Heaven, they would have to endure great danger. After all, for the forces from the 5 regions to send people to explore the Stairway to Heaven, their cultivation level should be at least as high as Han Chen's when he was alive. Even so, Yan Chutian could not help but ask, "Do you know how to enter the Stairway to Heaven?" "Well, cough cough," Han Chen coughed dryly. His arrogant expression was awkward. He stammered, "You don't have to think about this. Although I have not returned to the Central Plains for a long time, the Stairway to Heaven should still be controlled by many forces. Trying to barge in is tantamount to suicide. It is as difficult as ascending to heaven to enter." Glancing at Han Chen's posture, Yan Chutian knew that this should be his guess. Perhaps even he himself did not know how to enter the Stairway to Heaven. Han Chen's force should not be considered strong in the Central Plains. Otherwise, as an elder, he would have known. Han Chen also thought of what Yan Chutian was thinking and couldn't help showing a slightly angry expression as he shouted, "You don't need to think too much about these things. With your strength, whether you can obtain a safe passage to the central plains is still a question. Huh. Chiao Yu's beautiful eyes swept over at the right time, causing Han Chen's angry voice to quickly lower. But with your senior sister here, there is still a certain possibility. After that, Yan Chutian no longer looked at Han Chen and directly kept him in his Qiankuan bag. Although living beings couldn't be put into the Qiankuan bag, Han Chen's Yuanying obviously didn't have this restriction. Moreover, he was still trapped in the spirit imprisoning cage. After putting Han Chen away, Yan Chutian pondered for a while before looking at Chiao Yu. He said, I understand that the stairway to heaven is very likely to allow us to return to the heaven realm. However, the stairway to heaven is controlled by many forces in the central planes like the safe passage. Furthermore, it should be more difficult to enter than the safe passage. Yes. Chiao Yu's right eye was deep purple and enchanting. She listened carefully and nodded. She also heard it very clearly. In this way, their direction was already confirmed, but the difficulty was unpredictable. Moreover, the two of them also wondered if the beast puppets from the realm of the gods came through the stairway to heaven. If that was the case, did that mean that the stairway to heaven was already controlled by the realm of the gods? Thinking of this possibility, Yan Chutian and Chiao Yu both looked serious. However, no matter what, the two of them couldn't stop because of this speculation, because the stairway to heaven might be the only way for them to return to the heaven realm. Even if the realm of the gods really had pawns guarding it and it was a tiger's den, they still had to give it a try. They continued to move forward. The following journey was long and difficult, but the two of them also enjoyed it. Unfortunately, Mu Wan and Chiao Yu's consciousnesses were constantly changing. In this way, Yan Chutian had to please two women at the same time, which was really a headache. After a full 3 months, the two of them crossed mountains and rivers and finally approached the center of the mortal world. As they approached the center, Han Chen gradually became familiar with the surrounding scenery. He looked at the mountains and rivers with joy, his expression sighing. Back then, he arrogantly walked out of the central plains, wanting to explore the world and explore the ancient ruins and famous mountains. Who would have thought that he would be attacked immediately? Even though he escaped, he was severely injured, and in the end, he became like this. Now that he had returned, things were still the same, but people had changed. After crossing the Spirit Mountain in front, you will see a great city that controls a safe passage. However, I would like to remind you once again that it is not an easy task to obtain a slot for the passage. Moreover, the reason is different every time, so don't hold too much hope. If it really doesn't work, just wait for a while or go to the next great city. Yan Chutian didn't answer Han Chen. He used his actions to show his answer and directly put Han Chen away. Time was of the essence. The sooner they returned to the heaven realm and exposed the realm of the gods' conspiracy, the better. Therefore, he and Chiao Yu didn't want to waste any time. Behind Yan Chutian, a young girl dressed in green stood quietly. Her eyes were moist as usual, which meant that Mu Wan and not Chiao Yu were the ones in charge of her consciousness. Let's go, after whispering to the young girl, Yan Chutian took the lead and walked towards the Spirit Mountain, not far away. With 3 months following, Mu Wan naturally understood everything. Therefore, she nodded gently and immediately followed Yan Chutian's footsteps, heading towards the Spirit Mountain together. The so-called Spirit Mountain was really full of spirit energy. The reason for this could be found after a little investigation. There were many natural spirit crystals condensed in the mountain, which was why the spirit energy was so dense. If it was any other time, Yan Chutian would definitely plunder these spirit crystals. However, when they were at Han Chen's trap, the two of them took away almost all the spirit crystals in their Qiankuan bag. It was enough for the two of them, so they didn't dig out these natural spirit crystals. Speaking of which, among the things that Yan Chutian got from there, these spirit crystals were the most useful. He didn't even look at the ancient book of spirit arts. As for the Qiankuan bag, it was simply an empty bag. Only the golden mace was barely considered a weapon by Yan Chutian after he looked at it a few times. If the word barely was known by Han Chen, he would definitely want to beat Yan Chutian up. This was the weapon of a Yuanying expert like him. It was a high-level spirit weapon. Which spirit transformation cultivator or elixir cultivator wouldn't be jealous of it? However, if he knew Yan Chutian's true identity, he would be speechless. It was normal for a legendary person from the heaven realm to look down on a small Yuanying practitioner's weapon. After reaching the peak of the spirit mountain, they went over it. In the distance, a huge city that towered into the clouds vaguely appeared in front of the two of them. Such a huge city, compared to Kai Yuan City, couldn't be described as a small child in front of a great witch. It was like an ant in front of a giant elephant. Wow! What a majestic city! Mu Wan sighed from the bottom of her heart. She had never seen such a huge city with her own eyes. Now that she saw it with her own eyes, how could her heart be calm? Chapter 45. As they gradually approached the huge and majestic city not far away, the two words, Central Plains, were clearly reflected in their eyes. Since it dared to use the two words, Central Plains, as its name, naturally, no one would doubt its identity. This was one of the great cities that was in charge of a certain safe passage into the Central Plains. As they continued to approach, they could see figures coming and going at the city gate. The city guards did not have any intention of checking these people entering and leaving. Presumably, this was the confidence of the city guards. They were confident that no one would dare to do harm to the city. Yan Chutian also understood that in this Central Plains city, there must be experts trusted by many forces in the Central Plains. Moreover, it was very likely that there was not just one, but many. In this way, if anyone dared to cause trouble in the city, what else could it be other than seeking death? Following the crowd, the two also entered the majestic city. At this time, it was already late, so they did not plan to scout for information through the night. Instead, they chose an inn and checked in. After checking into the inn, the two once again found out that Central Plains City was different from other places. This was because Central Plains City's fee was actually spirit crystals. Moreover, the quality was not low and the quantity was not cheap. The innkeeper amiably stated the price to the two of them, but Yan Chutian did not doubt that if they were unable to take out the spirit crystals, the two hired thugs emitting spirit chi behind the innkeeper would mercilessly drive them out. Fortunately, they had obtained a large amount of spirit crystals from the trap set by Han Chen. Otherwise, even this inn would not be able to afford it. Seeing the spirit crystals, the smile on the owner's face became even wider. He immediately respectfully invited the two to a room on the second floor of the inn. After entering the room, Yan Chutian glanced around. He was satisfied with the environment here. It was clean and tidy. Obviously, it was specially prepared for cultivators. In addition, the room was filled with a faint fragrance. It was the orchid grass. It could soothe the spiritual energy in a cultivator's body. It was considered thoughtful. After a simple arrangement, Yan Chutian walked to the door on the right side of his room and lightly knocked. He and Mu Wan were different. Even though he knew the price was expensive, it was impossible for him to only book one room. After two light knocks, the door was opened, and a beautiful face appeared in front of Yan Chutian. Even though he had seen this face too many times, he still couldn't help but stare blankly at the face in front of him. It wasn't until the latter's beautiful face gradually turned red that he suddenly woke up. Mu Wan took a step back like a frightened rabbit. Her pretty face was flushed red. She only dared to lower her head and ask softly, "What's the matter?" "I am fine. I just wanted to ask you if you are satisfied with this place?" Yan Chutian was also a little hesitant. The woman in front of him could always make him act like this, even though he knew that the one in charge was not Qiuyu, but Mu Wan. This place is not bad. Mu Wan blushed as she replied. Hearing this, Yen Chutian only uttered an "oh" before falling silent. She felt helpless in her heart. Was this guy really that stupid? He wanted to find her, but he couldn't find a topic to talk about? But suddenly, Yen Chutian raised his head again. Just when Mu Wan noticed and thought that he was going to say something, Yen Chutian unexpectedly said goodnight and turned around to leave. This made Mu Wan stunned in place. She felt both angry and amused. How could a woman like such a stupid guy? She didn't know what Li Qiuyu saw in him. She didn't leave him even before he became famous in the heaven realm. She followed him like a drag. Then Mu Wan naturally thought of her own situation. Was she really the reincarnation of Li Qiuyu? Was there still a part of her consciousness in her body? In this way, was she Mu Wan or Li Qiuyu? What was her relationship with this idiot? The thoughts in her mind were so complicated that Mu Wan felt a headache. In the end, she simply stopped thinking about it and closed the door. After returning to his own room, Yen Chutian's emotions calmed down after a long time. No matter what Qiuyu had been found, he just had to wait until the divine realm's scheme was disrupted. Then, he would find a way to truly separate her from Mu Wan. However, even Yen Chutian had to admit that he was worried about Qiuyu and Mu Wan's situation. Could it be possible to separate them? After thinking for a long time, Yen Chutian temporarily put it to the back of his mind. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. He had just entered the spirit transformation realm. He still needed to consolidate his cultivation. In addition, if possible, he needed to increase his cultivation as soon as possible. No matter what the conditions were to obtain a spot in the passage, they were all related to the cultivator's strength. The stronger one was, the more likely they were to obtain it. Yen Chutian wasn't worried about experience in spirit arts. The only thing he was worried about was his own cultivation. After sitting cross-legged for almost the entire night, he gradually stopped cultivating in the morning and put away the spirit gathering disc in front of him. However, after he entered the spirit transformation realm, the effects of the spirit gathering disc were clearly not enough. Perhaps it was time to inscribe a more effective spirit gathering disc or even a spirit gathering formation. However, when he put away the spirit gathering disc, Yen Chutian inadvertently noticed a wooden tablet in his Qiankuan bag. This wooden tablet was given to him by Mu Feng. Back then, Mu Feng had even instructed him to keep it. However, Yen Chutian saw that the wooden tablet was very ordinary and didn't pay much attention to it. It could be said that today was the second time he had picked up the wooden tablet. When he looked at the wooden tablet again, Yen Chutian still felt that it was very ordinary and didn't have anything special about it. Looking at the material, he was even worried that it would break if he squeezed it slightly. This kind of wooden tablet was actually considered special in Mu Feng's eyes? Staring at the wooden tablet a few times, Yen Chutian seemed to have thought of something. A strand of spirit energy slowly appeared in his palm, and he poured it into the wooden tablet. After the spirit energy was poured in, the originally ordinary wooden tablet began to emit light. When the light bloomed, it seemed to reflect some words on his palm. Looking at the small words, Yen Chutian's expression suddenly became serious. He quickly placed the wooden tablet in the corner of the room and let the words appear on the wall. Suddenly, the words became clear. The words were ancient and bitter. Yen Chutian struggled to read the first 3 words. However, these 3 words caused Yen Chutian to be shocked. An unprecedented shock appeared on his face. This small wooden tablet actually recorded the profound Yang scripture that shook the heaven realm. This is actually the profound Yang scripture? Yen Chutian was also speechless. He couldn't be blamed for this. After all, even those supreme characters of the heavenly realm would have a change in expression because of this mysterious Yang scripture, let alone a young heaven's pride character like him. The heaven realm was vast. Even though many creatures explored it together, there was still a large area that had not been set foot or even discovered. In this area, there was a broken space that was even more eye-catching. It was rumored that this was the source of the entire heaven realm. It was a chaotic space that hid countless mysteries. Legend had it that the rise of the immortal palace was because of a divine object that spread out in this space. Also, the ancient corpse beasts were also revived and descended into the world. Chapter 46. The mysterious Yang scripture attracted the covetous eyes of countless heaven realm cultivators. It even caused a huge storm, causing countless people to bleed. However, the whereabouts of such a powerful spiritual technique were unknown in the end. Some people said that it was completely destroyed, while others said that it was hidden somewhere in the heaven realm. There were even people who said that someone was secretly cultivating it, waiting to succeed in the cultivation and shock the world. However, Yan Chutian never thought that such a legendary spiritual technique would actually be in his hands. It was hidden in an inconspicuous wooden tablet. Yan Chutian didn't exaggerate. If the news of the mysterious Yang scripture in the mortal world spread to the heaven realm, even if many cultivators didn't know about the mortal world and forgot about it, they would still crazily look for a way to come to the mortal world to fight for it. Because of this, Yan Chutian subconsciously put away the wooden tablet. At the same time, he carefully looked around, worried that someone might have seen this scene. After looking around and confirming that no one was paying attention to his room, Yan Chutian let out a sigh of relief and took out the wooden tablet again. This time, looking at this ordinary wooden tablet, Yan Chutian didn't have the slightest bit of contempt. Instead, he became incomparably dignified. He must not reveal the news of the mysterious Yang scripture. Otherwise, even if the mortal world didn't know the value of the mysterious Yang scripture, who knew if the news would spread to the heaven realm? Moreover, if the hidden minions of the god domain knew about it, the result would be no doubt that he would suffer endless pursuit. Knowing that the mysterious Yang scripture was so important, Yan Chutian was naturally very interested in the contents of the mysterious Yang scripture. With the mysterious Yang scripture in his hands, how could he hold back? Even if he didn't want to reveal it, he still carefully poured his spiritual energy into it, causing the projected words to fall on the wall. The mysterious Yang scripture was bitter and difficult to understand. Even though Yan Chutian had a wide range of knowledge, it was still somewhat difficult to understand. He spent a lot of effort to barely understand it. Moreover, there were still some areas that he didn't understand. After barely comprehending it, Yan Chutian realized that the mysterious Yang scripture recorded on the wooden tablet was not the complete chapter. In fact, it was only the beginning part. If the mysterious Yang scripture could be divided into 10 parts, then this part would only take up about 3/10. This made Yan Chutian feel that it was a pity. If the mysterious Yang scripture was complete, it would be able to trigger a storm. However, it was only 30% complete, so it was somewhat useless. After all, if one were to cultivate such an incomplete version of the mysterious Yang scripture, no one could guarantee that they would be able to find the next part to continue cultivating after cultivating this part to the end. For example, even though the mysterious Yang scripture was a spirit technique, it was not a simple technique. If it was complete, it would have a great effect on many aspects of the cultivator. However, when one cultivated to the end of the incomplete portion, it would instead form a shackle on the cultivator, restricting their cultivation. To put it more clearly, if the complete mysterious Yang scripture was placed in front of him, even Yan Chutian wouldn't be able to stop himself from cultivating it. However, now that the mysterious Yang scripture was incomplete, it allowed him to control himself. After all, the mysterious Yang scripture had disappeared for a long time. To be able to obtain this part was already a great fortune. Yan Chutian didn't think that the possibility of him finding the rest of the mysterious Yang scripture in the mortal realm or the heavenly realm was high. Therefore, if he were to cultivate this part of the mysterious Yang scripture, it was very likely that there would be no follow-up. In the future, his cultivation would be restricted because of this. Therefore, Yan Chutian put away the wooden tablet again. He didn't take another look at it. Even though the mysterious Yang scripture's name was tempting, the part in his hand right now only had a name. It was beautiful but useless. After putting away the wooden tablet, the sky outside gradually brightened. Yan Chutian naturally wouldn't stay in the room to cultivate. Instead, he gave a simple explanation to Mu Wan, who was in the guest room next to him. Then, he walked out of the inn and walked on the streets of Zhongyuan City. Zhongyuan City was an important city in charge of a safe passage. It was backed by many forces in the Central Plains. Its prosperity was self-evident. However, what was more worth mentioning was that there were many small forces in Zhongyuan City. Some were independent, and some were under the name of some forces in the Central Plains. All in all, the reason why these forces were willing to squeeze into a city that, despite being huge, was still crowded with so many forces, was just for those precious spots to enter the safe passage. The Central Plains seemed to be closed off, but compared to the surrounding mortal realm, it was much larger and more attractive. Countless cultivators wanted to enter the Central Plains, and those who came out of the Central Plains were all powerful figures that no one dared to provoke. Unfortunately, there were only 5 passages that could be safely entered and exited. There were very few opportunities. Of course, it wasn't that there weren't any cultivators who tried to open up their own path. However, most of these cultivators ended up dying miserably in the separate layers and encountering dangers. Walking on the streets and looking around, all he saw were cultivators. Mortals were a rare existence in Zhongyuan City. Moreover, the cultivators around him were not weak. There were many who had opened up 66 spirit veins, and there were also many auras of the spirit transformation realm. Yan Chutian even vaguely felt some dangerous auras. This made Yan Chutian even more cautious, but at the same time, he couldn't help but worry. With so many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in Zhongyuan City, it would be difficult to obtain a spot for the safe passage. Then Yan Chutian began to inquire about information about the safe passage in Zhongyuan City. In truth, he didn't even need to inquire about it. This information was the focus of almost all the cultivators in the city, and they could easily find out by asking around. There is still half a month until the next safe passage quota is given out. The quota distribution is controlled by the City Lord's Mansion, and the City Lord's Mansion is made up of the 5 main factions and 8 vice factions. Most of the quotas are given out, and only a small portion is given to ordinary cultivators or people from small forces. Yan Chutian muttered to himself. The 5 main factions should be the 5 regions of the Central Plains, and the 8 vice factions should be the top forces under the 5 regions. They would take most of the quotas, leaving only a small portion. There were about 30 spots in this portion. It didn't seem difficult to obtain 2 out of 30 spots, but if it was obtained from the countless forces in Zhongyuan City, then it wouldn't be an easy task. After inquiring about this, Yan Chutian's trip was complete, and he was about to return home. However, right at this moment, he caught a glimpse of a woman who was walking on a crowded street. The Qiankuan bag on her waist was suddenly stolen by someone else. He could clearly see that the woman's cultivation wasn't weak. At least, it was much stronger than the thief who stole it. However, the woman was clearly absent-minded, so she didn't notice at all. Yan Chutian didn't boast that he was a good person, but he couldn't bear to see this kind of thing happen in front of him. Thus, he immediately flashed out. When the thief put away the Qiankuan bag with a face full of joy, Yan Chutian reached out and grabbed the thief's right hand that was holding the Qiankuan bag. "You, what are you doing?" Chapter 47. As Yan Chutian's voice rang out, the woman seemed to have regained her senses as she raised her head. A face of exceptional beauty that was capable of mesmerizing thousands of men was revealed before his eyes. Yan Chutian couldn't help but take a few more glances before he calmed down. However, the woman didn't care about Yan Chutian's reaction. She looked at the heaven and earth bag Yan Chutian was holding toward her and looked at her waist as if she had just woken up from a dream. Sure enough, the heaven and earth bag that was hanging there had disappeared. Thank you. The woman quickly took the heaven and earth bag with a grateful expression. However, at the same time, she glared at the thief who was trying to lower his head to reduce his presence. If it wasn't for the youth before her, her heaven and earth bag would have been stolen. How could she be nice to the thief? Being glared at by her, even though the other party was a beautiful woman, the thief was still scared. After all, he was not a fool. He could clearly feel that the other party's cultivation level was much higher than his. She was definitely at the spirit transformation realm. So how could he have a good ending after being caught stealing? However, what made Yan Chutian and the surrounding passers-by unable to believe was that the beautiful woman stared at the thief several times but didn't do anything. Instead, she said to Yan Chutian, "Forget it, let him go." Yan Chutian glanced at the woman in astonishment. Only now did he realize that although this woman was tall and beautiful, her actual age shouldn't be that old. At most, she should be around 16 or 18 years old, similar to him. It seemed that the girl's heart had softened. However, even though the girl was soft-hearted, Yan Chutian was not a soft-hearted person. He was very clear about the character of the thief. If he let him go this time, he would become even bolder in the future. No matter what, he had to teach him a lesson. Bang bang. After gently patting the thief's back twice, Yan Chutian let the thief go. However, there was no trace of joy on the thief's face. Instead, it was filled with panic. He quickly looked up and asked Yan Chutian, What did you do to me?" "It's just a small punishment. I'll seal the spiritual energy in your body for 10 days. After 10 days, the seal will automatically lift," Yan Chutian said indifferently. Even though the thief was unwilling, he didn't dare to say anything. He just struggled to get up and left the scene with his tail between his legs. After the thief left, Yan Chutian didn't have any intention to stay either. He immediately left and returned to the inn. However, as he walked, Yan Chutian vaguely sensed that there was an aura following him from behind. This caused his mind to concentrate. Could it be that someone has set their sights on him so quickly? Thinking about it, Yan Chutian secretly opened his spirit eye and scanned behind him. Finally, he locked onto an aura in the crowd. That is, vaguely seeing this figure, Yan Chutian's tense mind immediately relaxed. Things were not as bad as he thought. There was indeed someone who had their eyes on him, but that person was the beautiful girl he had just seen. While he was puzzled, Yan Chutian took the opportunity to walk to a corner of an alley. After the girl followed him, he suddenly appeared and landed in front of her. Seeing Yan Chutian suddenly appear, the girl's beautiful eyes lit up slightly. She didn't hide it and said, "You're really not simple. You actually found me so quickly." The girl's words made Yan Chutian somewhat speechless. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the girl seemed to have something on her that could hide her aura. However, when he used his spirit eye to observe her, the hiding effect was naturally useless. He didn't expect this to be the reason why the girl was so surprised. The more you speak, the more likely you will make mistake. Therefore, Yan Chutian didn't dwell on this point. Looking at the girl's face, he went straight to the point. "Miss, why have you been following me? If you want to thank me, then there's no need. It's just a slight effort not worth mentioning. Originally, I wanted to thank you because this Qiankuan bag contains something very important to me. I can't afford to lose it. However, now I have a better idea." Yan Chutian didn't answer and indicated for the girl to continue speaking. The girl really did continue speaking. "I wonder if you're interested in the Central Plains?" As soon as she finished speaking, the girl didn't say anything else. Instead, she carefully stared at Yan Chutian, hoping to extract an answer from his reaction. However, the result disappointed her. Yan Chutian's performance was flawless. How could she detect a trace of abnormality? Therefore, the girl seemed to be well behaved. She straightened her expression and continued speaking. "If you want to enter the Central Plains, perhaps we can work together. This way, the chances of success will be higher. If not, I'm willing to pay a huge price as long as you're willing to help me. Did he want to enter the Central Plains? The answer was definitely yes. However, Yan Chutian couldn't figure out why this girl suddenly insisted on working with him. Could it be that she believed that he had the ability to enter the Central Plains? Therefore, when the girl looked at him sincerely, Yan Chutian finally couldn't help but ask, "Why do you want to work with me? You don't know?" The girl asked in surprise. In the next moment, she suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Sorry, I didn't explain it clearly. It's just that this time, you need to pass 3 tests to obtain the free individual slots to enter the safe passage, and one of the tests is related to sensing." Hearing this, Yan Chutian immediately understood everything. No wonder this girl was so insistent on working with him. It was most likely because of the sensing ability that he had displayed earlier. However, at the same time, he was also shocked. The market only knew that the free individual slots would be distributed in half a month's time, and the specific rules had yet to be announced. However, this girl in front of him actually knew that there were 3 tests, and she even knew that one of the tests was related to sensing. What exactly was this girl's background? Normally, Yan Chutian would never cooperate with people he didn't know the details of, but today was different from the past. Moreover, that slot was something that he had to fight for. Therefore, if this girl really did know some inside information, how could he so easily refuse? Therefore, after taking a deep breath, Yan Chutian said, "If I work with you, apart from the sensing ability test, do you have absolute confidence in passing the other 2 tests? Looks like you want to enter the Central Plains too," the girl said in surprise. In her eyes, this young man in front of her would never be able to escape no matter what. However, in order to ensure cooperation, she still hurriedly said, "Apart from the sensing ability test, I have great confidence in passing the other 2 tests. Moreover, I can also help you appropriately, so that we both have a very high chance of passing the test and obtaining the free individual slot in the end." At this point, the girl in front of him didn't give Yan Chutian any bad feelings, so he finally nodded slowly. However, as he nodded, he didn't forget to add, "I also have a senior sister. As long as you agree, then there's no problem." Chapter 48. Yan Chutian brought the girl back to the inn. With her mysterious background, it was naturally not a problem for her to stay in the inn. After settling down in the inn, Yan Chutian brought the girl to Mu Wan's room. During the process, he exchanged identities with the girl and found out that the girl's name was Yan Ningzhu. After knocking on the door was opened in a moment. The same beautiful face came into view. However, when this flawless face looked at the girl behind Yan Chutian, her gentle brows immediately furrowed. Yan Chutian knew that Mu Wan might have misunderstood, but it was not the time to talk outside. He could only bring Yan Ningzhu into the room first before explaining to Mu Wan. After the explanation, Mu Wan's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Since it was related to the quota for the safe passage, she naturally agreed. She had a simple conversation with Yan Ningzhu and exchanged identities. After Yan Ningzhu returned to her room, Yan Chutian was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he sat in a corner of the room and sipped his tea. "Is she reliable?" Suddenly, Mu Wan asked softly. They could not afford to lose the quota for the safe passage. Of course, they would not feel at ease if a mysterious woman suddenly appeared. However, Yan Chutian could not answer Mu Wan's question. He also did not know much about Yan Ningzhu, so he could only guess. She has her own secrets. However, it is true that she wants to enter the Central Plains. Therefore, the cooperation should be real. As long as we enter the Central Plains, we can part ways with her. Whether she has other intentions or not, it has nothing to do with us. Hearing this, Mu Wan did not say anything else. She closed her beautiful eyes and quietly sat cross-legged. After closing her eyes for a moment, Mu Wan suddenly opened them again. She looked at Yan Chutian, who had picked up his teacup and was taking another sip. Puzzled, she asked, "Why aren't you leaving?" "Ahem, gone. I got it. Yen Chutian looked embarrassed. He suddenly remembered that the woman in front of him was not Xiaoyu, but Mu Wan, so he quickly put down the cup and left the room. Half a month passed by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yen Chutian continued to consolidate his cultivation. He had just entered the spirit transformation realm and was approaching the mid-stage. Breaking through to the mid-stage was just around the corner. On the other hand, Mu Wan's progress was much faster than his. Yen Chutian understood that this was more or less due to Qiuyu's help. Even if he was jealous, he couldn't do anything about it. As he continued to cultivate, the effects of the spirit gathering disc became smaller and smaller. This made Yen Chutian realize that it was urgent to create a stronger spirit gathering disc or spirit gathering array. However, even in this central plain city, the materials required to create the spirit gathering array were not enough. In half a month's time, he had only managed to gather about 70 to 80%. As for creating a stronger spirit gathering disc, Yen Chutian thought about it for a bit and didn't think about it anymore. That kind of spirit gathering disc would be much larger than the one he had now and couldn't be put away like the spirit gathering array. It would be too inconvenient to carry around. At this moment, standing in the corridor of the inn, Yen Chutian looked at Mu Wan and Yen Ningzhu, who were slowly walking out of their rooms. He slowly said, "Let's go. There are already a lot of cultivators gathered in the square. The 3 trials can begin at any moment." "Aha!" The 2 women nodded in unison. Even from inside the inn, they could hear the whistling sounds coming from outside. It was the sound of cultivators moving quickly, causing the wind to howl. Hearing this sound, Yen Chutian couldn't help but smile helplessly. At this moment, his heart was gradually becoming hot-blooded. It was as if he was looking forward to the wonderful competition for the spots. It seemed that even though his consciousness had experienced hundreds of battles, his body was still immature. When the 3 of them stepped out of the inn and walked toward the square of the central plain city, they saw a sea of people in the distance. There was an open space in the center of the crowd, and there was a dragon-shaped pillar quietly placed there. It was mighty and domineering. There were several figures wearing different clothes guarding the dragon pillar. Their bodies emitted a terrifying aura of spirit force, showing their powerful strength at the spirit transformation realm. Even if there were more powerful cultivators in the crowd, they did not dare to act presumptuously in front of these guards. That was because every type of clothing represented a power, and was the face of a power. Who would dare to slap their faces in public? Even when Yen Chutian's group of 3 mixed into the crowd was still silent. This silence lasted for a long time until the sun was high in the sky. Then, a mysterious aura shot out from an unknown place and descended beside the dragon pillar. They were all middle-aged men, women, or old men. Every single one of them had an extremely powerful aura, and when they arrived, the guards lowered their heads and bowed respectfully. From this, it was not difficult to guess their identities. They were definitely the experts sent by the 8 auxiliary forces, and they were in charge of the distribution of the idle spots this time. After all, the forces of the 5 regions disdained to deal with this kind of thing. They only needed to arrange for their own people to enter and exit the safe passage. When these supervisors appeared, the surrounding people all lowered their heads. Even Yen Chutian and Mu Wan lowered their heads to avoid unnecessary trouble. Only Yen Ningzhu lowered her head and looked around. When she saw that the people she was worried about weren't among them, she let out a sigh of relief, and her beautiful face became even more relaxed. Soon after, a white-haired, skinny old woman with a wooden crutch stepped forward. She narrowed her old eyes and slowly glanced at the crowd. She coughed softly and said in a hoarse voice, "This time, there are a total of 33 idle spots in the number 3 safe passage. So, you only have 33 chances. I won't say much. This time, only those who pass the 3 tests will be qualified to obtain a spot. However, before you pass, you need to prove that you have the strength to pass. As long as you can make the black bead in the mouth of the dragon pillar shine, you will prove your qualifications. Each person only has 2 chances to prove themselves. As her voice fell, the old woman signaled to the 2 guardian shoujo with her eyes. The 2 immediately walked forward with pen and paper in their hand. They shouted, "Those who wish to fight for a spot, come forward and prove your qualifications at the Dragon Pillar. We will leave your name on the list for you to participate in the 3 checkpoints." The moment they finished speaking, a figure shot out from the crowd and landed before the Dragon Pillar. This was a young man around 20 years old. He had a proud expression and a powerful aura. He had already reached the spirit transformation realm. However, his spirit force was still a bit impure. Even though he had reached the spirit transformation realm, it had only been a short time, so his spirit force hadn't completely transformed yet. But all in all, his cultivation was considered to be in the middle or even slightly above average among the surrounding people. However, when the spirit transformation young man gathered all his spirit force and threw a punch, he couldn't make the dragon bead in the Dragon Pillar shine at all. This caused an uproar. Could it be that the difficulty of making the dragon bead shine was so high? This, the spirit transformation cultivator found it hard to believe. He couldn't believe that the punch he gathered all his strength with couldn't even obtain the qualifications to participate in the 3 tests. You still have a second chance. Chapter 49. The moment the cultivator's emotionless words echoed, the spirit transformation youth's expression became extremely nervous. There were only 2 chances and he had already lost one. If he failed again, then forget about getting a spot in the safe passage. He wouldn't even be qualified to compete. Thus he had been preparing for a long time this time. The spirit force around him surged like a wave and gathered in his right hand, causing his hand to release a dazzling light. At the same time, the spirit force fluctuations that spread out were enough to make any meridian opening cultivator tremble in fear. They were afraid that this punch would be enough to explode them. Boom! Finally, Meng Chong punched out, and the sharp sound of wind whistling resounded throughout the audience. A fist imprint smashed into the Dragon Pillar, and a dull thud resounded. But even so, when the crowd looked at the black bead in the dragon's mouth, they found that the black bead was still silent. There was no movement, let alone light up. This meant that the spirit transformation youth's second chance had also ended in failure. How is this possible? The spirit transformation youth found this situation hard to believe. He was a spirit transformation cultivator, yet he didn't even qualify to compete for a spot in the safe passage? However, no matter how he reacted, the 2 cultivators guarding the Dragon Pillar coldly announced, "Failure." Next. Hearing this, the spirit transformation youth could only helplessly leave. He had no power and was only a rogue cultivator, so he naturally couldn't offend the powerful forces in the Central Plains city. Moreover, he couldn't pass the rules, so he had nothing to say about his failure. When the spirit transformation realm youth failed and left, the crowd was in an uproar. After all, the spirit transformation realm youth's strength was considered to be above average among the crowd. If even he could not pass, wouldn't that mean that more than half of the crowd would also fail? Some people were pessimistic, while others didn't believe it. Someone walked out from the crowd and arrived before the Dragon Pillar to accept their certification. Just like before, people continued to accept their certification, but almost all of them failed. Only a white-haired old man with a powerful aura passed. This old man's aura was close to the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, so it was reasonable for him to pass. Otherwise, if they couldn't even pass the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, then the crowd would simply disperse. After all, how many late-stage spirit transformation realm cultivators were there? People kept trying. Finally, Yan Chutian and Yan Ningzhu, who were beside Mu Wan, couldn't stand it anymore. It was worth mentioning that Yan Ningzhu was not dressed as a woman, but as a young man. Moreover, with Yan Ningzhu's beautiful appearance, one could only imagine how delicate a man would look. She just stood there, But Yen Chutian could feel the burning gazes of the surrounding female cultivators, as if they could not wait to rush up and grab this handsome young man. But of course, Yen Ningzhu's cross-dressing was eye-catching, and so was Mu Wan, who was wearing ordinary clothes. With her standing beside him, Yen Chutian could also feel the burning gazes of the surrounding people. Those gazes were filled with jealousy, as if they wanted to replace him. Towards these gazes, Yen Chutian very impolitely glared back at them one by one. When Mu Wan discovered his strange actions, she couldn't help but be speechless. But perhaps even she herself didn't notice that the corners of her rosy lips were slightly raised at this time. Returning to the main topic, Yen Ningzhu, Yen Chutian, and Mu Wan whispered to each other before stepping out of the crowd and flying toward the front of the dragon pillar. At this moment, many female cultivators even let out cries of surprise. It was obvious that they had already noticed Yen Ningzhu, a handsome young man. The reactions of the many female cultivators clearly made even more male cultivators very dissatisfied. Many snorts sounded from the darkness, and their tones were bitter as they coldly said, "He looks just like a woman. How much strength can a pretty boy have?" Yen Ningzhu, who had arrived in front of the dragon pillar, blocked out all the noise. She only stared at the dragon pillar, but at the same time, only she knew that her peripheral vision was locked onto the 8 supervisors who seemed to be resting with their eyes closed. As long as they made the slightest move, she was prepared to escape. However, the situation that worried her didn't happen. Like all the other cultivators before, she gathered all her strength and threw a punch at the dragon pillar. Boom! As the jade-like fist smashed down, an astonishing rumbling sound immediately resounded. Many gazes, which were originally filled with disdain, abruptly tightened at this moment. This was because they had actually caught a glimpse of a faint light being emitted from the black bead within the dragon's mouth. Although it was weak, it ultimately proved that he had passed the test. He actually passed the test? This pretty boy, his cultivation is actually at the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. Many of the male cultivators in the crowd were speechless and simply shut their mouth. A middle-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator was not someone they could afford to offend. They had actually dared to ridicule him earlier. Now that they thought about it, they were just courting death. Pass the test, report your name. Yen Chuzhu. Yen Ningzhu reported her name. In an instant, Yen Chutian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Even if this woman wanted to hide herself, there was no need to use a name that was so similar to his, right? However, no matter what, the name Yen Chuzhu had already been decided. When Yen Ningzhu returned to the crowd beside Yen Chutian, the surrounding gazes no longer had any disdain but were instead filled with respect. At the same time, those fiery gazes became even more intense. It was understandable that a male cultivator with both strength and handsomeness would be very popular. The crowd became restless, because another person had succeeded, and it was a young man. Many people's enthusiasm was aroused and they rushed to participate in the test. However, while the idea was beautiful, the reality was cruel. There were too many failures, and even if there were people who succeeded, they were all old men and women who were at the mid or late stage of the spirit transformation realm. Seeing people succeed one by one, Yen Chutian could no longer suppress his burning desire. He whispered something to the 2 women before rushing out of the crowd and landing before the dragon pillar. Looking at the dragon pillar before him, even without using his spirit eye, Yen Chutian could see the internal structure and composition of the dragon pillar. This kind of thing could not be faked, so one could only prove it with one's own strength. It could be said that the 8 forces were open and aboveboard. Yen Chutian jumped out of the crowd. Many of the people who were originally disdainful of him didn't dare to speak up. After all, he was someone close to Yen Chuzhu. A Yen Chuzhu was not simple, so how could the people around him be simple? Sure enough, when Yen Chutian threw a punch, although the aura he gave off was only at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm, it was at the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm. This shocked the crowd. This person is indeed not simple. He is so young, but he is already at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. The power of that punch is probably at the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm. Fortunately, I didn't judge a book by its cover. Birds of a feather flock together. Pass the test and report your name. Unsurprisingly, Yan Chutian's punch also caused the black pearl to emit a faint light. Chapter 50. Yan Chu. Yan Chutian's expression was calm as he said slowly. In reality, he had held back a little in his previous punch and did not display all of his strength. After all, the tallest tree in the forest will be the first to be destroyed by the wind. He has always understood this logic. It seems like he was right. Even though he had intentionally held back, the commotion he caused was not small. At the same time, Yan Chu's name, which was very similar to Yan Chuzhu's name, caused another round of commotion. Yan Chu, could he be Yan Chuzhu's brother? That should be the case. The two of them have been standing together and their names are so similar. It's just a pity. This Yan Chuzhu is so extraordinarily handsome, but his younger brother is much worse. Listening to all the exclamations, Yan Chutian was still calm at first. However, after a while, even he could not control himself. Because Yan Chuzhu was a beautiful woman. Even if she was disguised as a man, how could a man like him compare to her? Moreover, he wasn't that bad, okay. All in all, Yan Chutian had proven his capabilities and earned the right to participate in the 3 tests. After he succeeded, Mu Wan naturally did not wait any longer. Her delicate body flashed and landed in front of the crowd. Mu Wan's entrance caused another round of commotion. Ignoring the fact that she was standing together with Yan Chutian and Yan Ningzhu, her beautiful appearance attracted countless heated gazes and attracted everyone's attention. Such a beautiful woman, not to say that she was unique, but she was also bright and moving. How could a man not have a lustful heart? Mu Wan's face was emotionless as she stared at the dragon pillar before her. Regardless of whether she admits it or not, she did not want to be left too far behind by Yan Chutian. She also did not want to have to let that woman's consciousness control her body in order to deal with danger. She could only hide in a corner of her body. She wanted to prove herself, to prove that she was not a useless flower. A serious man was the most attractive, and a serious woman was the most attractive. Mu Wan's current attitude caused many of the surrounding male cultivators to breathe heavily. They were reluctant to move their eyes. Finally, under the gazes of countless people, Mu Wan slowly circulated the spirit force in her body and the aura of the spirit transformation realm spread out. However, she was not at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm, but the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. Middle stage of the spirit transformation realm? Her cultivation aura spread out, causing the surrounding people to gasp. This woman was also at the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, the same as Yan Chuzhu? In an instant, many of the men who originally had improper thoughts felt ashamed. Such a powerful woman was not someone they were qualified to touch. At the same time, Yan Chutian's expression was still calm. After all, he already knew about Mu Wan's cultivation. Ever since Qiu Yu had awakened and met him, she had been fighting for dominance. She had also secretly made Mu Wan's cultivation stronger, which was why Mu Wan was able to progress so quickly. Her cultivation was at the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, so it was not a problem for her to pass the test. When Mu Wan returned to Yan Chutian's side, there was an additional name on the list, Mu Wan. These 3 people are not simple. They all passed the test. Could they be the geniuses of some force? They don't look like it. Which one of the geniuses in the Central Plains city don't know? They aren't here. Unfortunately, there are very few geniuses from the small forces competing for the spots. Otherwise, they might be able to compete. Shoo! Don't talk about it. Look who that is. While they were discussing, everyone looked toward the source of the voice. They saw a young man in white walking through a path that the crowd had automatically opened up. Behind him was a woman in white. The young man in white had sword-like eyebrows and a majestic aura. Many people quickly backed away and didn't dare to block him. The woman in white didn't have this kind of aura. Instead, she was very calm. She was very beautiful and her chest was high. Even though she was wrapped in clothes, she was still dazzling. Just looking at her would make people suffocate. The two handsome men and beautiful women attracted most of the gazes on Yan Chutian's group. The two of them quickly became the center of attention. They are the geniuses of the prison-breaking sect. It's Hu Kuan and Hu Xing'er. Hu Kuan is the #1 genius of the prison-breaking sect. He has already entered the late stage of spirit transformation and has even reached the peak. These two siblings are also going to enter the Central Plains. Could it be that they are going to train? No, there is a real prison-breaking sect in the Central Plains. Although the prison-breaking sect is just a name, perhaps they are going to enter the real prison-breaking sect. Speaking of which, Hu Xing'er's is really big. Do you not want to live anymore? Is this something you can say? Many discussions rang out. Hearing these words, Yan Chutian roughly knew the identities of the two. So they were the geniuses of the sects in the city. Hu Kuan and Hu Xing'er both had extraordinary cultivation, so it wasn't a problem for them to pass the test. After passing the test, the two of them quietly stood on the side. Although they were silent, they were still the center of attention. However, when the two of them stood there, Yan Chutian could clearly feel the two of them looking at him. Unfortunately, they were not paying attention to him. Hu Kuan's gaze secretly swept across Mu Wan, while Hu Xing'er's beautiful face was smiling. Her beautiful eyes swept across Yan Ningzhu, who was dressed as a man, and paid attention to her. Following that, Hu Kuan and Hu Xing'er, a few more cultivators passed the test, but no matter what, the commotion they caused could not be compared to the two of them. Until a certain moment, another figure appeared, causing another commotion. That's Hua Yama. Hearing that, Yan Chutian looked over, only to see a graceful figure wearing a purple veil slowly walking over. However, when the figure approached, his eyes almost popped out. This so-called Hua Yama was actually a man, but his fingers were pinched together like an orchid. His face was covered with a thick layer of foundation, and his makeup was heavy. He was even more feminine than a woman. At the same time, Mu Wan and Yan Ningzhu were obviously shocked. A man was actually disguised as a woman, and his expression was so confident, as if there was no one around. It was truly unbelievable. The three of them had strange expressions, but the surrounding crowd had obviously expected this. They were only surprised by his appearance, not his disguise. It seems that not all the geniuses of the sects have entered the Central Plains. There are still some who have waited until now. That's natural. After all, when the safe passage opened last time, not all the geniuses were free. Some were still in seclusion, and some were out training, so they missed it. Then it seems that the competition this time will be extremely exciting. Chapter 51. As everyone expected, Hu Kuan, Hu Xing'er, and Hua Yanluo weren't the only prodigies to appear. There were also high-spirited youths, and even youths that walked out from the crowd. Their appearance caused the crowd to exclaim in surprise. That's the prodigy of the Blood Hand sect. That's the prodigy of the 10,000 Flower sect. They only recruit women, and all of them are extremely beautiful. There's also the genius of the Mirage faction. They are also a nominal force, but they are also very extraordinary. At the very least, every disciple of theirs has a powerful illusion technique that is difficult to break. Looking at the figures appearing one after another to prove themselves in front of the dragon pillar, the number of people who passed the test quickly neared 100. Yan Chutian could only laugh inwardly. It seems that his original idea was not wrong. It was definitely not an easy matter to obtain a safety quota. But of course, even if the competition was fierce, Yan Chutian still had full confidence in himself. Even if his cultivation seemed to be lower than others, if he really fought or experienced the test, he would let others understand that true strength was not determined by cultivation alone. Yan Chutian looked around, and the prodigies naturally looked around as well. Their eyes swept past the middle-aged and even the old. Although they were cautious, there was a faint trace of pride on their faces. Only those prodigies could make them restrain their expressions, and their eyes surged with fighting spirit. As for Yan Chutian, an early-stage spirit transformation cultivator, he was directly ignored by them. They didn't even know the situation, so they thought that he was just a lucky guy who passed the test. Yan Chutian remained expressionless towards the disdainful and dismissive gazes. Instead, he paid attention to Yan Ningzhu's reaction. It seemed that when these prodigies appeared, she was afraid. Afraid of being discovered? In an instant, a divine light flashed through Yan Chutian's mind. He had vaguely sensed something. This woman definitely didn't enter the central plains to gain experience but to hide. And the person she was hiding from must be acquainted with these so-called heaven's prides. But even if he vaguely sensed the other party's secret, Yan Chutian wouldn't say anything. His expression was the same as usual as he quietly waited in the crowd for the 3 tests to open. After successfully obtaining a place to enter the central plains, they would go their separate ways. Why should he care who the other party was hiding from? After more than an hour, the number of Xiozha who passed the test had exceeded 100. But after that, the number of people who jumped out of the crowd became fewer and fewer. More people only had the intention of watching the battle. Even if they couldn't obtain the qualifications, it would be good to see this wonderful event. At the same time, there were people who seized the opportunity to set up stalls on the spot. They set up a gambling house to see if those geniuses or cultivators could get one of the final 33 places. Quick, quick, quick. It's time for the next round. You can place your bets before the competition starts. Place your bets, place your bets. I bet 50 spiritual crystals that Hu Kuan will definitely get a spot. I bet 100 on that late-stage spirit transformation realm old man. I'll pay. Finally, no more cultivators came forward to prove themselves, so the 2 cultivators guarding in front of the dragon pillar retreated to the back and respectfully handed the record list to the old woman who had previously presided over the scene. The old woman's face was full of frowns. Her body was stooped, and she walked slowly with the help of a walking stick. But almost no one doubted that this old woman, who seemed to have one foot in the coffin, would suddenly make a move. None of the spirit transformation realm Xiozha present would be able to resist her. To be able to be sent out to represent the 8 great factions to preside over the allocation of the spots, even if her cultivation wasn't considered very strong in that faction, she must have reached the elixir realm, which was enough to suppress a faction. The old woman took the list and casually glanced at it. Her old face immediately turned to the surrounding crowd and slowly said, "The proof is over. There are a total of 158 people on the list who have the qualifications to participate in the 3 tests and compete for the spot." Then, the old woman symbolically looked at the remaining supervisors behind her. When they didn't object, she waved her hand and let her subordinates take away the dragon pillar, leaving the center of the square empty. Then, under the old woman's signal, another subordinate slowly carried a bronze cauldron onto the square. The bronze cauldron landed on the square and let out a dull thud. Everyone's gazes naturally locked onto it. Most people's eyes were filled with doubt. Only a few people, especially the geniuses who had just arrived, had calm expressions. It was obvious that they had already expected this. The bronze cauldron landed on the ground and the subordinates carrying it respectfully retreated. The old woman took a few steps forward and walked to the side of the bronze cauldron before continuing to speak. "This is the burning star cauldron. There are star stones scattered around the cauldron. If spirit force is injected into it, the star stones will ignite like raging flames and shine brightly. However, igniting star stones is not only related to the quality of spirit force, but also a cultivator's physique, talent, and cultivation. Even late-stage spirit transformation realm cultivators can't ignite star stones. There are also those who have just entered the spirit transformation realm who can ignite star stones. And now, the first test requires you to ignite at least 3 star stones. In just a few words, she clearly explained the rules of the first test. Yan Chutian heard this. He had already heard this from Yan Ningzhu. At this moment, it seemed that what the old woman had said was true. Igniting star stones was related to a cultivator's spirit force, physique, talent, and cultivation. Thus, Yan Chutian's situation was very unfavorable. After all, his cultivation wasn't strong, and his body didn't have any talent or physique. The only thing that could be considered worthy was his spirit force. Yan Chutian had always taken one step at a time and steadily advanced on the path of cultivation. Thus, even though his cultivation wasn't strong, his spirit force was extremely condensed and of extremely high quality. At the very least, very few people in the same realm could match him. However, to be honest, Yan Chutian wasn't sure if he could ignite 3 star stones. If he really couldn't, then he would have to do something. First, by Xiaochun. At the same time, the cultivator guarding the bronze cauldron solemnly carried out the order again. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man dressed in white with a strange appearance walked out from among the 100 or so people. This young man's expression was solemn, and he had a calmness that was different from his appearance. Of course, it was also possible that he wasn't confident in igniting star stones. After all, the old woman had already explained the difficulty. Sure enough, when Bai Xiaochun continuously poured spirit force into the bronze cauldron, he could only ignite 1 star stone in the end. This also meant that he had to stop before the first test. Failure next. Some people failed and some people succeeded. Soon, it was Yan Ningzhu's turn. With her cultivation and talent, igniting 3 star stones was naturally not a problem. However, it was worth mentioning that she immediately stopped after igniting 3 star stones. It was obvious that she deliberately hid it and didn't want to expose herself. Chapter 52. Even though he was nervous, Yan Chutian still walked out of the crowd under the gazes of the surrounding people. However, when he was proving himself, he had caused quite a stir. Now that he was surrounded by so many geniuses, Yan Chutian was overshadowed in everyone's eyes. After all, his cultivation level was only at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. Even though he looked young, his cultivation level was at the bottom. Just now, many cultivators at the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm had failed, such as Bai Xiaochun. In everyone's opinion, Yan Chutian should stop here, right? Ignoring the reactions of the surrounding people, Yan Chutian walked to the front of the bronze cauldron. After the guarding cultivator gave him a signal, he took a deep breath and raised his right hand slightly. Dense spiritual energy surged in his body like a river and finally entered his right palm through his right arm. It entered the bronze cauldron. Buzz! An invisible buzzing sound spread out. Yan Chutian's expression didn't change as he focused on circulating the spiritual energy in his body. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the movements of the star stones inside the bronze cauldron. If it really didn't work, he would have to use some tricks. Under Yan Chutian's gaze and under the contemptuous gazes of the surrounding people and geniuses, the first star stone slowly burned and bloomed. However, the first star stone was nothing, so their expressions didn't change at all. Those who had failed before had also done it. However, when the second star stone was ignited, a strange expression appeared in the crowd. This young man at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm could actually ignite 2 star stones? 2 star stones is your limit. You can't ignite 3 star stones at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. An arrogant voice came from the crowd. It was the person who had failed to ignite the first star stone. Everyone, even cultivators, had bad habit, Because of their own failure, they didn't want to see others succeed, especially when their opponent's cultivation level was clearly weaker than theirs. However, even with their words, the third star stone finally lit up after being silent for a long time. The light was like a burning flame. Although it was faint, it meant that the third star stone had been ignited. This, the early stage of the spirit transformation realm, actually ignited 3 star stones? How is this possible? Isn't this guy's luck a little too good? He actually succeeded like that? Damn it. Lucky bastard. Angry voices filled with envy and disbelief echoed everywhere. They never would have thought that a youth at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm would be able to ignite 3 star stones. It has to be said that even mid-stage spirit transformation cultivators couldn't do this. At the same time, Yan Chutian also heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally succeeded. At first, he had still wanted to use some tricks to bluff his way through. He had never thought that he would really be able to ignite 3 star stones. Since he did it with his own abilities, Yan Chutian naturally held his head high and looked at the cultivator who was guarding and recording. But of course, even if it was fake, his reaction would still be the same. The guardian glanced at Yan Chutian with a bewildered expression. Clearly, he did not expect that the youngster in front of him would be able to pass this test. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that this young man's performance in proving his qualifications was also so unexpected. He didn't know whether it was luck or true ability. Yan Chu passed. In the end, he announced the result. As soon as he announced the result, those who were originally angry were left with endless envy. There were also a few people who kept cursing Yan Chutian, cursing him to fail the next test and humiliate himself. The first test continued. After a long time, when the first test was over, there were only a few hundred people left standing. Among these 100 people, Yan Chutian, Mu Wan, and Yan Ningzhu were all present. After the first test was over, the old woman who was the representative of the group came out to preside. She ordered people to put away the bronze cauldron and took out a compass-like object from her withered hand. In addition, I'll activate the maze disc with my spirit force and use it to cover you. The power released by the maze disc will make you lose track of yourselves as if you are trapped in a formation. You will lose your sense of direction and even lose your reason. Each of you will have an incense stick worth of time to walk out. Start now. As her voice fell, the old woman didn't give anyone a chance to think. She waved her hand and her spirit force rushed into the maze disc in her hand. The maze disc flew up, filling the air with a large amount of fog that enveloped the 100 people and made them disappear. At the same time, the guarding cultivator lit an incense stick and began the countdown. Although the surrounding people couldn't see the situation inside the fog, this didn't hinder them from guessing. Moreover, they started to bet on who would be the first to walk out of the fog. I bet on the Mirage faction's Heaven Pride. The Mirage faction's illusions are similar to this fog. He will definitely be the first to break through it. I also bet on the Mirage faction's Heaven Pride. I bet on Hu Kuan. With his ability, breaking through this fog is just a small matter. Inside the fog, Yan Chutian looked at the dense fog around him. There was no trace of worry in his eyes. With this level of method, he could break through it with just a bit of time, let alone walk out. But Yan Chutian naturally wouldn't be so ostentatious. He slowly opened his spirit eye and spread it out. The thick fog immediately dissipated, allowing him to see the so-called Heaven Pride's pride. He saw the Mirage faction's Heaven Pride. At this time, he had a smile on his face as he looked around and proudly muttered to himself, "Although this maze disc is powerful, I am the Mirage faction's Heaven Pride. I can definitely walk out with just a bit of time. Moreover, I will definitely be above those people." Looking at the Mirage faction's Heaven Pride, Yan Chutian wanted to look away and look for Mu Wan and Yan Ningzhu. But suddenly, his eyes moved and he stared at the beautifully decorated universe bag hanging from the other's waist. What he lacked the most right now were the materials to create a spirit-gathering array and heavenly treasures. Perhaps these universe bags would be a good choice. If this were the past Yen Chutian, he wouldn't have had such thoughts. But now that the fog was shrouding the environment, it was perfect for him to make a move. Thus, the Mirage faction's Heaven Pride and the other powers' Heaven Prides saw a scene occur. They were all focused on finding a way out, so how could they possibly guard against Yen Chutian, who came and went as he pleased? All of them were immediately struck in the back of their heads. They angrily crawled up and found nothing. Then, they discovered that the universe bags at their waists had disappeared without a trace. "Who is it?" The Mirage faction's Heaven Pride angrily roared. Hukuin's eyes blazed with fire, as if they were about to burn. Every single one of the Heaven Prides were like this, and the ones that Yen Chutian chose to attack were these famous Heaven Prides. This was because he understood that these people had the most good things on them. Moreover, they were also the ones that most likely wouldn't reveal this matter in public. After all, if they did, their faces would be slapped with a resounding slap. "Who is it?" Suddenly, a delicate shout sounded out. Hearing this, Yen Chutian quickly stopped and appeared in front of the woman who had shouted. This was because this woman was none other than Mu Wan. "What are you doing?" After recognizing Yen Chutian, Mu Wan still reprimanded him. She clearly remembered that a black hand had grabbed towards her chest and waist. Chapter 53. Yen Chutian coughed dryly as he explained. However, Mu Wan kept looking at him suspiciously, her face full of vigilance. She could clearly see that the other party's big hand had no intention of being careless. If she had shouted a little slower, she would have been taken away. However, when she saw that Yen Chutian did not have time to put away the few Qiankuan bags that obviously did not belong to him, she could not help but be attracted to them. She forgot about what had happened just now. Mu Wan looked at these gorgeous and extraordinary Qiankuan bags and suddenly thought of something. She could not help but be shocked. Her red lips parted in disbelief. "These are the Qiankuan bags of those forces' geniuses? You snatched all of them?" "Just the ones that were temporarily hanging at his waist and could not be put away in time numbered 3. God knows how many more this guy had hidden. How many geniuses had he robbed?" Hearing this, Yen Chutian might be able to remain calm in front of others. However, in front of Mu Wan, Yen Chutian could not help but raise his head proudly. When he saw the shock on her face, he felt especially satisfied. "I chose those so-called geniuses who were in the limelight the most. With my spiritual eye and the surrounding fog, no one would know. By the time they reacted, they had already lost track of me. Furthermore, the Qiankuan bags on their waists had also disappeared." "You are really bold." Mu Wan looked at the proud Yen Chutian, and could only shake her head helplessly. Then, when she saw that he still had the intention to rob the Qiankuan bags, she hurriedly stopped him and said, "Don't go too far." Since Mu Wan had stopped him, Yen Chutian really did not want to rob anymore. He followed beside her and looked around with his spiritual eye. Nodding, he said, "That's good too. Anyway, I've already robbed the top geniuses. There's nothing good in the other Qiankuan bags. Now, let's find Yen Ningzhu. We still need her for the next test." "Okay." Mu Wan lightly nodded her head, completely agreeing with Yen Chutian's words. But all of a sudden, her fair face became very strange. Her beautiful eyes stared closely at Yen Chutian's face, making him clearly feel a trace of a strong sense of danger. "You robbed a group of top-notch geniuses? You mean you robbed those women too?" As soon as Mu Wan said this, Yen Chutian was immediately dumbfounded, because he really did that, and also did something to those women. Yen Chutian's reaction and expression immediately made Mu Wan understand everything. Her pretty face became more and more gloomy. Biting her red lips, she couldn't wait to punch him right now. This guy, when he made a move on me just now, he didn't hold back when he was determined to kill me. At the same time, the Mirage faction's proud son of heaven's eyes spouted fire. His long hair was standing on end as he constantly looked around, desperately wanting to find the bastard that dared to kill him. However, Yen Chutian had already left, so how could he possibly find his shadow? Thus, the Mirage faction's proud son of heaven could only restrain his anger and slowly suppress the anger in his heart. As for the Mirage faction's proud son of heaven, his thoughts were like lightning. He thought about how this person could suddenly appear and sneak attack him, and then instantly disappear without a trace. Did this mean that this fog didn't affect him at all? Or could he easily walk out of here? Thinking of this, the Mirage faction's proud son of heaven's eyes narrowed. A thick, ominous light emerged in his eyes, and the anger that he had been hiding began to gush out once more. You bastard, I don't know what you used to ignore the fog of the maze disc, but I think you will be the first to walk out of here. As long as I find you, that will be the day you die. As his voice fell, the Mirage faction's proud son of heaven began to aggressively break through the fog once more. At the same time, the other proud sons of heaven who had been robbed all thought of the same thing. Since this person could come and go as he pleased, then he would definitely be able to walk out of here and become the first. Thus, they all began to break through the fog as quickly as possible. As long as they could catch this bastard that didn't know the difference between life and death, they would make him suffer a fate worse than death. However, if they thought of this, how could Yen Chutian not think of it? After he brought Mu Wan to Yenningzhu, he didn't hurry to leave. Instead, he quietly waited in place, using his spiritual eye to observe his surroundings. As Yen Chutian observed, Yenningzhu was shocked. Although she had guessed that Yen Chutian's perception was extremely sharp, she didn't think it would be to such an amazing degree. It was as if the fog didn't hinder him at all, not even affecting him in the slightest. Thus, she couldn't help but think of a terrifying situation. If Yen Chu took advantage of this environment to attack them, then how could they survive? Even if Yen Chu's cultivation was only at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm, if he caught them off guard, then he could seriously injure a mid-stage or even late-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator. However, Yenningzhu didn't know that her thoughts had already become reality. At this time, a group of top proud sons of heaven were desperately searching for the person who had attacked them. After half an incense stick of time, the Mirage faction's proud son of heaven finally walked out of the fog. In an instant, he was overjoyed. He looked around, searching for the culprit. However, what stunned him was that there was no one around. Instead, there was a loud cheer. Congratulations to the Mirage faction's proud son of heaven. You are the first to walk out of the fog. The Mirage faction's proud son of heaven is truly extraordinary. Congratulations. Congratulations. Countless gazes of admiration and respect looked over. If this were any other time, the Mirage faction's proud son of heaven would naturally be happy. But now, how could he be happy? He had been robbed in the fog, but where was the shadow of the culprit? Damn it, he must be afraid that I'll come out and catch him, so he's still hiding within the range of the maze disc. The Mirage faction's proud son of heaven thought to himself. He didn't think that dog thief would be so cunning. How hateful. However, since he couldn't find the culprit, he had obtained a great deal of glory and also some comfort. At the very least, this allowed him to stand out from the crowd of proud sons of heaven and suppress them all. Thus, the Mirage faction's proud son of heaven didn't say anything and calmly accepted the glory. However, just as he gradually revealed a rare smile, more and more figures began to walk out of the fog. Countless pairs of eyes stared at him with ominous glints hidden within. Even the Mirage faction's proud son of heaven couldn't withstand all of this. This was because the owners of these gazes were all proud sons of heaven. Their cultivations were no weaker than his, and yet they were all glaring at him with ominous glints in their eyes. In an instant, the Mirage faction's proud son of heaven seemed to understand something. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Being stared at by so many ominous glints, How could he not realize that these people must have also been robbed by someone with the same thoughts as him? And now, they obviously thought that he was the culprit. The Mirage faction's proud son of heaven wanted to explain, but just as he was about to speak, Hukuan took the lead and sneered. How could they possibly listen to his explanation? Moreover, in their opinion, the Mirage faction's proud son of heaven was the one who was most likely to do such a thing. Chapter 54. Several top proud children of heaven coldly glared at the Mirage faction's proud son of heaven. Their eyes were filled with the desire to beat him up so that they could vent the anger in their hearts. As for the Mirage faction's proud son of heaven, who had vaguely guessed this point, he was incomparably angry. How could he not have imagined that he would be the scapegoat for that dog thief? Now, he feared that everyone would think that he had stolen their universe bags. Everyone, just now I was, even though he was angry in his heart, the Mirage faction's proud son of heaven knew that this matter was no small matter. Therefore, he quickly opened his mouth to explain, his expression anxious. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the several proud children of heaven clenched their teeth and coldly interrupted him. "Ha, the Mirage faction's proud son of heaven truly has good methods. I admire you. Humph, the mountains and rivers will meet again. Let's see just how long you can be so rampant." Listening to these angry words, how could the Mirage faction's proud son of heaven not know that he had made a big mistake? These people were extremely angry right now. How could they listen to his explanation? Even if it were him, he would also think that the first impression was the strongest. After all, the grudge between them was just too great. As the Mirage faction's proud son of heaven was having a hard time speaking, more and more figures continued to emerge from the fog. Before an incense stick of time had passed, they had barely passed. During this process, Yen Chutian and the other two also emerged. The moment Yen Chutian landed on the ground, he looked around and immediately saw the Mirage faction's proud son of heaven not too far away. He had already anticipated what would happen outside. After observing for a bit, he realized that the Mirage faction's proud son of heaven had taken the blame for him. There was no enmity between them, so Yen Chutian could only apologize in his heart. Before long, an incense stick of time had completely burned out. At this time, around 50 people had emerged from the fog. Almost half of them had been eliminated. The second trial's elimination rate was almost the same as the first trial's. After an incense stick of time passed, the old woman slowly walked out. She summoned her spiritual strength and stimulated the maze disc to take back all the fog. As the fog dissipated, the cultivators who had been trapped inside were suddenly able to see their surroundings. But this didn't make them happy at all. Instead, they felt depressed. Because once the fog dispersed, it meant that the second test was over, and it also meant that they had failed. Following closely behind Yen Chutian, Yen Ningzhu also swept her eyes around. She caught a glimpse of the angered expressions of the Mirage faction's elites. She also caught a glimpse of the Mirage faction's elites, who wanted to cry but had no tears. For a moment she was puzzled. She didn't know what was going on, but she vaguely felt that this seemed to be related to Yen Chu. Looking at Yen Chutian suspiciously, Yen Ningzhu didn't ask anything in the end. No matter what, he had helped her pass the second trial. Passing the third trial was only a matter of time. She could finally get rid of the nightmare. The result of the second round was as everyone had expected. Nearly half of the people were eliminated, and the Mirage faction's proud son of heaven, who had received the most bets in the gambling house, was the first to emerge from the fog. However, what was slightly surprising was that Yen Chutian had also walked out of the fog within the time it took for an incense stick to burn. An early-stage spirit transformation cultivator was actually able to reach this step? He was most likely lucky. He found his elder brother in the fog and followed that Yen Chu bamboo out. He actually took advantage of a loophole. It seems that the great influences should choose a fairer test. They can't let this kind of person take advantage of a loophole. A lot of ridicule came from all directions. In everyone's opinion, it was impossible for Yan Chutian to walk out of the fog with his own strength. He must have relied on the strength of the Yan Chu bamboo. Moreover, didn't they just happen to walk out together? No one knew the truth. If they knew that the Mirage faction's elites that they admired had already been robbed by the disdainful Yan Chutian, their jaws would have dropped to the ground in shock. Moreover, Yan Chutian hadn't just robbed him. He had also robbed the other elites of the Blood Hand faction and the 10,000 Flower faction. In short, the second trial passed with great ups and downs. After the second trial, the old woman in charge stepped forward and announced the third trial. Speaking of which, the third trial was much simpler than the first and second trials. Many figures intertwined in the center of the square, ready to engage in a chaotic battle. After the chaotic battle, only 33 people remained and obtained a spot. The rest were eliminated. Dong! A dull sound of a bell rang out, announcing the start of the chaotic battle. As the bell rang, a large number of cultivators began to gather in the center of the square, as if they had already discussed this beforehand. The center of the square was either a Heaven's Pride or a nameless elder cultivator who had never revealed his strength. In short, they were all extraordinary existences. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to attract others to attach themselves to them. Therefore, it was impossible for Yan Chutian to attract others to attach themselves to him. In the eyes of others, he was simply a lucky bastard. Otherwise, he would have already been eliminated. How could he have lasted until now? However, Yan Ningzhu and Mu Wan seemed to have attracted some cultivators to attach themselves to them. 4 or 5 youths with no background surrounded them. With the 3 of them as the center, they looked around with vigilance. These people's eyes flashed with a strong sense of hesitation, as if they didn't want to attach themselves to them. But after glancing around at the several people around them, they clenched their teeth and stayed, not leaving. Several groups of people formed in the square. They were all on guard against each other. This was because a great battle could erupt at any time. A small group was driven out, leaving only 33 people behind. It was unknown whether or not it was because of his status as the first-place winner of the second trial, but the Mirage faction's Heaven's Pride was surrounded by many cultivators. Regardless of the cultivation of these people, it seemed that they had the advantage of numbers. They were able to oppress others. But before the Mirage faction's Heaven's Pride could be happy, he saw a group of top Heaven's Pride looking at him with ill intent. They led their own small groups to surround him. This scene caused the Mirage faction's Heaven's Pride to feel that things were far from good. If he were to be surrounded, then even if he had the most people around him, it still wouldn't be enough. So he quickly rushed towards the several leaders of the group and shouted, "Han Lei Zhou Feng, don't mess around." Haha, the dignified Mirage faction's Heaven's Pride knows fear? How come you didn't know what was going on in the fog? That wasn't me. Someone was secretly stirring up the situation and trying to take advantage of us. The Mirage faction's Heaven's Pride quickly said. He didn't dare to not explain, otherwise it would be too late. Even so, the other Heaven's Pride were still skeptical. After all, besides the Mirage faction's Heaven's Pride, it was hard for them to believe that there was someone else who could freely come and go in the fog. Chu Yuan, how can you prove it? The 10,000 Flower sect's proud daughter asked. Her universe bag had actually been stolen from her by someone, and she hadn't even been able to see the appearance of the culprit. This was truly a great shame. Not only that, but she also suspected that the culprit hadn't done anything to her. She always felt that the moment she lost her universe bag, something had also touched her chest. This, although I can't prove it, how could I possibly do such a thing? That's not necessarily true. After all, one may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. Chapter 55. As Yan Chutian looked at the incomparably angry Mirage faction's Heaven's Pride that had firmly taken the blame for him, he suddenly felt that his previous decision had been correct. because at this moment it seemed that this would actually lessen the pressure on them. At the same time, Mu Wan watched the scene play out in front of her, speechless. The Mirage faction's Heaven's Pride could only blame his own bad luck for running into a god of calamity like Yan Chutian. You! At the same time, the Mirage faction's Heaven's Pride's face twisted as he looked at the crowd that continued to surround him. What the hell was this? He was clearly a victim, but he had been mistaken as the murderer and now he was being besieged? At this moment, he really wanted to find the real murderer and tear him to shreds. If he didn't do this, how could he dispel the anger in his heart? The Mirage faction's Heaven's Pride's heart was burning with anger. He had already explained and even admitted defeat, so he could no longer endure it. He shouted, "I've already told you everything. If you don't believe me, then attack me and let the real murderer secretly reap the benefits." Before his voice fell, the Mirage faction's Heaven's Pride had already assumed an appearance as if he were ready to attack at any moment. Although the cultivators around him didn't understand what was happening, or why the Mirage faction's Heaven Prides had suddenly become the target of a siege, they had already chosen a side. They couldn't change sides now, so they could only assume a fighting stance. The Mirage faction's Heaven's Pride's reaction finally caused the surrounding crowd to stop. This was because the Heaven's Pride they were supporting was hesitating. As a Heaven's Pride, they were geniuses that had been carefully raised by some influence. Their talent and cultivation were extremely high, and their wisdom wasn't bad either. Therefore, as they carefully thought about it, they didn't believe that the Mirage faction's Heaven's Pride would make such a crazy move. Perhaps it was just as he said, and there was someone hiding in the crowd who had done a series of crazy things in order to shift the blame onto them and reap the benefits. So in the end, they were no longer aggressive. Yan Chutian couldn't help but sigh as he silently watched everything from the side. In the end, these Heaven's Pride in front of him weren't fools. Letting the Mirage faction's Heaven's Pride take the blame was already suspicious enough. Wanting to use this as a pretext to eliminate him was simply too whimsical. At the same time, seeing that the surrounding people didn't continue to attack, the Mirage faction's chosen finally relaxed. Even if he acted tough just now, he knew that if he was surrounded and attacked, he would definitely be eliminated, and he would miss the chance to go to the Central Plains. After temporarily letting go of the Mirage faction's proud Sons of Heaven, these proud Sons of Heaven turned around and led the cultivators they had attached themselves to, sweeping away the other groups that had been watching from the sidelines. There were only 33 spots. Sooner or later, they would have to eliminate others. Naturally, their actions were met with extremely fierce resistance. After all, the reputation of the prodigies was not small, and there were many cultivators who relied on them. However, those who were unwilling to submit to others, as well as those middle-aged and elderly cultivators, were not pushovers either. When they really fought, their cultivation bases were also very strong. It was inevitable that the small group of Yan Chutian, Yan Ningzhu, and Mu Wan would also be targeted by a prodigy. It was a thin and tall youth with an aquiline nose. The aura of this youth was exuding from his body, indicating that he had already reached the late stage of spirit transformation. Moreover, the cultivators under his command were also not weak. There were many intermediate stage spirit transformation cultivators among them. The aquiline nose youth led his people in front of Yan Chutian's group. Then, without needing him to say anything, a monkey-faced man jumped out and coldly laughed. The Central Plains is not a place that any random cat or dog can enter. If you know what's good for you, then hurry up and get out. Don't bring shame to yourself. Hearing this sneer, the aquiline nose youth's long and narrow eyes didn't move. He didn't say a word, but silence often represented one's attitude. Moreover, if a subordinate dared to speak such nonsense, how could he not have a hint from his master? The cultivators around Yan Chutian's group all became angry when they heard this, but when they looked at the aquiline nose youth, they didn't dare to say anything. This was because they all knew the identity of the aquiline nose youth. He was the heaven's pride of the Blue Moon sect. Although the Blue Moon sect wasn't a force of the Central Plains, they were not weaker than any force in the Central Plains. Although Yen Chutian didn't know the origin of the aquiline nose youth, he knew that he was a so-called heaven's pride of some force. With this kind of identity, wanting him to scram was just a fool's dream. Moreover, in the competition for the safe passage, no force's elders could make a move. After the selection, the winner would be escorted into the passage by the forces of the Central Plains. So, Yen Chutian didn't need to worry about the aquiline nose youth's elders causing trouble for him. You're right, the Central Plains is not a place that any random cat or dog can enter. So, you and the master you rely on can scram. What did you say? The monkey-faced man couldn't believe what he had just heard. Although the other side followed his words, he actually treated them as random cats and dogs, and even told them to scram. Was he crazy? At the same time, the aquiline nose youth's face was gloomy. His originally indifferent face was like a dark cloud that could explode at any moment. What kind of person was he? Wasn't he respected wherever he went? He was a heaven's pride, but this fellow who was only at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm actually dared to call him a random cat or dog. Seeing his master's gloomy expression, the monkey-faced man quickly shouted, "Reckless thing, my family's young master is the Blue Moon sect's heaven's pride, Xian Kuan. He can crush an ant like you with one hand. You're the random cat or dog." "Oh, is that so?" Yen Chutian narrowed his eyes as he smiled. However, no matter how one looked at it, that seemingly gentle smile contained a thick sense of ridicule, causing the complexion of that hawk-nosed youth, Xian Kuan, to turn increasingly dark. Soon after, he could no longer maintain his silence as he coldly shouted, "Zhao Yu, do it!" "Yes." A response immediately echoed, and a burly man wearing a blue robe walked out from the crowd around Xian Kuan. His two bare arms were as big as Yen Chutian's waist. It was obvious he was the Zhao Yu Xian Kuan spoke of. This Zhao Yu's aura was very powerful, and he gave off the powerful aura of a mid-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator. It was not hard to see from his body that he was very good at strength. Even a mid-stage spirit transformation cultivator would not dare to take a punch from him. At the same time, when Zhao Yu walked out, the surrounding people who knew who Zhao Yu was couldn't help but speak. "It's actually Zhao Yu. This Zhao Yu is not simple. Although he is only at the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm, his strength is too terrifying. It is said that even a mid-stage spirit transformation cultivator would not dare to take a punch from Zhao Yu. There was once a fellow who didn't believe it and had his hand shattered. Hey, this Yen Chu is really unlucky. With his small body, I fear he will be dismembered by a single punch from Zhao Yu." Chapter 56. Words of sympathy continued to come from the surroundings. The burly Zhao Yu was very satisfied with this. He twisted his neck and the sound of bones grinding could be heard. At the same time, he stared at Yen Chutian with contempt. He didn't say a word and only raised his right middle finger to make a disdainful gesture. This kind of attitude and action was extremely hateful and unbearable. However, the surrounding people asked themselves if they were in Yen Chutian's shoes, they would still choose to back down. In their view, Zhao Yu was a genuine mid-stage spirit transformation cultivator with quite a reputation. Even if Yen Chutian could throw a punch comparable to this level of cultivation, he wouldn't be his match. After all, there was still a large gap between comparable and true cultivation. However, no one expected that when Yen Chuzhu intended to block Zhao Yu, Yen Chuzhu would actually take a step forward. From the looks of it, he actually wanted to fight with Zhao Yu? Could it be that he didn't see through Zhao Yu's cultivation? Zhao Yu is at the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm, and can be considered strong among cultivators at the same level. This Yen Chu actually dares to, in the end. He is still too young to withstand Zhao Yu's ridicule. The ignorant are fearless.
What ignorant are fearless? He simply doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even his brother, Yan Chu might not be able to deal with Zhao Yu, let alone him. The crowd began to discuss again. Some sighed and some ridiculed. However, no matter what their reactions were, they couldn't affect Yan Chutian. Yan Ningzhu saw Yan Chutian's posture and hesitated for a moment before retreating. She knew that Yan Chutian wasn't a reckless person and wouldn't lose his mind because of a little ridicule. Moreover, from his previous actions, Yan Ningzhu didn't believe he was just at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. Even if she were to face Yan Chutian, she wouldn't have the slightest confidence in winning. It has to be said that she wasn't as simple as she looked. Seeing that Yan Chutian had stood out to oppose him, Zhao Yu revealed an increasingly contemptuous smile. In his opinion, it was also because the other party was too young. Just a little bit of mockery would cause him to lose his mind and recklessly fight with him. Facing such a young man, he didn't mind teaching him a lesson about the immensity of heaven and earth. After that, Zhao Yu didn't say anything else. He brazenly made his move. His right foot heavily stomped on the ground, and his tall and sturdy body actually shot out with extreme speed, directly towards Yan Chutian. Zhao Yu clenched his right fist, and the terrifying power hidden deep within his right arm surged. He was confident that with his mid-stage spirit transformation realm cultivation and his extraordinary strength, he could seriously injure his opponent with one punch. It was hard to say whether he would live or die. What made him even happier was that when he threw a punch, his opponent didn't dodge at all. It seemed like he wanted to fight him head-on. "You're courting death." With a sneer, Zhao Yu's right fist, which was filled with explosive power, collided with Yan Chutian's right fist. At this moment, the surrounding people didn't even want to take another look. It was as if they already knew the result. They all knew that Zhao Yu's strongest point was his strength, and that he liked to fight head-on. That was why the way to deal with him was to circle around and find a loophole to defeat him in one fell swoop. However, they didn't think that Yan Chu, who was only at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm, would dare to fight him head-on. If this punch landed, Zhao Yu's right arm would be broken and he would be seriously injured. That was why many people looked away, thinking that there was no need to see the result anymore. However, what happened next was an unbelievable scene. The scene of Yan Chu being sent flying by a punch like a dead dog did not happen. Instead, the disproportionately large and small fists collided violently, and a sonic boom spread out. The two of them were evenly matched, and both of them took a few steps back. How is this possible? He can actually fight Zhao Yu head-on? I must have seen wrongly. How can an early-stage spirit transformation cultivator fight Zhao Yu head-on? Countless people were shocked. They couldn't believe that an early-stage spirit transformation cultivator like Yan Chutian could fight a mid-stage spirit transformation cultivator like Zhao Yu head-on. In fact, it wasn't just them. Even Xian Kuan and many other geniuses were shocked. Even Yan Ningzhu was shocked. The only one who was calm was Mu Wan because she knew Yan Chutian very well. She had already expected this scene. You can actually take my punch head-on? Zhao Yu's face was filled with shock. How could an early-stage spirit transformation cultivator take his attack head-on? Facing everyone's shock, Yan Chutian smiled faintly. After that punch, he had a clear understanding of Zhao Yu's situation. Zhao Yu was relying on his innate divine strength. However, if he wanted to use his innate divine strength to defeat him, he was underestimating him too much. He had a lot of experience dealing with this kind of strength. At the same time, a deep sense of shame appeared in Zhao Yu's heart. He couldn't accept this situation. An early-stage spirit transformation cultivator was able to fight him head-on. If this spread out, what would he be considered? "Damn grasshopper, see if I don't kill you!" Zhao Yu angrily roared. He formed another fist and threw it out. He thought that his opponent must have used all his strength.
Otherwise, how could he have blocked his attack? But was that really the case? The fist came again. Yan Chutian revealed a faint smile. There was a flash of light between his eyebrows, and the red line opened a little. The power of the spirit eye had been activated. Under the gaze of the spirit eye, Yan Chutian felt that Zhao Yu's movements were slowed down by countless times. Therefore, his attacks were full of mistake. Then Yan Chutian's figure shot out. With the shadow step, his body was like a ghost. Palm after palm landed on Zhao Yu's chest. Zhao Yu had no chance to fight back, and could only passively endure. However, it seemed that Yan Chutian's attacks did not possess any astonishing lethality. Palm after palm struck down. Although Zhao Yu was enraged, in the end, he let out a furious roar. Raising his robust body, he coldly shouted, "Useless thing, I have been sneak attacked by you so many times, but you are unable to cause any harm to me. Is that so?" Hearing this, Yan Chutian revealed a faint smile and asked back. The moment he asked this question, Zhao Yu's mocking expression suddenly changed. He revealed an unprecedented panic and even fear. What is going on? Why can't I use my strength? The next moment, he suddenly raised his head to look at Yan Chutian. He thought about the palm prints Yan Chutian had thrown at him. At this point, how could he not understand the use of those palm prints? They were actually sealing his innate divine strength. But how was this possible? Innate divine strength was born in the body. It was different from spiritual energy and spiritual energy. It couldn't be cut off. How could a little early-stage spirit transformation cultivator seal his own strength? Chapter 57. Plop, with his innate divine power sealed, Zhao Yu became an ordinary cultivator at the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. Yan Chutian had no reason to fear someone with such a cultivation. He immediately attacked. The spirit force in his hand surged out like a giant dragon, and a turbulent aura swept out, forcing Zhao Yu to retreat. In the end, Zhao Yu fell before Yan Chutian under the disbelieving gazes of many people. This made him feel extremely humiliated, but he had to admit that if he made the slightest movement, the palm above his head could easily take his life. At the same time, the surrounding people were all shocked. How could they believe that a cultivator at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm could defeat Zhao Yu, who was at the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm? What did I just see? Zhao Yu was actually defeated by Yan Chu? He actually defeated the strong as the weak. This Yan Chu actually has the attitude of a genius? No wonder he was able to display the power of a cultivator at the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. It turns out that his true strength is also so terrifying. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. The eagle-nosed Xian Kuan's face was naturally gloomy. He stared at Yan Chutian for a long time before glaring angrily at Zhao Yu. He shouted, "Trash, you're really trash." Then he stood up and scolded, "So what if you defeated my trash? Today, I want to see who can make you stay if I, Xian Kuan, want to chase you away." After Xian Kuan's scolding, everyone's gazes changed from shock to sympathy. In their minds, even if Yan Chu had the power to defeat the strong as the weak, so what? At most, he could only defeat someone at Zhao Yu's level. He had no hope against Xian Kuan. Even his brother, Yan Chu, was not Xian Kuan's match. After all, Xian Kuan was a genius at the peak of the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. He could enter the late stage at any time and was extremely powerful. When Xian Kuan stood up, Yan Ningzhu could no longer sit still. She was dressed as a man. Her face, which made countless women infatuated with her, was cold and indifferent as she stared coldly at Xian Kuan. This made Xian Kuan very unhappy. He didn't know that Yan Ningzhu was a woman, so when a handsome gigolo stared at him, he naturally felt very annoyed. He felt that his limelight had been stolen by the other party. Therefore, he very impatiently mocked, "Gigolo, what can you do if I want to drive you out? You can only accept it passively." The safe passage isn't something trash like you can get. Before Xian Kuan could finish his sentence, the lackey beside him, the man with the protruding mouth and ape-like chin, hurriedly shouted in agreement. Every word of his was filled with ridicule and mockery, causing those who heard it to want to rush up and immediately crush his throat. "Kid, my young master is already enraged. I advise you to let me go as soon as possible. Otherwise, your end will definitely be extremely miserable." Zhao Yu, who was under Yan Chutian's palm, was no longer terrified. His face was filled with arrogance as he spoke to Yan Chutian. It was as if the one who was captured wasn't him, but the other party. Looking at the other party's arrogant expression, Yan Chutian sneered in his heart. Then, without hesitation, he immediately slapped down with his palm and blasted Zhao Yu away. Zhao Yu fell several feet away and screamed in pain. When Zhao Yu fell back to Xian Kuan's side, he had already fainted. When he faintly woke up, his screams were even more shocking, because he discovered that his right arm was actually broken and it was in incomparable pain. "You're courting death. You actually dared to break my arm. Young Master Xian Kuan will not let you go." Zhao Yu's eyes were blood-red as he stared at Yan Chutian and roared. However, when he met his gaze, Yan Chutian's expression was like an ancient well without any ripples. It was because he had seen this kind of situation too many times. If he was the loser now, he would probably suffer 10 times or even 100 times the humiliation. Seeing that the other party still did not have any scruples after he spoke, Xian Kuan's expression became even more gloomy. Although he did not care about Zhao Yu's life or death, he was still one of his people in the end. After he scolded him, the other party still dared to attack his people. Wasn't that not putting him in his eyes at all? Very good, very good. Everyone, take action. Break their arms and legs and throw them out. Yes. In the next instant, everyone around Xian Kuan pounced out like tigers and wolves. They went straight for Yan Chutian's small group. The cultivators around Xian Kuan, no matter what the reason was, were already a group. Therefore, when Xian Kuan gave the order, they naturally could not disobey. Moreover, as long as these people in front of them were driven out, in addition to the battles that were going on around them, they should be able to determine the final 33 people, allowing them to obtain the safe passage. Therefore, how could they hesitate? After all the people around him rushed out, a cold smile gradually appeared on Xian Kuan's face. Then his gaze shot toward Yan Chutian. This person dared to make him lose face, so how could he let him have an easy time? At the same time, Yan Chutian also felt his gaze. Facing this, Yan Chutian still showed no fear. On the contrary, the battle intent on his face became even stronger. Even if the other party's cultivation was close to the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, what did he need to be afraid of? If they really fought, cultivation was not equal to strength. However, just as their gazes were about to meet, Yan Ningzhu's figure suddenly appeared between the two of them. She blocked Yan Chutian's body and stood opposite Xian Kuan. Obviously, she still did not believe that Yan Chutian could fight with Xian Kuan. Perhaps in her opinion, being able to defeat Zhao Yu was Yan Chutian's limit. TSK. What a deep brotherhood! Seeing Yan Ningzhu suddenly blocking in front of him, Xian Kuan sneered. Whether it was Yan Chu or Yan Chuzhu, they were both people he hated. It didn't matter who came first. In any case, they would not be able to escape from his hands today. Alright, I'll deal with Yan Chuzhu first, then I'll deal with your younger brother. I'll let you all understand that a true genius is not something you ordinary people can compare to. After he finished speaking, Xian Kuan's body flashed and his robe fluttered. His figure was like a ghost as he charged toward Yan Chuzhu. However, facing Xian Kuan, Yan Chuzhu, who was also Yan Ningzhu, did not dodge at all. She waved her hand and powerful spirit force circulated around her body. The powerful aura of the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm spread out, making many cultivators in the crowd feel pressured. However, even so, everyone was still worried. Did Yan Chu-ju really have the strength to fight with Xian Kun? Bang bang! When the palms collided, the worry in everyone's heart finally came to an end. Yan Ningzhu actually fought with Xian Kun, and she was not at a disadvantage when the palms collided. This Yan Chu-ju is actually so strong? This Yan Chu-ju is also a genius. Compared to his younger brother, Yan Chu, he is only stronger and not weaker. Both brothers are geniuses. It is unimaginable! The crowd exclaimed. Even though Yan Ningzhu was only fighting with Xian Kun, the shock it caused was even greater than when Yan Chutianzhu defeated Zhao Yu. This was because Zhao Yu was only a subordinate of Xian Kun. Even though they were both at the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Chapter 58. The fact that Yan Ningzhu wasn't at a disadvantage in the fight with Xian Kun shocked everyone. Even the eyes of the geniuses from the various factions flickered slightly. They obviously didn't expect such an unbelievably beautiful man to have such shocking strength. At this moment, only Yan Chutian was able to see through her true form. Under his spiritual eye, everything was illusory and nothing could hide. Even though his spiritual eye hadn't reached that level, he could still see through many concealment. For example, Yan Ningzhu was hiding her true cultivation. Yan Chutian didn't know why Yan Ningzhu was hiding her true cultivation. If she released her full cultivation, there wouldn't be many so-called geniuses here who could be her match. Only the few elders who hid themselves deeply in the crowd could compare to her. But no matter what, as long as Yan Ningzhu kept her promise, they would be safe. If she was hiding her cultivation because she was harboring evil intentions, he would let her know that he, Yan Chutian, wasn't a persimmon that was easy to bully. However, Yan Chutian vaguely knew that Yan Ningzhu was hiding her true cultivation and appearance to hide from something. What she was hiding from seemed to be related to the forces guarding the cities in the Central Plains. In short, Yan Chutian knew that the result of this battle was already decided. What he had to worry about was facing the cultivators from Xian Kun's side. Xian Kun had a lot of people, and a large group of people surrounded them. They were already showing signs of being besieged. For example, before Yan Chutian, there were 2 middle-stage spirit transformation realm young men surrounding him. Their auras weren't any weaker than Zhao Yu's, but they didn't have Zhao Yu's innate divine strength. However, if the 2 of them worked together, even Zhao Yu wouldn't be their match. After all, no matter how strong one's innate divine strength was, it couldn't be compared to another middle-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator. The 2 young men's thoughts were very simple. As long as they helped Xian Kun deal with this eyesore, perhaps Xian Kun would be happy and reward them. In that case, not only would he be able to obtain a spot in the safe passage, he would also be able to obtain additional items. Wouldn't that be great? As for Yan Chutian's strength, no matter how surprising Yan Chutian was, he was only one person. How could he match up to 2 mid-stage spirit transformation realm cultivators? The 2 of them gathered around. Mu Wan looked at Yan Chutian with a slightly worried expression. However, when she saw that the latter was not afraid at all and instead looked even more excited, she couldn't help but pout her red lips helplessly. Even if she didn't want to think about it, she had to admit that the scene of Li Qiu fighting for control of her body was very similar to the current Yan Chutian. It wasn't her appearance or figure, but her temperament. After that, she stopped worrying because Yan Chutian, who had such an expression, seemed to have never lost before. The 2 mid-stage spirit transformation realm cultivators didn't say anything. Spirit force surged from their bodies, and they quickly threw punches at Yan Chutian. Seeing this, Yan Chutian didn't dodge. He also formed a fist and collided with their fists, creating a thunderous rumble. When the fists collided, it was obvious that Yan Chutian was pushed back several steps. However, the 2 young cultivators didn't feel any joy when Yan Chutian was pushed back. This meant that if they fought one-on-one, they would end up like Zhao Yu if they fought against Yan Chutian. What a strange fellow! He is clearly only at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm, but he is so strong. Perhaps he cultivated some kind of evil cultivation method, or else how could he be so small? I think he suffered a backlash from that evil cultivation method. The two spirit transformation realm cultivators whispered one after the other. They didn't hide their ridicule of Yan Chutian. After all, using words to disrupt the other party's mood was a simple trick that anyone could think of. However, how could Yan Chutian not understand such a simple trick? Moreover, the two of them were clearly slandering him, so it was impossible for them to affect him. Seeing that their ridicule had failed, the two of them let out cold snorts. One of them attacked from the front and the other from the back. Spirit force surged out like a torrent toward Yan Chutian. They were very confident that although Yan Chutian was strong, he was not a match for the two of them. However, was the situation really like this? Under the impact of the torrent of spirit force, a tyrannical palm print descended. With two mid-stage spirit transformation realm cultivators attacking, not to mention an early-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator, even a mid-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator would be seriously injured. But when the palm print really came crashing down, the two were surprised to find that the other's figure had strangely disappeared. Then, under the two's incredulous gazes, the other appeared in front of them, turned his hand into a palm, and slammed down violently. Bang bang! Caught off guard, the two palms landed on their chests. Even though they were both mid-stage spirit transformation realm cultivators, they were still knocked back. Their chests shook violently, the blood in their bodies churned, and they couldn't help but spurt out blood. However, how could the trembling of their bodies compare to the trembling of their hearts? They couldn't believe it. Just now, the other party had broken through their joint attack? If the other party had used a tyrannical force to defeat them, then it would have been fine. However, they didn't feel any impact at all. It was clear that their attacks had failed and the other party had seized the opportunity to attack them. This is? The eyes of the crowd were clear. The two of them had never heard of this sudden situation, and the people around them were the same. The original situation should have been Yan Chutian being defeated by the two of them. How did the situation reverse in an instant? At this moment, even the 8 supervisors, who were resting with their eyes closed, opened their eyes. Their originally calm eyes were now filled with shock. Their cultivations were powerful and they came from great powers. Naturally, they were much more knowledgeable than ordinary cultivators, so they knew what was happening before them. However, this kind of situation should only occur when an extremely powerful cultivator faced off against a weak cultivator. Only when one's cultivation was far superior would one be able to see through the other's attack, dodge it, and take the opportunity to attack. This was something that even elixir cultivators like them wouldn't dare to say they could do against a spirit transformation realm cultivator. So how could an early-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator do it? This is impossible. The surrounding so-called proud sons of heaven also had some experience, so they vaguely recognized this scene. Their faces were filled with shock. The Mirage faction's proud son of heaven stared closely at Yan Chutian, his expression uncertain. He believed that he was the leader of all the proud sons of heaven in the Central Plains city, but now there was an unknown fellow in the limelight. How could he tolerate this? More importantly, this fellow was able to do what he couldn't. This immediately ignited a raging fire of jealousy in his heart. Chapter 59. Naturally, the two spirit transformation youths fighting Yan Chutian were also shocked. Other than shock, there was also a deep sense of shame in their hearts. They did not believe that the other side had the strength to dodge their attacks and counterattack. He must have been extremely lucky. Die for me. Slapping the ground with a backhand, the two spirit transformation youths furiously shot up at the same time, heading straight for Yan Chutian. Spiritual energy surged around the two of them, and the vigorous spiritual energy flowed according to a specific pattern. Faintly, a powerful pressure spread out. Obviously, this was not an ordinary attack, but a spiritual art. 100 Flame Seal. Moving mountain range. Sure enough, in the next instant 2 roars filled with anger rang out. As the roars shook the area, the 2 spirit transformation cultivators used their powerful spirit technique. Flames that seemed to materialize filled the air and mountains appeared, being moved and suppressed by the people. This kind of attack made the crowd unconsciously worry about Yan Chutian. They did not understand the reason behind the lightning and fire, but they knew that these 2 spirit spell attacks were too terrifying. Even a spirit transformation intermediate stage cultivator would find it hard to resist. At the same time, the 8 supervisors narrowed their eyes and did not look away. With this attack, they would be able to see if Yan Chutian was lucky enough to dodge the attack or if he really had that shocking ability. As the spirit techniques attacked, Yan Chutian's face became a bit hazy because he had already sunk into that state from before. He could also dodge the attacks before he was reborn, but that was only against people with lower cultivation than him. He had never used it against someone stronger than him before. Now that he could do it against people with higher cultivation than him, how could he not be shocked? Moreover, this also made him realize the powerful auxiliary effect of the spiritual eye. Yan Chutian was very clear that being able to reach such a step was greatly related to the spiritual eye. In the blink of an eye, Yan Chutian woke up from his hazy state. Facing the 2 spirit techniques, he opened the spirit eye between his brows. The vertical eye looked around and took in everything, leaving no place to hide. Then he did not hesitate at all. Just like before, he charged into the attack and passed through the gap that no one could see. Only spirit techniques were spirit techniques in the end. The power that passed through still injured Yan Chutian. It destroyed the cloth on his left shoulder as if it was being burned by fire. But even like this, Yan Chutian revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. This was because he found that this ability could be traced and did not appear out of thin air. Just think about it. If he could fully grasp the ability to dodge attacks and even use spiritual spells, then take the opportunity to attack, how terrifying would that be to the enemy? At the same time, Yan Chutian's actions shocked the 8 supervisors. This meant that the youth in front of them had the ability to dodge attacks. The 8 supervisors were silent, but their hearts were filled with thoughts. With such an astonishing ability, he would definitely be incomparably terrifying when he grew up. He would be almost invincible among those of the same level, and he would be able to contend with even stronger experts. How could they miss out on such a young heaven's favorite? If they could recruit him, they might be able to return to the Central Plains and no longer need to guard this place. They might even be rewarded. At the same time, Yan Chutian, who knew that his idea was feasible, no longer hesitated. While the 2 youths were still in shock, he used his shadow step. His body moved like a shadow and appeared behind the 2 like a ghost. Then, he used a palm of rocks on each of them, causing them to spit out blood and fall to the ground. At the last moment, the 2 of them could only stare at Yan Chutian with hatred. The pain that came from their bodies made them faint and they fell to the ground like dead dogs. After taking care of the 2 of them, the crowd was shocked. This was because the situation had reversed too quickly. Just a moment ago, the 2 youths were using powerful techniques that could kill each other. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation had turned around and they had spat out blood and fainted. How is this possible? The crowd was speechless. If this happened to any other heaven's favorite, they wouldn't find it strange. This was because the heaven's favorite's cultivation was already extraordinary and they had inherited many techniques. However, this had happened to an unknown cultivator who was only at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. How could they not be shocked? Suddenly, before one wave had settled, another wave rose. The 2 spirit transformation youths fell at Yan Chutian's feet. The next moment, A suppressed groan of pain echoed. Everyone looked over and saw that Xian Kuan, who had been fighting endlessly, had been hit by a palm. He immediately spat out blood and staggered. Xian Kuan was actually not a match? Xian Kuan was injured. How is this possible? Even though the commotion caused by Yan Chutian was not small, this scene still attracted the gazes of the crowd and even the 8 supervisors. Their eyes were filled with shock. Perhaps in their eyes, Xian Kuan could not compare to the heaven's favorite of the Central Plains or even the geniuses of the Central Plains' 8 branches. However, he could still be considered an outstanding cultivator. And now, a spirit transformation cultivator that they had never heard of had actually injured him. Moreover, this cultivator seemed to be brothers with another cultivator that had shocked them as well. In an instant, they thought of a few possibilities. Perhaps the 2 of them were not brothers but senior and junior brothers who had deliberately hidden their identities. It was very likely that they came from a certain force. This kind of situation had happened before, and the commotion caused by those people was even greater. Just 2 or 3 of them had beaten all the heaven's favorites of the Central Plains. However, as a result, they had no choice but to put away their thoughts of recruiting them. After all, a force that could nurture a heaven's favorite like this must have a great background. Even if they were not in the Central Plains, they might be comparable to the 8 forces behind them. Damn it! Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and Xian Kuan's expression was filled with anger. He couldn't imagine that he would be injured by a piece of trash in his eyes. It must be because he was distracted, or else how could it be like this? Die for me, Black Flame War Spear. The furious Xian Kuan did not give it any thought and immediately shook his arm. Surging spirit energy spread out. As he used his spirit technique, his spirit energy burned like flames and emitted a scorching black light. It made people feel as if their spirit energy would be ignited just by looking at it. The black flames swept out and quickly intertwined to form a black war spear. This black flame war spear was clearly quite famous. As Xian Kuan used it, cries of surprise constantly rang out from the crowd. Black flame war spear. This is a powerful quasi-spiritual rank spirit technique. He actually used the Black Flame War Spear. It seems that Xian Kuan is truly angry. Chapter 60. The Black War Spear emitted a scorching spiritual aura. When this spiritual art was displayed, it caused a huge shock to the crowd. It was not hard to imagine that its power would be extremely shocking. Furthermore, just the fact that it was a quasi-spiritual rank was enough to show its power. Therefore, even though Yan Ningzhu had forced back and injured Xian Kuan, this display of spiritual art made the crowd not think highly of her. They even thought that Yan Chuzhu would be doomed under this Black Flame War Spear. At this time, perhaps only Yan Chutian could see the truth. With his spiritual eye, he could see Yan Ningzhu's true cultivation. Under such circumstances, she still seemed to not be prepared to show her true power. It was not difficult to know that she was not only deliberately hiding it, but also that she was not surprised by the situation in front of her. Therefore, Yan Chutian knew that this should be the final confrontation, and the outcome would indeed be decided. However, the victor was not the Blue Moon Sect's genius Xian Kuan, but the mysterious Yan Ningzhu. Indeed, facing such a powerful spiritual art attack, Yan Ningzhu was not afraid at all. Her face, which had captivated many girls, did not show any surprise. She only gently raised her jade-like hands when the Black War Spear swept over. In the next instant, bright spiritual energy erupted from her fair palms, and the faint sound of birds chirping rang out. No one knew what spiritual art she had displayed, and even Yan Chutian was unable to see it with his spiritual eye. He could only vaguely see that within the turbulent spiritual energy current there seemed to be a green wing that suddenly flapped out. Bringing about an astonishing storm, it fiercely collided with the Black Flame War Spear. Boom boom! The roar was astonishing and a frightening impact swept out. The impact caused the surrounding crowd to become unstable, and they had to circulate their spiritual energy to stabilize their bodies. Such astonishing fluctuations caused the crowd and the various geniuses to be shocked. Xian Kuan's strength was not unexpected, but they did not expect that Yan Ningzhu would have such strength. However, in short, after such a collision, Yan Zhu should be defeated, right? As the spiritual energy ripples gradually subsided, everyone was finally able to see the center of the collision. When they saw the scene clearly, all of their expressions changed dramatically, and an extremely strong look of disbelief appeared on their faces. Because what they saw was actually Xian Kuan lying on the ground. His entire body was dripping with blood, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. As for Yan Ningzhu, she stood proudly and slowly withdrew her hand into her robe. How is this possible? He actually defeated Xian Kuan? Impossible. Xian Kuan is a genius of the Green Moon sect, and he even used the spiritual technique, Black Flame Spear. How could he still be defeated? These two brothers are actually such amazing geniuses. No, they might not necessarily be brothers. It's very possible that they're geniuses from a certain faction. Didn't such an astonishing genius appear in the past and enter the Central Plains to train? The crowd was shocked, and they naturally thought of many possibilities. Their guesses were the same as those of the 8 supervisors. Perhaps this Yan Chu and Yan Chu Bamboo were not brothers, but rather genius disciples from a certain power. At the same time, because of this scene, the 8 managers became more and more convinced of this possibility, because such geniuses had appeared before, and not just once. Xian Kuan was defeated? Seeing the person they relied on fainted, the expressions of the practitioners who were still surrounding and attacking Yan Chutian and the others changed greatly. Just like how monkeys scatter when the tree falls, even the tree falls, what could the monkeys that relied on them, do? Very quickly they either fled or scattered. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few people left in the group that were still resisting stubbornly. In the end, they were also defeated. In a few breaths' time, almost all of the practitioners in Xian Kuan's group were chased out of the plaza. Because even if they escaped, it was impossible for them to be accepted by the other group. Instead, they were ostracized everywhere. They could only be ostracized and lost their qualifications. Since they stood on the wrong side, they naturally had to pay the price. At the same time, the practitioners who regretted relying on Yan Chutian and Yan Ningzhu earlier were all overjoyed. They rejoiced at their decision in their hearts. Their group could even defeat the group of Blue Moon Sect's geniuses. Even if they weren't the best among all the groups, they were still among the top. How big was their chance of obtaining one of the 33 spots? And in fact, the result was just as they had expected. Even though the number of people present still exceeded 33, there wasn't a single group that dared to lightly attack them. All of them were either cautious or directly looking for other targets. This situation continued until the end. During this time, there wasn't a single group of geniuses that came to challenge them. After all, they always had to pick the weakest ones to pinch. And Yan Chutian and Yan Ningzhu were obviously not some weaklings. Because of this, they naturally had to pick targets that they had more confidence in defeating. So in the end, this group with the least number of people was not attacked again. Some of the other groups collided with each other, and many practitioners were eliminated. Only 33 people were left in the plaza. When the 34th person left the plaza, a loud and clear sound of a bell immediately resounded, announcing the end of the 3rd round, which was also the final competition for the safe passage. The result of the 3rd round was beyond everyone's expectations. They had indeed seen a wonderful battle. However, in this battle, it wasn't the geniuses of the forces that they were familiar with that displayed their might. Instead, they became stepping stones that allowed 2 unknown young practitioners to steal the limelight. The Mirage faction's Heaven's Pride swept his gaze over. He didn't know about Muwan, but Yan Chutian and Yan Ningzhu also made him feel a lot of pressure. If he were to fight against Yan Chutian, he would still have some confidence. But if he were to fight against Yan Ningzhu, even he didn't dare to say that he had a 100% chance of winning. Because he knew very well that Xian Kuan wasn't much weaker than him at all, and Xian Kuan had actually lost to this fellow called Yan Chuzhu for no apparent reason. Exactly what level had his true strength reached? At the same time, he also thought about his encounter in the second round. Originally, he suspected that the geniuses of the forces on the same level as him. But now, there was obviously Yan Chuzhu or Yan Chu. If the Mirage faction's Heaven's Pride thought of this, then the others naturally thought of this as well. This was because each and every one of them had a thoughtful expression on their faces. Their gazes swept over, not letting go of any clues. But in the second round, the culprit who stole the Qiankuan bag had simply appeared and disappeared like a ghost. The dense fog didn't have any effect on him. They couldn't even see his face or figure, so how could they confirm his identity? The third round ended. This time, it was no longer the old woman who stepped out alone. Instead, all 8 people appeared in front of the crowd. Facing these powerhouses whose cultivations were all in the elixir realm, even if these geniuses were confident that they would be able to step into this realm soon, they still lowered their arrogant heads. After all, these 8 people not only had powerful cultivations, but they also represented the 8 forces of the Central Plains that were only below the 5 regions. This could be considered as making them restrain their arrogance. Chapter 61. The command tokens that covered the sky shot out like a rain of flowers and landed in the hands of the 33 people at the center of the square. This scene caused no matter if it was the spectators from the beginning to the end or those that were eliminated midway, all of them revealed dense envy. Obtaining such a command token represented the qualifications to enter the vast Central Plains. The Central Plains seemed to be closed off, but no matter if it was fortune, power, or even spirit energy, it was much vaster than the outside world. Perhaps in other words, the area outside the Central Plains was a closed-off world, a barren land. After obtaining the command token, Yan Chutian didn't hesitate any longer. The 3 people that put away the command token glanced at each other before lowering their heads and leaving swiftly. No one stopped them as they gazed at their departing figures. Even the 8 supervisors only glanced at their departing figures and didn't say anything, because they'd already decided in their hearts that the 3 of them were probably disciples from a concealed power. They wouldn't say they were afraid when facing such young geniuses, but they were naturally unwilling to offend them for no reason. After all, they were unable to determine exactly how enormous the power behind the 3 of them was. At the same time, Xian Kuan, who'd fainted, had finally awoken. But after he awoke, the words of his trusted aide caused him to spit out blood and almost faint from anger. How could he have imagined that a group that was supposed to be easily driven away in his eyes would actually overturn him in the end and trample on him to create a grand reputation in the Central Plains city? Damn it! How could this be possible? How could I, Xian Kuan, possibly lose? Xian Kuan roared furiously, and then he gritted his teeth and said, Yan Chu, I'll surely make all of you die a graveless death. Young Master Xian Kuan, please reconsider, please reconsider. Even though those 3 people were lucky enough to launch a sneak attack and defeat Young Master, it's very likely that an enormous power is concealed behind them. Young Master, you must not act rashly. At the very least, you can't let others know on the surface. Damn it, damn it. Xian Kuan vented a few curses before gradually calming down. Actually, how could he not understand the words of his trusted aide? Even he had to admit that Yan Chu and Yan Chutian's origins were extraordinary, and they might be from a great power that was concealed in the forest. But it was absolutely impossible for him to swallow this humiliation. So what if you're from a certain faction? Once you enter the safe passage, I have plenty of ways to kill you. At that time, there will be no trace left behind. Even if the power behind you appears, what can they do? When they returned to the inn, it was already night time. The commotion caused by the fight for the safe passage was extremely huge in Central Plains City. Even the owner of the inn and some of the other customers in the inn had shocked expressions when they saw the three of them. However, for some reason, when the owner and the waiter looked at Yan Ningzhu, their expressions were somewhat unnatural. They kept feeling that the person in front of them was very unfamiliar, as if they had never seen her before. However, it seemed that she also lived in their shop. However, the present was different from the past. Now, they didn't dare to casually ask the three of them. Even if they didn't care about the shocking strength that the three of them had displayed, they were still afraid of the enormous forces that might exist behind them. Yan Chutian and the other two didn't give the others too much time to look at them. Soon, they returned to their respective rooms. He didn't know how the other two were doing, but Yan Chutian knew that he had gained a lot today. If he could completely grasp the ability to dodge attacks, he would be in an invincible position when facing cultivators of the same level in the future, or even those stronger than him. However, he also understood the difficulty of it. If it was easy, anyone could fumble around and grasp it, and it wouldn't make him so excited. As he sat cross-legged in silence, strands of spiritual qi of heaven and earth were quickly used. After passing through the spiritual qi gathering disk, they formed a pillar of spiritual qi and poured into Yan Chutian's nose. As he slowly recovered, his mind had already recalled the various things that happened when he dodged the attacks today. He was immersed in it and couldn't extricate himself for a long time. Half a day passed quietly. When the night was deep, Yan Chutian slowly opened his eyes. His eyes that were blooming with a glimmer of light flashed with dense joy. No matter what, he had finally grasped a trace of it. As long as he continued to study it, he would definitely be able to achieve something. With a little bit of success, Yan Chutian didn't continue to bury his head and sit cross-legged. He didn't want to rush for results. This ability to dodge attacks was extremely important to him. He didn't want to hastily create flaws in it. Slowly getting up, Yan Chutian couldn't help but stretch his waist. This had already become a habit of his. Even after experiencing so many twists and turns, it still hadn't changed. What Yan Chutian didn't expect was that not long after he got up and used his body, the door was suddenly knocked open. Immediately after, a beautiful woman in green walked in unceremoniously. Her fragrant body lazily leaned on the wooden chair. Yan Chutian, I'm hungry. The same languid words came out from the bright red lips. Her gaze moved up, and the beautiful eyes above her red lips slightly narrowed. One of them was emitting a seductive deep purple color, which was exceptionally charming. Glancing at this scene, Yan Chutian knew that the one who had taken the initiative was Qiuyu. Thus, in response to her order, Yan Chutian could only helplessly nod his head. He obediently walked out of the room and went downstairs to buy food from the innkeeper. After a long while, Yan Chutian returned to the guest room. When his gaze swept over the wooden chair again, he discovered that Qiuyu had already disappeared. Looking around, he couldn't help but smile helplessly when he saw a certain spot. It turned out that Qiuyu was sleeping soundly on his bed. There was a faint blush on her face, and even though she was sleeping soundly, there was a gentle smile on her face, making one unable to bear to wake her up with a single glance. Yan Chutian naturally wouldn't wake Qiuyu up. Instead, he quietly sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed. While quietly looking at his lost and recovered true love, he silently adjusted his breathing and stabilized his body. After more than an hour, the sleeping girl suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. Her charming face was full of smiles as she happily said to herself, "Finally, I've temporarily suppressed you. Now, it's time for me to take the initiative for a period of time." Before her voice faded away, the young girl's gaze naturally landed on Yan Chutian, who was at the edge of the bed. This caused the smile on her lovable face to grow even wider. After that, she did not disturb the other party, and just like Yan Chutian, she quietly looked at the side of the other party's face. After another hour, Yen Chutian slowly opened his eyes. In fact, he had been paying attention to his surroundings. He also knew that Qiu Yu had woken up. It was just that he was at the critical moment of adjusting his breathing, so there was no movement. Glancing at the girl, Yen Chutian took out the food that had already been placed on the side. He placed it in front of the girl and said, "Here, the food you wanted. It looks good." Qiu Yu glanced at the food and smiled faintly. Then, she didn't mind Yen Chutian looking at her. She reached out her jade hand and picked up a piece of pastry to eat. In fact, the taste of this food was ordinary. Even if it was mixed with many spirit medicines, in the eyes of her who had eaten many delicacies in the heaven realm, it was really ordinary. But for some reason, Qiu Yu felt that this pastry was more delicious than all the delicacies she had eaten before. Chapter 62. Warmth was always short-lived. When Qiu Yu left the room, Yen Chutian focused his mind and began to think about the situation at hand. In short, entering the Central Plains was no longer a problem. What they needed to do next was to find the stairway to heaven. However, as Han Chun had said, the stairway to heaven was controlled by many powerful forces in the Central Plains. It would not be easy to use it to return to the heaven realm. Not to mention using the stairway to heaven, even getting close to it would be difficult. Perhaps they could only think of a way from the Central Plains. After thinking for a long time, Yen Chutian temporarily put aside his thoughts. In any case, these were only his thoughts. He would only know the real situation after entering the Central Plains. Only then would he be able to make the right decision. Right now, what he really needed to worry about was still himself. Even though he had the complete experience from his previous life, he was still able to reach the early stage of the spirit transformation realm in such a short period of time. This news was enough to shock countless geniuses in the mortal world. However, the early stage of the spirit transformation realm was still too weak. With this kind of cultivation, he might be able to settle down in a corner, but what Yen Chutian wanted to do was not something he could handle with this kind of cultivation. After composing his thoughts, Yen Chutian took out all the Qiankuan pouches he had seized from the various forces in the Central Plains city. Then, he began to search through the Qiankuan pouches one by one, searching for the things he needed. Yen Chutian needed a lot of things. Not only did he need heavenly treasures, but he also needed the materials to construct the spirit gathering array. After searching for a while, although the harvest was not as amazing as Yen Chutian had imagined, he still managed to gather all the materials he needed to build the spirit gathering formation. There were also some 8 and even 9 pattern mortal spirit herbs. With these heavenly treasures and the spirit gathering formation he was going to inscribe, Yen Chutian was confident he could reach the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm. At least I didn't do it for nothing. After knowing this, Yen Chutian couldn't help but smile. He put away the spirit herbs and neatly laid out the materials. Now that he had gathered all the materials, he no longer hesitated and wanted to complete the spirit gathering array as soon as possible. In order not to waste anything, Yen Chutian took apart the damaged spirit gathering disc. After all, there were some materials that he did not want to waste. When everything was ready, Yen Chutian's mind was filled with the details of the spirit gathering array. It wasn't as if he hadn't made a spirit gathering array in his previous life, so when he recalled and made it, it was natural for him to do so without any panic. Perhaps the appearance of the spirit gathering array was only a matter of time. The sky gradually brightened. For ordinary people, the day was coming again. However, Yen Chutian had clearly lost the concept of time. He sat cross-legged in the middle of the room, with beads of sweat covering his forehead. He constantly manipulated his spirit energy to create the spirit gathering array bit by bit. This was destined to take a long time. It required the creator to have a great deal of patience and perseverance. Moreover, the control of spiritual energy was also very strict. The slightest mistake could cause all the previous efforts to be wasted, and it would be declared a failure. Therefore, the process of making the spirit gathering array could be considered a form of training for cultivators. In this mortal world, the only spirit transformation realm cultivator who could pass this training was Yen Chutian. At this moment, the creation of the spirit gathering array was nearing completion, but this was also the most critical moment. He was very careful with every step, not wanting to make the slightest mistake. Not only would it be useless, but it would also be a waste of hard-earned materials. Another 2 hours passed, and along with the chessboard-like cube emitting a faint light, Yen Chutian wiped away the sweat on his forehead as a look of joy appeared on his face. This was because he had successfully created the spirit gathering array. Looking at the newly created spirit gathering array, Yen Chutian was very excited. Even though he had only created an extremely low-level spirit gathering array, it was much more effective than the spirit gathering disc. Conservatively speaking, after using the spirit gathering array, his cultivation efficiency would double, triple, or even quadruple. Even though the sky was getting brighter, Yen Chutian didn't care about anything else. He immediately sat down and activated the spirit gathering array. He couldn't wait to experience its effects. 1. Once the spirit gathering formation was activated, a powerful suction force that was several times stronger than the spirit gathering disc spread out. It attracted all the spirit chi in the surroundings to be refined by the spirit gathering formation. After a long while, strands of pure spirit chi slowly rose. Looking at the rising spirit chi, even without absorbing it, Yen Chutian could feel that this spirit chi was much stronger than the spirit gathering plate in terms of tempering and density. However, everything had a countermeasure. This level of spiritual energy was not easy to absorb. If it was a meridian-opening cultivator, their meridians would not be able to withstand the impact of the spiritual energy and would be harmed instead. Even spirit transformation realm cultivators had to be careful, or else they would leave behind hidden dangers. However, none of this was a problem for Yen Chutian. He knew the severity of the situation and knew how to deal with it. The spirit gathering array would only be a great help to him. Why did the world's spiritual energy suddenly become so thin? In the guest room, Yen Ningzhu was sitting cross-legged with a puzzled expression. Her beautiful eyes swept the surroundings as she searched for a possible reason. As she searched, she naturally turned her attention to the direction of Yen Chutian's guest room. The situation in front of her shocked her. The surrounding spiritual energy was actually gathering in the other side's direction. What was going on? Even if a spirit transformation cultivator was breaking through, it would not be able to create this kind of movement. Her heart was filled with doubt, and she couldn't help but walk out of the guest room toward the other party's room. However, when she reached this place, a beautiful figure in green suddenly blocked her path. The girl was tall and straight and had a beautiful face. If it was just this, Yen Ningzhu wouldn't find it strange at all. However, when she looked at the other party's eyes, she found that Mu Wan's right eye was a bewitching deep purple. The purple light from her eyes made her feel fear, and she didn't dare to look at her. Yen Ningzhu didn't know why she had such a strange feeling. She only thought it was an illusion. She shook her head and asked Mu Wan, "Miss Mu, is Yen Chu inside?" Yen Ningzhu pointed at the guest room behind Mu Wan. However, Mu Wan didn't respond to her words. She raised her snow-white neck and glanced at her before lowering her head again. "He is still in closed-door cultivation and can't see anyone else." "This. All right." Yen Ningzhu helplessly nodded. Yen Chutian was actually in closed-door cultivation, so she naturally couldn't force her way in. Moreover, not only did Yen Chutian make her feel strange, even this Mu Wan made her feel unfathomable. The feeling she gave her was completely different from before, as if she was a different person. Chapter 63. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the early morning of the third day, Yen Chutian and the others packed up and headed towards the city lord's mansion. This was the safe passage. Along the way, the three of them bumped into many cultivators who were also heading towards the city lord's mansion. 3 days ago, The three of them had made a name for themselves in the third trial. Because of this, when others met them, they all had dignified expressions, some even showing awe. But Yen Chutian naturally wouldn't bully others because of this. He took the initiative to dissolve the stiff atmosphere and talk with others. Since he took the initiative to show goodwill, the other cultivators naturally responded. They all smiled and warmly chatted with him. No matter what thoughts they had in their hearts, on the surface, Yen Chutian had already become friends with them. But this situation came to an abrupt end when the Mirage faction's proud son of heaven appeared not too far away. The Mirage faction's proud son of heaven had a gloomy complexion. His narrow eyes swept over Yen Chutian's direction before he retracted his gaze and led the several people behind him towards the city lord's mansion. The Mirage faction's proud son of heaven was not a fool. He knew that the true culprit who was able to deceive everyone in the second trial 3 days ago was not simple. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was unlikely that it was one of the proud sons of heaven from the various influences. Thus, it could only be these 3 people that had suddenly appeared. As soon as he thought of this possibility, he thought of how these people had dared to plot against him and steal away the universe bags of the other proud sons of heaven. His heart began to surge with anger. But of course, the Mirage faction's proud son of heaven wasn't completely sure of this possibility. As for the specifics, he could only confirm them himself. Since the Mirage faction's proud son of heaven ignored him, Yen Chutian also couldn't show his warm face to a cold butt. Moreover, he understood that the more he spoke, the more likely it would be to slip up. If he accidentally revealed that he was the culprit who had stolen the universe bags of the other proud sons of heaven, it would always be troublesome. Finally, surrounded by many cultivators, Yen Chutian and the others finally approached the city lord's mansion. What appeared in front of them was an extremely magnificent and massive building. Central Plains City was built by many influences of the Central Plains. The City Lord's Mansion's forces were naturally led by the 5 most powerful influences of the Central Plains. They joined forces with many other influences to guard it. But to be specific, even if there were checks and balances, the 5 regions of the Eye still held the initiative. In each of the 5 Central Plains cities, there was a secret existence of a powerful warrior from a certain domain. This was a secret that was tacitly permitted. And in this central Yuan city, the one who held the initiative was the Fire Xian region. The City Lord Mansion was guarded by experts from the Fire Xian region. Normally, they wouldn't come out and reveal themselves as if they didn't exist. However, everyone who knew the inside story knew that if something really important happened, the Fire Profound region would still be the main force in the City Lord Mansion. Yen Chutian didn't know this information until Yen Ningzhu suddenly told him when they were leaving the inn. Although Yen Chutian didn't believe it easily, he had a feeling that this was the truth. At the end of the day, they were the 5 largest factions in the Central Plains. They were definitely the main force behind the opening of the 5 safety passages. How could they possibly allow the other factions to be on equal footing with them? They had to take the initiative. However, Yen Ningzhu actually knew such a secret. Yen Chutian couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Could it be that she was also a member of one of the factions in the Central Plains? Otherwise, how could she know all this? Stepping into the City Lord Mansion, there was a luxurious marble staircase. There was a wide field that was no worse than the square in the city. There were many guards standing around the field, and each of them gave off the aura of a meridian opening realm cultivator. Perhaps a single channel opening realm cultivator was disdainful, but when there were hundreds or even thousands of cultivators, it was a terrifying force. Even those at the peak of spirit transformation or even the peak of spirit transformation would not dare to underestimate them. Moreover, there were some spirit transformation realm cultivators among the guard. They were the leaders, and with them in command, the strength of the guards would be even more terrifying. There were already some cultivators standing in the center of the field. Yan Chutian quickly glanced around and saw many figures, such as Hu Kun and Hu Xing Er, the Mirage Sect's genius, Hua Yama, the middle-aged man at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, and so on. The appearance of these people was not outside of his expectations, so he did not pay much attention to them. However, when he saw the owner of the pair of eyes filled with hatred, he could not help but be puzzled. The owner of this pair of eyes was Xian Kuan. Yan Chutian clearly remembered that Xian Kuan should have been eliminated by Yan Ningzhu that day. How could he appear here today? The factions of the 5 regions control most of the slots for the safe passage, and the Blue Moon sect has always intended to rely on the Fire Profound region. It seems that the Blue Moon sect paid a great price to obtain this slot for him. Suddenly, a deliberately low and clear voice echoed in Yan Chutian's ears. He raised his head and looked over. The owner of the voice was none other than Yan Ningzhu, who was disguised as a man again. Yan Ningzhu's words dispelled the doubts in Yan Chutian's heart. In fact, how could he understand the reasoning behind it? What was the difference between a cultivator and a mortal? There would always be loopholes to exploit. Before she finished speaking, Xian Kuan, who was not far away, walked towards a young man who was surrounded by many people outside the arena. The young man was about 20 years old. He had an arrogant look on his face. Even when he looked at Hu Kuan and the other geniuses, his eyes were filled with arrogance. At this moment, even without Yan Ningzhu's words, Yan Chutian could guess that this young man should be a disciple of the Fire Profound region. Xian Kuan said something to the arrogant young man. In the next moment, he looked over from afar. He looked down at the young man with disdain before withdrawing his gaze. Then, the arrogant young man nodded slightly, which made Xian Kuan smile. Xian Kuan's cold gaze suddenly shot over. It was as if he was looking at a fish on a chopping board. It seems that he has hooked up with that guy from the Fire Profound region. He will most likely attack us in the safe passage. Yan Ningzhu secretly said, revealing the identity of the arrogant young man. Yan Chutian frowned slightly. He was not afraid of the arrogant young man, but he was afraid that there would be an elder from the Fire Profound region in the safe passage. With his current cultivation and means, he was still not a match for those who had cultivated for a long time. However, Yan Ningzhu's next words made Yan Chutian dispel his worries and completely relax. We might be a little afraid of him in this Central Plains city, but as long as we enter the safe passage, we don't have to worry. The safe passage is not an ordinary road. It costs a lot of resources to send anyone in, so the quota is strictly controlled. Many forces, including the forces of the 5 regions, are very confident in their own geniuses and will not send people in to protect them. Moreover, it is just as they thought. Almost no one from them has met with an accident in the safe passage. The only ones who have met with an accident are the rogue cultivators and the weak. Yan Chutian did not say anything when he heard this. He just nodded slightly, then narrowed his eyes and looked at Xian Kuan and the arrogant young man. Chapter 64. However, no one knew what Yan Chutian was thinking. In some people's eyes, he was already a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. When the time came, they would just wave the butcher's knife and slaughter him. After waiting for a while in the spacious field, some people with strong auras walked out of the city lord's mansion. They were led by a tall, dark-skinned middle-aged man. Although he looked masculine, his whole body exuded a feminine aura, which was somewhat difficult for people to accept. However, no matter what the middle-aged man's appearance or aura was, his appearance immediately caused a great commotion in the crowd. Not to mention Hu Kuan and the other geniuses, even the arrogant young man slightly restrained his gaze and didn't dare to be presumptuous. It wasn't difficult for Yan Chutian to guess that this middle-aged man must be from one of the 5 regions' forces. He is Luobing, an elder of the Ice Nether Realm who is guarding this place. The Ice Nether Realm's strength guarding this central Yuan city is second only to the Fire Xian Realm. Luobing is a second-class figure in the guarding force. She has already stepped into the Yuanying realm and is extremely powerful. Yan Ningzhu whispered to Yan Chutian. Her words were not far from Yan Chutian's guess. However, Yan Chutian also noticed a hint of relief in Yan Ningzhu's tone. It seemed that Luo Bing's appearance made her happy. Yan Chutian asked casually, trying to sound her out. The people of the Ice Nether Realm seem to be good. At least, although Luo Bing's cultivation is strong, she doesn't show any contempt. Yan Chutian's words made Yan Ningzhu snort coldly, and she couldn't help but say, they are all jackals of the same tribe. However, compared to the Fire Xian realm, the Ice Nether realm is indeed much more open and upright. Yan Chutian could clearly feel that when the Fire Xian realm was mentioned, Yan Ningzhu's attitude was extremely disgusted. It was much more intense than when she was talking about the Ice Nether realm. Thus, when combined with her various actions and intentions, his doubts about Yan Ningzhu gradually became clear. Yan Chutian believed in his own judgment. Yan Ningzhu should be from the Fire Profound region, but he didn't know why she had such a huge grudge against the Fire Profound region. Furthermore, she deliberately disguised herself as a man to avoid the Fire Profound region. Perhaps at this moment, the people of the Fire Profound region in the Central Plains city were also searching for her everywhere. However, they would never have thought that Yan Ningzhu would actually conceal her identity and participate in the fight for the safe passage quota to enter the Central Plains. In fact, the reason for this was very simple. The Central Plains was vast. Although it seemed to be closer to the real Fire Profound region and seemed to be walking into a trap, it was actually easier to hide. Moreover, rather than hiding in a backward place with thin spirit chi, anyone would probably choose the wonderful Central Plains. In an instant, Yan Chutian understood many things. At the same time, Yan Ningzhu seemed to realize that she had revealed something that she shouldn't have. She immediately closed her red lips and didn't speak anymore. Beside Yan Chutian, Qiu Yu, whose right eye was dark purple, apparently also caught the key information. She said to Yan Chutian silently, "It seems that she wants to avoid the people of the Fire Profound region, or more precisely, the Fire Profound region that dominates the Central Plains city. Yes. This is also good. At least, we can ensure that she doesn't harbor any evil intentions towards us." Yan Chutian also replied silently. After that, Qiu Yu didn't reply to him, because Luo Bing had already made her move. Luo Bing appeared in front of the crowd and swept her eyes over everyone. In the next moment, she slowly opened her mouth, and her majestic voice resounded throughout the whole place. "Anyone who has a token can enter the safe passage. But remember, you can't let the token leave your body. Otherwise, the spirit chi ripples in the safe passage will immediately squeeze you to death and turn you into a bloody pulp. You will stay in there forever." When she said this, many practitioners couldn't help but take out their tokens and take a deep look at them. They had originally thought that the token was just a token to enter the safe passage. Who knew that it would have such an important function that it would directly determine their life and death? In addition, don't go out of the safe passage and don't care about anything that happens outside the safe passage. Even Yuanying realm experts don't dare to set foot outside the safe passage. Many of the 5 regions' experts have died there. It's not something that you have the right to touch. Luo Bing's words made the crowd even more solemn. In fact, they already knew this without Luo Bing's reminder. It was like a natural barrier, and even the 5 regions' forces didn't have the ability to break it. Otherwise, why would they open up such a safe passage? Moreover, it was rumored that there were too many terrifying things hidden in this vast barrier. Yuanying realm experts didn't dare to set foot in it, but to be honest, even the 5 regions' ruling class didn't dare to enter personally. Many people at this level had disappeared after entering and were suspected to have died. At this time, only people like Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu didn't have the slightest fear. Instead, they were very interested in the barrier. This place was very similar to some forbidden areas in the Heaven Realm. However, the barrier in the mortal world was very interesting. It actually surrounded the entire Central Plains and isolated it from the outside world. It felt like someone had done it deliberately. If time and strength allowed, the two of them really wanted to enter and take a look. But now, it was more important to enter the Central Plains and find the stairway to heaven as soon as possible. Moreover, even if they found the stairway to heaven, it would be very difficult to get close to it or even borrow it. They had to think carefully. Luo Bing seemed to be very satisfied when she saw the solemn expressions on everyone's faces. After looking around, she waved her sleeve and said, "Follow me. The passage is open for a limited time, so we can't waste any time." Then, under Luo Bing's lead, the crowd followed her into the depths of the city lord's mansion. Soon, they walked into a large hall. After entering, a huge black vortex appeared in front of them. Countless cultivators were guarding the vortex, and each of them exuded an extremely powerful aura. Even if they weren't Yuanying realm experts, they were infinitely close to it. Moreover, these were just the cultivators guarding the vortex. Who knew if there were more terrifying people hiding in the dark? "Enter according to the token," Luo Bing said. Then, a group of young disciples took the lead and walked out. They were the top disciples of the 5 Regions forces, and they were in the first row. Of course, the so-called 5 Regions forces here were just the guarding branches of the Colossus in the Central Plains. Perhaps, in the eyes of the true 5 Regions forces, the geniuses here were just ants. In short, these geniuses were very arrogant in front of the rest of the people here. For example, the arrogant young man, whom Xian Kuan had sought refuge with, was in this group of disciples. Chapter 65. The teams entered one by one, and when it was Yan Chutian's turn, they were already in the last batch. However, Yan Chutian didn't care which batch he was in. He slowly stepped into the black vortex, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. In any case, he had finally taken his first step into the heavenly realm. Stepping into the Central Plains was the beginning of his journey back to the heavenly realm. At the same time, Chiu Yu's pretty face changed slightly. Her purple right eye was enchanting and deep as she gazed at the black vortex. She softly exhaled and muttered to herself, "The heavenly realm is so far away, but I'm finally coming back." As for Yan Ningzhu, her reaction was obviously more intense, and an unprecedented excitement appeared on her fair face. However, she took a deep breath and suppressed her excitement. They had already reached such a critical moment, so she naturally didn't want to cause any more problems. She would endure as much as she could. Finally, the team, including the 3 of them, entered the whirlpool. When the last person entered, Luo Bing spoke coldly again, ordering the numerous cultivators to close the whirlpool and disappear completely. Shortly after the black vortex disappeared, before Luo Bing could leave, a white-haired old man suddenly shot into the hall from outside. His bright eyes scanned the hall. When he saw that the hall was empty, and even the vortex entrance to the safe passage had disappeared, how could he not know that he was too late? "Damn it!" The white-haired old man clenched his teeth and muttered to himself. He didn't expect that Yan Ningzhu would still escape even though he had tried his best to find her. It would have been fine if he hadn't been able to find her, but she had escaped right under his nose. This made him extremely angry. Moreover, now that Yan Ningzhu had escaped, what should he do when the young master came to the Central Plains city? What could he offer to him? If he couldn't hand over Yan Ningzhu, who the young master wanted, he could imagine how miserable his end would be. "Brother Kongming, weren't you trying to catch the Yan family's orphan girl? Why are you here?" The appearance of the white-haired old man attracted Luo Bing's attention. She took several steps closer to him and spoke slowly. However, there was a hint of schadenfreude in her feminine voice. "What's wrong? Is the Yan family's orphan girl here? That's really a pity. The safe passage has already been opened. I'm afraid she's already gone to the Central Plains. Like a fish in the sea, your dream of using it to rise to the top will be dashed." In the face of the other parties gloating, the white-haired old man could only snort coldly. If anyone dared to treat him like this in Zhongyuan City, he would be able to slap that person to death with a single slap. However, this person was Luobing, so he had no choice but to swallow his anger. Not only was Luobing's cultivation almost the same as his, but her status was also the same, so he couldn't attack her easily. After snorting coldly, the white-haired old man quickly left. Now that the situation had developed, there was no use for him to stay here. What he wanted to do now was to quickly fill in the gaps and capture Yan Ningzhu. At the same time, Yan Ningzhu, who had already entered the safe passage, glanced back as if she sensed something. Even though she couldn't see the hall and even the black vortex had vanished, she had a premonition that if she was a few breaths slower earlier, then the situation would have been completely different. Yan Chutian also scanned the surroundings. Now, the situation here was completely different from the outside world. They were surrounded by a dense mountain forest, wild land, and overgrown with weeds and green trees. The place where they were now was a golden passage. Everyone was walking in the golden passage, passing through the mountain forest and the land, and heading towards an unknown distance. Moreover, it wasn't so much that he was scanning the surrounding mountain forest, but rather the golden passage itself. The passage wasn't filled with spiritual energy, but with spiritual energy. Rich spiritual energy surged like a tide, and golden ripples appeared from time to time. Even though this was a beautiful scene, the fluctuations emitted by it were too terrifying. Even a cultivator at the peak of the elixir realm wouldn't be able to resist these ripples, and they would be crushed into a bloody mist. Fortunately, when the terrifying fluctuations spread out, an indescribable force swept out from everyone's body and enveloped them. Under the shroud of this indescribable force, the terrifying pressure swept past their bodies and didn't have any effect. They continued to drift through the passage. This situation caused many cultivators to wipe the cold sweat that covered their forehead. Just now, they simply thought that they were already standing in front of the gates of hell. Fortunately, the power of the token protected them. However, the golden ripples that caused many people's expressions to change made Yan Chutian's expression gradually become pleasantly surprised. He could clearly feel that the golden ripples were extremely pure spiritual energy. No matter how this strange passage was formed, he could use it to temper his body and spiritual energy. If Yan Chutian's idea were to spread out, the surrounding cultivators would curse him for being stupid. They couldn't avoid such a terrifying force, yet he wanted to use it to cultivate? However, Yan Chutian wanted to do this. With the help of the spirit-gathering formation, he had entered the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm in 3 days. However, his cultivation wasn't stable enough and needed to be tempered and condensed. More importantly, his body was still lacking compared to his previous life. Now that there was an excellent opportunity to temper it, how could he let it go? Thinking about this, Yan Chutian no longer hesitated and quickly whispered to Qiuyu beside him. Qiuyu also agreed and immediately agreed. Seeing the two of them intentionally leave the group and stay behind, Yan Ningzhu couldn't help but slow down even though she was eager to enter the central plains. After the group in front of them walked for a long time, Yan Ningzhu couldn't help but ask, "What are you guys doing?" Seeing that Yan Ningzhu was also staying behind, the two of them roughly guessed her identity and didn't hide anything. Hearing Yan Chutian's words, Yan Ningzhu's beautiful eyes widened and she exclaimed, "You guys want to use these spirit force ripples to cultivate? You guys are crazy. This spirit force is extremely tyrannical and violent, or else it wouldn't be enough to support a safe passage. Not to mention absorbing this spirit force into the body, just touching it will have a terrifying tearing power. How can you use it to cultivate?" Yan Ningzhu quickly said. She really didn't expect the two of them to have such a shocking idea. No matter who it was, they would think they were courting death. However, even after she spoke, Yan Chutian and Qiuyu wouldn't be shaken. The two of them naturally knew how terrifying this violent spirit force was, but it was precisely because of this that they felt they could use it to cultivate. Otherwise, they wouldn't have this idea. Seeing that the two of them still showed no signs of retreating, Yan Ningzhu couldn't help but say, "You guys are really crazy. That's fine, once you feel the true terror of this spirit force, you will know how to give up." Chapter 66. Yan Ningzhu waited at the side, thinking that when the two knew the horror of the wandering spiritual power ripples, they would naturally give up the crazy idea in their hearts. Although she was not proud, even she did not dare to touch the spiritual power ripples, let alone the two in front of her. With Yan Ningzhu holding this kind of thought, Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu did not explain much. They understood that it was futile to explain more. Only by proving with facts could they convince people. But of course, even if he wanted to use the surrounding spiritual power ripples to temper himself, Yan Chutian could not immediately act rashly. Otherwise, he would really be courting death. Before starting to cultivate, he had to make some arrangements. After a lot of arrangements, Yan Chutian sat down in a large inscribed array under Yan Ningzhu's puzzled gaze. Yan Ningzhu was obviously also a knowledgeable person. She was stunned and immediately recognized that the other party seemed to be sitting cross-legged in an array. Thinking of this, her pretty face could not hide the shock. How was this possible? Could it be that Yan Chu in front of her was also a genius of array? However, Yan Chutian didn't give her the time to ask questions. After sitting down, his heart was burning with passion as he rapidly closed his eyes. Feeling the spiritual power ripples surging like waves in the passage, his heart became more and more surprised and dignified. Compared to tempering spiritual power and physique, the latter was more important and urgent. And this array may have a certain effect, but after all, it was limited. It still depended on the body refining technique that Yan Chutian mastered. There were a wide range of body refining techniques in the heaven realm. Some were strong, some were weak, some were broken, and some were complete. The body refining technique that he practiced in his previous life was the number one body refining technique in the Firmament God Palace, the Na-Lei technique. The Na-Thunder technique did not simply allow one to absorb the power of lightning. Instead, it was a metaphor that one could absorb even the destructive power of lightning into one's body to temper one's body. Now it seemed that the Na-Lei technique was obviously the best choice to face the current situation. Having made a decision in his heart, Yan Chutian naturally no longer hesitated. The familiar Na-Thunder art emerged in his mind one after another. He began to circulate the Na-Thunder art according to the method that could be said to be thoroughly tempered in his heart. And the first step was to take out the token. Yan Chutian gently exhaled, and the spiritual energy in his body slowly surged. It was impossible to temper his body with his own strength, so in the next moment, Yan Chutian firmly released his hand. A token suddenly fell to the ground, making a clanging sound. The moment the token landed on the ground, the surrounding spiritual energy ripples that had ignored the three of them were immediately drawn over like poisonous snake. A terrifying tearing force erupted, and before it even got close to his body, Yan Chutian felt pain in his body, as if it was about to be cut open. When the spirit energy ripples entered the formation, although they were weakened and showed signs of softening, the power was still terrifying. It spread like thunder and was enough to tear apart any sturdy body. Hiss! Under the dazzling light, an ear-piercing sound spread out. At the last moment, Yan Ningzhu simply could not bear to watch because she thought that under the attack of this power, even if Yan Chu was really a formation genius, his end would be miserable because the effect of this formation was limited. However, in the next moment, when Yan Ningzhu looked over again, the miserable scene that she imagined did not appear. She only saw the golden ripples continuously rushing over, bombarding Yan Chutian's body. It even tore his clothes, causing his upper body to be covered in wounds. However, he still sat firmly, as if these injuries were within his expectations and could be accepted. However, this made Yan Ningzhu somewhat unbelievable. Could it be that Yan Chu could really use the spiritual energy here to cultivate? She looked at Mu Wan several times and saw that there was no worry on her face. Although it was hard to believe, Yan Ningzhu had to gradually believe her own guess. No matter how strange Mu Wan's state was, she regarded them as a Tao couple. If something happened to Yan Chutian, how could Mu Wan remain calm? So there was only one possibility. Could it be that you can really use the spiritual energy here to cultivate? The power that can make a peak spirit transformation realm cultivator's expression change greatly? Did you find it? Looking at Xian Kuan, who was constantly scanning the crowd, the arrogant young man slowly spoke. At the same time, there were 3 young men in robes around him. Each of them gave off an aura at the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm that was no weaker than Xian Kuan. Withdrawing his gaze from the crowd, Xian Kuan's expression was gloomy. He didn't expect to lose track of them in such a short period of time. If he had known earlier, he would have waited when they entered the safety passage. He wanted to see where they could escape to. Seeing Xian Kuan's gloomy expression, the arrogant young man knew what the result was. His cold and arrogant gaze swept through the crowd, but he didn't catch a glimpse of those people. Speaking of which, he didn't remember the 2 men clearly. However, he had a deep impression of the woman that followed them. After all, such a beautiful and seductive woman was extremely rare. Even though he had seen many women before, he couldn't help but admit that he was dazed for a moment. The arrogant young man indifferently withdrew his gaze and looked behind the crowd. He calmly said, "It doesn't matter. As long as they enter the safety passage, it is impossible for them to leave. As for hiding, where can they hide?" Hearing this, Xian Kuan's gloomy expression revealed a cold smile. Yes, as long as they were in the safety passage, where could they escape to? As long as they followed the passage back, they would have nowhere to escape. At the same time, as Xian Kuan followed the arrogant young man back, the Mirage faction's elites and other forces naturally noticed this scene. Regarding this, even though they might have harbored hostility and suspicion towards Yan Chutian, it was obviously no longer important. In their opinion, with the arrogant young man that Xian Kuan was relying on to find trouble with them, Yan Chutian and the others were doomed. Even if Yan Chu could defeat Xian Kuan, so what? Everyone around the arrogant young man was no weaker than Xian Kuan, not to mention the arrogant young man himself. Even the arrogant young men couldn't help but admit that the fire-profound region, which was also a branch of one of the 5 great influences of the Central Plains, could still firmly suppress them. They couldn't even muster the slightest thought of resisting. Poor people, it seems that you won't be able to see the prosperity of the Central Plains. Yan Chutian and the others, who didn't know that they were already considered dead by others, were still standing in place at this time. Now, Yan Ningzhu had gradually recovered from her shock. Now, she gradually believed that Yan Chutian could use the terrifying spirit energy ripples around him to cultivate. If this news spread, not only would it shock the so-called Heaven's elites who were traveling with them, but even if it spread to the Central Plains, it would definitely cause countless Heaven's elites to be absent-minded.